on YouTube. Of course, don't go there now because we want you to watch this live stream and hopefully listen to the interview that we have with Mara Gordon in about 25 minutes or so. In the beginning, what we do of this Cannabis Chat is, first of all, we'll always encourage you to chat with us in our chat room. And if there are any questions out there that I could answer for you, I'd be happy to do that if those chats come in. In the meantime, I'm actually going to look at the news of the day, and there's a very interesting story in cannabis news today coming out of California, and it has to do with the banking industry. Now, if anybody follows cannabis news, you understand that if you are in the cannabis business or you work with people who are paying you that are in the cannabis business, like a ancillary company like Pro Cannabis Media, for instance, a container company, anybody who does business in the cannabis community of businesses, you can't do banking in the United States. Or if you do, it's going to cost you a big, hefty monthly fee. So needless to say, there's not a lot of competition. There's only a few banks here in Massachusetts that do business with the cannabis industry. And sure enough, most of them charge very big fees. You might even call them exorbitant fees, but they are fees. And the reason why they're so expensive is banks are fearful of the federal government coming down on them looking for fraud and money laundering. And after all, this is still a federally illegal substance. However, there are some independent banks in each individual state that will do banking with the cannabis industry. And now in California, the governor is involved to the point where he actually signed a bill that removes penalties for banks that work with cannabis companies. That's a huge win for cannabis advocacy, and obviously in the state of California, a very mature market. Pretty sure they've had medicinal marijuana on the books since the mid-90s, 96, I believe. And of course, in the last year, they've become an adult use recreational friendly state. And now, national banks are unlikely to flood in, as I just explained to you why. And however, you can certainly see this as an opportunity for independent banks, and every state has independent banks, to get involved with the cannabis industry and create an opportunity for them to work with cannabis companies, not just the ones that touch the plant and that are licensed as growers or dispensaries, but also those ancillary businesses who work in with those people in the business. Okay, now, sure enough, because Mara Gordon is in California, it turns out that she's actually on the board of a credit union. That's where we at Pro Cannabis Media do our business, not in a California credit union and not even one in Massachusetts. We work with Greenwood Credit Union out of Warwick, Rhode Island. So with that being said, I did talk with Mara Gordon today about this significant change in the California cannabis community. Here's what she had to say.
Well, just to kind of add another little thing is I'm on the board of directors, and I'm a director of North Bay Credit Union, and we've been giving money, or we've been working with we've been doing this for almost 3 years now, that we've been banking cannabis businesses. And they brought me in on that board because they wanted to have somebody who understood cannabis and understood how to look at a business and see if they were full of crap or what they said actually was legitimate, right? Because they didn't even know enough to know what they didn't know at the time. Right. So we've taken so much money off the streets already. And so we've already been banking in California for quite a long time. It's just for it to be getting where the governor is supporting it and things like that, it's another story. Anybody that has federal oversight or gets money back and forth, like the FDIC and things like that, they're going to have to be careful how they do that, because they can get shut down and have, I personally am liable the same way that the other officers in the bank are. We're liable for suspicious activity if we recognize it and we don't do anything about it, right? So it's not for the weak of heart to take on banking. I'll tell you that, not at all. But I think I mean, it's going to encourage different types of investors knowing that banking is possible. It also increases this caliber of employee that you can attract because they know they're going to be able to put their paycheck in the bank and maybe get a car loan and be honest and authentic and live in the light instead of living in the dark, and hiding who they are and what they do. It legitimizes us and elevates us as a legitimate business when we can actually bank.
All right, the entirety of that interview with Mara Gordon will be at approximately 15 minutes from now, about 4:25, after our 4:20 break. Okay, that'll be coming up. And I really do recommend it. This woman, to call her an angel might actually be an understatement because she has saved so many people with her ability to find the right mix of terpenes and trichomes and magical cannabis sativas and indicas. And you know what? It's a whole new world of weed out there, isn't it? She knows what she's doing with it. And more importantly, she is changing people's lives and saving people's lives out there in California. And I definitely recommend that interview. A little bit later on, we'll be talking with Mandy Lyle. That'll be at about 5:15 or so, which would be about an hour from now. And Alyssa Merrill will be joining us, not in studio, but from her home studio. And she'll be joining us on that interview as well. Alyssa Merrill is the CEO of flowerandtonic.com. And anytime I need a opinion or a test result or just some insight on the CBD industry, I go to Alyssa Merrill. She's passionate about it. She studies it. She gets every product that she lists on her site tested and reviewed. And that's where I would go if I were looking for a CBD product. And in fact, I've sent plenty of my friends to flowerandtonic.com just because of that. Now, we talked a little bit about the Governor, Gavin Newsom from California, and what he's done now to open up some state banks for the cannabis communities. This all comes from our friends out in LA at Weed Week, and I think it might be weedweek.com. All I know is they put out a pretty nice, pretty in-depth 10 stories a week about cannabis, and you can subscribe to their newsletter, and I think they have something like 10,000 subscribers, so it's a pretty decent resource to use. Now, they did come out and endorse Joe Biden for president this week. I just thought I'd throw that in there. As it says right here, and this is definitely the Weed Week editorial staff, the former vice president wasn't the Democrat cannabis wanted. He's one of the relatively few prominent figures in the party who hasn't endorsed legalization. However, he supports policies that would benefit the industry, help to mitigate the injustices of the war on drugs, and accelerate med research. Man, I'm having trouble reading today, huh? These goals have largely gone ignored under the current administration. And certainly enough, that is also a very interesting dynamic because, as you might have heard, our president is still fighting COVID. At last check, he was still hospitalized. I have not seen the news today outside of my little fiefdom here at Pro Cannabis Media. I don't know if he's still in the hospital or not in the hospital. We sure know that he took a tour of Washington, D.C. Yesterday just to wave and show everybody that he's still doing well and he's improving. So we certainly support him getting healthy so he can get back on that campaign trail, because we really do expect some more developments in the next 30 days. No one expected that there would be a COVID outbreak in the White House during this re-election campaign, but that's a fact that happened. And of course, everyone in Washington, D.C. is concerned about that now and is dealing with that. I will tell you that about, over a year ago, I was in Jamaica for Cannex 2019. And I sat down, got to meet Steve D'Angelo, the founder of the Last Prisoner Project. And we sat down and we talked a little bit for the first time. And it was interesting. I just looked back at that interview again. And I was fearful at that time that in September or October of 2020, President Trump would actually make an administrative call to the Department of Justice and deschedule cannabis in order to get himself reelected. It was a theory I had put out there, and after hearing Steve D'Angelo talk that day, I realized it didn't take an act of Congress. It actually could be an administrative phone call that the president can make to the Department of Justice to deschedule cannabis. And needless to say, that might, I don't know if it will sway the election. We don't know if that'll even will be a tactic employed by President Trump. But you can't put anything by this guy, that's for sure. But here's what Steve D'Angelo had to say at that time about this very issue.
My biggest fear is he's going to use that as a political ploy to get votes in September, October 2020. Where do you stand on that?
Well, look, I think that I don't think that Trump is going to expend any political capital to advance cannabis reform. But I think that if Congress passes a law and it goes to his desk, he's going to sign it. And if he signs that law, I'm going to praise him for signing it, just like I'm going to praise anybody for signing a Cannabis Reform Act. Would I vote for him? No. There's a lot of Democratic candidates that I'm not willing to vote for, too, including the front runner, right? So, I really am. I'm a one-issue guy. I care more about this issue than I do anything else. And I will vote for the presidential candidate that, number one, takes the strongest reform position, and number two, that I can trust the most to actually follow through on that position when they get elected.
I like that. That's Vote Pro Pot. There's a podcast in Washington, D.C. I'm giving them a shameless plug that does that, and that's where they started, and I know that's what drives them too. So,
and of course you can see the Vote Pro podcast on our live streams that follow our live in studio productions here at Pro Cannabis Media. One more news item. States will have another year to develop their hemp programs as the U.S. Department of Agriculture extended its pilot program for the now federally legal crop. And I put my little quotation fingers up because, as you know, what's going on with hemp in this country is that the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the DEA, and the FDA are all pointing fingers at each other saying, no, this is your responsibility, this is your responsibility, this is your responsibility. And nobody wants to take responsibility for growing hemp, which could have such an impact positively on our carbon footprint, because you can make houses out of hemp, you can make concrete with hempcrete, you could make clothes with hemp, and it's all environmentally friendly because, after all, you grow hemp in the ground, okay, because that's what you do. All right, and something we talked about on Weed Talk News last week was the fact that the Colorado governor, Jared Polis, has now pardoned nearly 3,000 offenders who have been convicted of possessing an ounce or less of cannabis in Colorado. And it's really another good thing, another part of the green movement, the green rush movement towards legalization, or at least decriminalization, over the next few months. And we've been talking about this for many, many months here on this show, on our variety of podcasts, whether it's Weed Talk with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net, or any of our podcasts that we've done over the last 6 to 10 months or so. Now, we're getting closer and closer to that magical time of 420. And of course, this is when I get to talk a little bit about 420 and where that cannabis code came from. Sure enough, it was a bunch of guys from the San Rafael, California area who used to meet at 20 past 4 at the Louis Pasteur statue after school, and they would meet there and they would catch an afternoon buzz. And then law enforcement would then turn that into the call. People, 420, there's a 420 going on at the corner of blank and such and such and such and such. That meant public consumption of cannabis. That was the call for 420. The community now and the culture has embraced that number and that time as an opportunity. It's kind of like siesta in Europe, where they take a break in the middle of the afternoon, everybody hangs out and has an hors d'oeuvre and, you know, that sort of thing. But it is 420. It's the time to take a break from your life and enjoy some of the benefits of cannabis. Now, in 1971, it happens to coincide with the exact year that I first partake in cannabis as an 8th grader. And this is another reason why I share with the audience a playing of a song that had the same kind of feeling for my group as the 420 and the Waldo's gang did out in San Rafael. The song was Shanty by Jonathan Edwards. He's a New Hampshire native, and sure enough, he played this song at a Portsmouth radio station. It's on YouTube, and we are waving the flag, the Shanty flag, if you will, on 420, just to kind of balance the two coasts. You know what I'm saying? In 420 in California, you had the Waldos. We had Shanty in New England, and it used to be played on the radio at on a Cambridge alternative rock station called WCAS back in the day. And that's what I think of when I think of 420. So we're going to play Jonathan Edwards. We'll come back and we'll introduce the interview with Mara Gordon. Don't go away.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 1900. I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, you know, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car. I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us.
Hey, Jimmy Young, in the early foliage in the weeds this week. We've got Rye Russell from Weed Buds Radio. He's our main man. This guy went from plastics to drive-in movie theaters to weed. Does that make any sense? I don't think so. But Rye Russell, he makes sense on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young this week.
Have you ever heard of a CBD bath bomb, Rye?
Absolutely. I have been buying bath bombs for my grandmother and my sister for years.
And a reminder that that interview with Rye Russell from In the Weeds will be coming up following our live in studio stream at 6 p.m., which is about an hour and 5 minutes. Excuse me, math was never my best subject. An hour and 35 minutes from now will be that interview with Rye Russell. I think you'll enjoy it. And we'll also have last week's Weed Talk News right after that. It's been the Rye Russell Hour, basically between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. on the East Coast on Pro Cannabis Media this week. One more news item before we get to the interview with Mara Gordon. This comes also from our friends at Marijuana Moment and Weed Week. In 2019, the total number of arrests for cannabis declined for the first time in 4 years. Now, when I tell you the total number of arrests that declined was still 545,000 arrests, okay? And that total number of arrests is bigger than the violent arrests by 10%. It makes absolutely no sense anymore to have these people in jail. They all need to be expunged. That's what the Last Prisoner Project is all about. That's why we support Steve and Andrew D'Angelo for the cause of trying to get those records expunged as quickly as possible and move forward with progress socially. Decriminalizing cannabis is what we're going for at this point in time. Now, this is going to be what we call a special presentation of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, Alyssa Merrill alongside from Flower and Tonic. So sit back and enjoy our conversation with one of the premier true heroes in the medicinal cannabis community, Mara Gordon. Hi everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Today we are joined by my good friend, Alyssa Merrill, the CEO of flowerandtonic.com. She is our cannabinoid medicine expert, if you will. And speaking of cannabinoid medicine experts, we're also very happy to be joined by Mara Gordon, coming in from California. So Mara, first of all, thank you so much for coming in and talking with us today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me.
And as I mentioned to you in our little remarks before, I actually watched the Weed the People movie for the third time today. Happy to find it on YouTube and available, because the first time I was able to see it, it was part of a Education Foundation special showing. That was a couple years ago, I believe, when it first came out. Can you give a little bit of a background on exactly how that movie came about and how you got involved with it? Because I believe it was like a 5 or 6 year endeavor, correct?
Yes, it was quite a commitment. Initially, back, I would say it was like 2012, 2013, I had been asked to participate in a lot of documentaries. And there are several out there that have little snippets and pieces of me here and there. But I never was willing to really jump in and be part of one, because I felt like all of the teams that had approached me already had decided what the conclusion was going to be, and they were just looking for people to participate in it to prove their point. Like, in other words, cannabis should be legal for everybody in the world at all times, so we're going to push that thing, and we're going to bring a bunch of people in, and we're going to create this dialogue. Well, that to me is not a documentary. That's a commercial. So that didn't appeal to me. When Ricki Lake, the talk show host, when her movie star and everything else, when her late husband, Christian Evans, approached me about participating in this documentary that they were starting, I, of course, was saying no, no, no. And he's like, just at least come and meet Ricki and see what, and let us talk to you. And initially, it was a little girl that had heard Ricki or become a uber fan of Ricki when she was on Dancing with the Stars. And this little girl had a very rare medical condition that was not being well addressed by traditional medicine. And they had talked about using cannabis. And so they were looking for a cannabis, somebody who was expert in making medicine and dosing and all these things. And that led them to me. Very quickly, the little girl's mom got snake bit and decided not to do it, moved out of state with the little girl. And so we had already been filming. We already had this stuff in the can. And then interestingly, I was actually in St. Louis, Missouri, sitting Shiva for my sister who died of cancer, when I got a emergency text message from Abby Epstein, who was the producer, the director of the film, saying, there's this 8-month-old baby with cancer. We need your help. You need to come help her. So I approached my family and I said, we're always about the living and not the dead. And so how do you guys feel about me leaving early during Shiva to go and take care of this baby? And they're like, are you crazy? Of course you're going to go take care of this baby. So that's what I did. I left St. Louis and I flew back to to California, and I went down to LA. And you see in the film, the first time that we actually meet in person, I bring her the medicine to start, I give her the baby medicine. So that's how it all started.
And how many do you think you've saved, Mara, over the last few years or so, which is an amazing thing to be doing God's work like that?
I don't know that I saved anybody. I think the medicine is pretty powerful. We have treated over 10,000 patients, and a lot of them, a significant amount of them, cancer. And I can say that based upon our data, the longevity and the quality of life of many, many of these people is far improved by using our medicine and our dosing protocols. Would it have been just as good on something else? I have no idea. But when somebody normally lives 22 months after a diagnosis and they're talking to me 7, 8, 9 years later and they're still alive, I feel pretty good about that.
You absolutely should. I'm sure the word angel has been thrown out there a few times, and I think you qualify for sure. Alyssa?
Well, certainly in modesty, because I've had the pleasure of meeting Mara a little over a year ago at a cannabinoid conference where she was one of the keynote speakers, and that conference just opened my eyes to the farm, truly that what I always believed, that this was medicine and pharmaceutical level medicine. But modesty is certainly part of who you are, Mara, because I didn't even know after all this time knowing you, 10,000 patients. That was news to me. That's amazing. So, and can you share a little bit about, collecting the data and how I feel like you really were one of the only people attempting to go there and get the research and make it an actual potential pharmaceutical product.
Well, I appreciate your kind words, Alyssa, a lot. I'm a huge fan of yours.
We all are.
Well, why not? I mean, she's amazing.
Yes.
So one of the things that I think that I bring to this, just to address the modesty thing for a minute, it's very important to me that everything about my organizations, and even though using the word everything is contraindicated, is we like to say that we're hyperbole free. And by remaining hyperbole free, I don't buy my own press. There've been a lot of things written about me and a lot of things that I was in a thing the other day and a guy holds up, it was a Zoom meeting and there's like 25 people on there, and he holds up to get my attention, and he holds up a piece of paper and he's written hero on it, and it's like, you're only as good until the next thing that comes out that destroys everything. You never know, you never know. And I've been I had a single focus. I've kept that focus all these years. And I think that's gotten to me where I am. I haven't been distracted by every shiny object out there. So when I first came to cannabis and was utilizing it, or trying to utilize it to deal with mine and my own husband's health conditions and issues, what really astounded me was the lack of transparency and data and understanding around what the products were and how we were supposed to use them. Now, I'm a process engineer by training, and so I look at this and I'm like, okay, you're giving me, and I've told this story a million times, a lot of times, you have like a Rice Krispies treat wrapped in cellophane that somebody obviously made in their home kitchen. It's got masking tape across it, and it has in a Sharpie 5 to 20. And that's the only thing that's on the thing. And you're telling me, young bud tender that this is medicine, and how am I supposed to take it, and how do I know? And why would you give me junk food to take before bed with sugar? I mean, it's like nothing about it made sense. So I said, you know what? I'm going to figure out this dosing thing. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure out how to treat different diseases and how to know how much to take and how to do it consistently, because I have no interest in cannabis becoming my lifestyle. I'm not burning my bra and wearing tie-dye and getting dreads or all the stereotypes that I brought to this a decade ago. Of course, obviously I've evolved, or I hope I've evolved since then in my understanding and acceptance. But that was where I was. And it was like, I just want to take my medicine and go about my life. And I realized I am so representative of the vast majority of people. Everyone that was using cannabis at that point was an early adopter. Right. They were people that they were outside the norm. So I couldn't focus on the norm. I had to focus on what was the need. And the need was well understood, lab tested, accurately dosed medicines with profiles to treat different diseases. So that's where I put all my focus. And that's what I've been doing. I mean, I've had more people come to me. It's crazy with, oh, you should come out with this, and you need a vape pen, and you need whatever. And the whole idea of Aunt Zelda's was all about making medicine that I understood, so that when we were treating patients, the data we got back about it was empirical data. And that's we've done that now for a decade.
I remember in the movie you were actually taking handwritten notes, and that's so old school, and it's something I also respect quite a bit, because I still do my chicken scratch notes too. But as an engineer, if I remember, you come from the University of Texas system, am I right?
I'm from University of North Texas, but yeah,
Yeah.
Texas is, yeah, same.
So, you know, you learned a little bit about software engineering, I'm guessing, at some point, and now you've incorporated that, and actually keeping track of dosing and consumption is what a lot of educators talk about now when they start working with people. Don't just take any old strain, do some research, find out what the strain is about and what perhaps impact it might have on your body, even though I think everybody knows every body is different. So the challenges that you faced, especially in the beginning where you were pioneering this titration and dosing, to me is amazing. And I'm guessing you took meticulous notes too, didn't you?
But I mean, I have every one of my lab books. I was using composition books, you know, the old style with the black and white blotchy on the front. And the reason for that is because the pages are sewn so that you don't have to worry about a page falling out. So I've been using those throughout my entire career, even when I was in, you know, my background was in technology and, you know, very complex systems. Especially when I specialized bringing together legacy systems and making things that don't match. And that's kind of what cannabis is, if you think about it in a lot of ways. But yes, taking meticulous notes. And then eventually, I think it was like 2014, something like that, actually built our software platform that doctors have been using and nurses have been using to not only be able to make a correct dosing recommendation to a patient by seeing what all has worked in those areas. For example, patient comes to a doctor and says, I have ER/PR positive breast cancer, I'm stage 3, and I'm 52 years old. What should I use? Well, the physician can go through the data around who we've treated in the 50 to 55 or, you know, 45 to 50, whatever they want to do. They can pick that range of patients, see the de-identified data, and find out where to start. It's like you said, it's all different and everybody's different. But I had a cardiac procedure 2 weeks ago today that was not successful. And so the doctor wants to start me on a pharmaceutical. And I researched it. I talked to our doctors to make sure that they're okay with me starting on it. And I could have taken verbatim what this cardiologist was saying to me and apply it to cannabis. He's like, you have to be patient with me. It's going to take a while to figure out the right dose. This might not be the right drug. And I'm like, why is that acceptable in pharmaceuticals, but not acceptable in cannabinoids? It's the identical discussion. So it's of us normalizing cannabis to be is accepted and non-demonized by making it where doctors feel comfortable because they have data. So yeah, I've taken copious notes, and all those scribbles that were in my books have all gone into the system. Yeah.
I wish I had someone to do that with my notes, but I was on my way here. I drove by the New England School for Autism, and you know, that's what I think really, you know, excites me to know that there have been. I used to sell Ritalin, and that was really the only alternative for kids were stimulants. So, you know, what is the most? Is obviously that's an area you focused on. Can you just talk to me a little bit more about? There really hasn't been a treatment option. I'd love to hear more about what you've created and how patients respond differently, what you're seeing clinically in some of those patients.
And you're talking about autism.
Yeah. Have you?
You know, I don't really feel that I'm as qualified to answer all of that. I can talk to it from a corporate-y kind of discussion and some of the science. What happened was we did an observational trial at CHOPS in Philadelphia, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, on autism. And at the same time, we began conversations with Illyra Healthcare and the Hope product that they were developing. And we thought we have all this expertise over here in trialing and all this stuff. Let's go ahead and bring them together. And we ended up merging and becoming Zelira Therapeutics instead of Zelda Therapeutics. All of this separate from Aunt Zelda's, but Zelda Therapeutics and Alira Healthcare. So the autism, I mean, I could talk a little bit about the fact that we didn't really have anybody that it didn't work for. There were negligent or negligible negative side effects or anything like that, and it worked. We already know it works, and that's the beautiful thing about cannabis is we are able to now trial things that people have been using on their own for years and years and years. One thing we did find out though is you got to have THC. You absolutely have got to have THC. I think that if, and this is maybe a separate entire conversation, but the travesty of the CBD hemp industry is criminal. And I think we're going to look back at this historically at the way that they are hurting patients with this model. It's disgusting to me. And the only one that wins are the corporate bottom line. The patients certainly don't win. And I think with autism in particular and seizure disorders, which often, by the way, a lot of people with autism also have seizure disorders. They, you know, you cannot just put them on CBD in most cases without THC and have it be effective. So it's got to have the whole plant profile in there.
Okay. You had something to follow, didn't you? I have one if you don't.
Yes, no, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm guessing that as your reputation was building, you were getting more and more accepted by the medical community, or were you always trying to prove yourself to the medical community?
I've tried the best I can to keep myself out of it from the standpoint that the science speaks for itself. Because I've joked around many times and I've said, you know, I'm not a doctor and I don't even play one on TV. I'm not a doctor. Everything I'm doing is about empowering doctors to take better care of their patients, right? So by approaching it that way, I think a lot of people that I've witnessed in the cannabis space over this last decade, I've often heard, and then there's one line in Weed the People that I cringe at when I hear, and that is that we can't practice medicine. That's not our, we don't have the education, we don't have the credentials, and it's wrong, it's immoral, and it's illegal, right? But we can do no harm by giving people what the data is showing is working and how it's working, but educate doctors. I've had more doctors come to me over the years begging to work with me, begging me to have access to the data, you know, show me how you do it, teach me what you do. And that's one of the reasons that I have been getting on airplanes all the years, is to teach doctors. That's why I was at the conference where I met with Alyssa, was because they're getting the wrong messaging and they need to hear what's actually working from the ground level and from studies. But there are a tremendous number of doctors that resent me. And you know what? That's about them. That's not about me. So I'm just going to keep on doing what I do. And some will love me, some will hate me, and I'll focus on the ones that love me.
Is that a Western medicine versus Eastern medicine kind of battle that is always ongoing in the medical community? Because I certainly recognize the strengths of the plant diet that's out there now, the vegan that are out there, and I see the benefits to that. And I'm starting to see more and more respect for plant medicine, and cannabis is the biggest part of that.
I think that the way that medical education has been taught over the last 80, 100 years has done a terrible disservice to doctors themselves in their education. And then as a result, what patients have been then left having to deal with as a result. Doctors used to have to be much more active in their treatment of patients, and it's become very mechanical from the standpoint that you have this disease, you give them this medicine, you give them this dose, it doesn't work, you then give them that one. If that doesn't work, then you give them that one. We have all the subspecialization in medicine. that has been, it's ridiculous, where doctors are forgetting how to actually practice medicine, how to listen and do a diagnostic. I do believe that COVID and going to virtual is going to force doctors to actually dialogue with their patients in a way to ask them the right kind of questions, to get the right kind of information, to make better recommendations. But the medical community is used to this single molecule as if it's the way and the path and the light. And the reality is it's a blip in medicine. It's a blip. It's less than, it's 100-year blip compared to thousands of years of treating patients, utilizing whole plant, utilizing other sorts of breathing, the breath therapy. I mean, reading, if you ever read the book Breath, I mean, it's phenomenal on how many different things and what happens at a cellular level. Medical, I mean, you have 10 minutes in an exam room, you boom, 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 you got to get them that pharmaceutical, you got to get that off to the pharmacy before you leave the room, or it never gets to get done. That's Western medicine. And that's what we've co-signed because of big pharma and the insurance industry. Get them in, get them out, get them treated, boom, done. And that's not the approach to Ayurvedic or Eastern medicine or in other forms.
I always use the example. I have an amazing mom, and she would do anything for me, and she did not breastfeed. And she said that I was born in '74, and she said that you only breastfed if you couldn't afford formula. And today, I mean, that is certainly not the case. So I am hopeful that with the science, I feel like I know, actually, I can say that doctors at major hospitals, like the information as you're presenting it, it's credible and it's enough to offer patients confidently a safe alternative. So I really do see things shifting. I hope I'm not crazy, but yeah, to formula now is, a little, it's just amazing how much opinions can change, and I think you're doing a great job changing them. Thanks.
Thank you. To your point, Alyssa, I like to say that when we know better, we do better. Mm-hmm. And there's no malice in the way the doctors are doing it now. They just don't know any better, because that's what they're taught. Yep. And so it's up to us to give them a safe space to expand their practices and expand how they do things in a safety zone where they're not going to risk. How many times have I heard people say, I'm not going to risk my license. I'm not going to risk my license. It's all about maintaining the ability to continue doing what they're doing. And so we just have to make it where it's safe enough for them to do that. If you look at plant medicine, I read something today, and it actually was the very first time that I had read this statement that I didn't necessarily believe it. And it said, nobody has ever died from an overdose of cannabis. And that's true. That is true when you think about the cannabis plant. But what's happening with all these isolates and these single molecule drugs that are coming out of cannabis? Maybe they won't overdose, but is there going to be a lethal dose? We don't know. We just don't know what happens. One of the reasons that you can't die of cannabis, obviously, is because you don't have CB1 and CB2 receptors in the brainstem, and so it doesn't repress your oxygenation and your respiratory system. But the reason people didn't die of opioid opioid overdose, in the past, was you couldn't eat enough poppy plants. You'd get sick and puke your guts out before you ate enough to kill you. Cannabis, you can't smoke enough, eat enough, any of that in its whole form. We have no idea what's going to happen when people start making pharmaceuticals out of cannabis with a single molecule, to start using indiscriminately all over the place. And I've talked about many times, Marinol, for example. We already have it. One and done. We have it. We have single molecule THC. Don't need to do any more single molecule THC. People can't stand the way it makes them feel. It's better than other drugs, but it's not very good. And if it was really great, there would be a street market and you could buy Marinol on every street corner. Mm-hmm. Right? So We have to get doctors to understand putting the good of the patient needs to come before the ease of prescribing.
One of the things that has been a theme, not only in our conversation here, something Alyssa actually mentioned as well, is, and in the movie, women and mothers specifically tend to be the best advocates for their children. And I'm seeing the impact of the woman in the emerging cannabis industry as well. I'm always seeing the stories of the mother who advocates for that child. That's an inbred role that the mother plays that, you know, men can never have that. I can promise you that they will never be able to bear children. And I just think that bond, how it's transferred over to the advocacy, not just for their children, but for this plant too, to be accepted as a medicine. I'm sure you found this to be true over the last dozen years or so in your journeys.
I agree. And in fact, I'd suggest you watch the documentary, Mary Jane's Women of Weed. That was out by Wendy Borman. It's a good one. And she addressed, you know, she went looking for one thing and found a whole different set of answers over here. But, you know, women make over 80% of the healthcare decisions in the family. Right. Always have, always will. Well, I don't know about always, but they certainly have for an awfully long time. That's the way the Western and Eastern, I mean, I've talked to people to help them with their family members as far as way of Siberia, you know, and China and all. I mean, it's like, this is a universal sort of statement that 80% is me. So, and one of the interesting things I have found is that women will be warriors for their family, but not warriors for themselves. So getting women to comply with their protocols is so much more complicated than it is to get them. If I tell them you have to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and you have to stand on your left foot up in the air and you have to spin around and give your kid this medicine and it's going to save them, that mother is going to set her alarm and she's going to be up there and she's going to do it. If I say you have to do this for you, well, I have to get up early. It's, you know, I got to get the kids to school. I got to, you know, it's like every excuse in the world. I think what's happening with women in the cannabis space, one of the things that I find really disappointing is when I came into this space, there were so many women that were making amazing, beautiful tinctures and topicals and all sorts of interesting products to help the people that they were helping in their like little collectives. As soon as it became more profitable and you started bringing money into the space, the money started going to the men, or the women were kicked to the side. They have a much more difficult time raising money. The focus goes to shareholder instead of to the patient. When women are driving it, and this is a huge stereotype, but you know, stereotypes are usually based in fact to a certain extent, right? Let's face it. So most women or the women that I've seen in this space that were in this a long time ago, it was about helping people. And that doesn't fly when you're trying to raise money. They want to know what's your exit strategy, what's going to be your ROI, what are your margins. And so we need to help these women to have the support around them so that they can continue to focus on creating things to help patients. And that's just not the way the business is designed today. A lot of time they want the woman's name on their board or on their masthead, but they don't give them any actual support. When I first started this, there was, I think women were 32 or 33% of the industry, and now it's down in the low 20s.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is that because the men are still controlling the capital markets?
Absolutely.
Aha. All right. I do want to get back to something you mentioned. You were pretty adamant about it too. The situation with hemp in this country and this whole CBD thing. And needless to say, when Mitch McConnell signed that farm bill in 2018, he had no idea what kind of a Pandora's box he was opening. They never
Oh,
did.
yes, he did. Oh, yes, he
Oh,
did.
tell me why. Tell me why.
Oh, yes, he did. Look at his family. Look at what his family owns.
Aha. Gotcha.
Yes.
So he knew So he knew that he was putting money in his family, but he didn't realize the big industry that he was kind of giving not legitimacy to, but an opportunity to expand without ever really researching the impact or how the regulations were going to work. And now you've got a federal government that's in totally dysfunctional. And yeah, I don't see anything getting done in the next few weeks, let alone next few months. With the DEA pointing fingers at the FDA and the USADA, that would be the agriculture group. No one wants to take responsibility for it or regulate it. Are we ever going to see what we hope to see as far as regulations go and testing and dosing and anything like that as far as hemp and CBD goes?
Well, I'm an internal optimist. So I hope that right now we're just experiencing the pendulum effect, and that eventually everything's going to normalize and saner heads will prevail. At least that's my hope. I am such a huge proponent of hemp. I think hemp could save this planet in many ways, 100%. They have no business growing it for CBD. It should be grown for industrial purposes. It should be grown to replace oils and plastics and fibers and concrete and on and on and on and on, and the different various uses for hemp. It's crazy how, it reminds me of manna in the old, it's like, it is whatever you need it to be. The 0.3 or 0.03 or whatever the number is of the threshold for THC in it, that was some number that two guys in Canada came up with, and it got adopted. It has zero scientific basis to it. Zero. And it has caused this boom in this thing saying, oh, if there's no THC, then it's okay. And what I've been saying all along is, well, the Marijuana Tax Act, and if you look at all that, it doesn't say THC, it says marijuana. So you're playing a game with this to wink, wink, push your own industry so that you can go across state lines and not have all the limitations that we have in the cannabis space. But they're not real. They're not real differences. They're fake. They're manufactured for the purposes of getting around a law you don't like, and they're certainly not for the benefit of patients. I just think it's disgusting. I had a woman call me the other day. Excuse me. She reached out to me on Twitter, and I'm like, okay, here's my email address. Send me the information about your 9-year-old daughter, right, with this rare cancer. And she said, she says, well, she's taking this CBD product, and I don't know what she should take, how much of it, and everything. I said, she's trying to explain it to me. And I said, just take a picture of the labels, so I can read it and send it to me, and I'll look at it. I was so angry when I saw the picture of what they had sold her. It was, did I already tell you this, Alyssa? I don't remember.
Me, yeah.
I was so angry. Yeah. It was a CBD vape pen refill that they had sold this mother to treat her 9-year-old child with stage 4 cancer. Something to there's no, how do you live with yourself? Where's Tikkun Olam? Where is saving the world? Where is making the world better because you were here, not just let me screw around everybody and hope they don't catch me. And that's what I feel like the hemp industry is. Now, granted, there are places in the United States, places in the world that it's the only thing that's allowed is under the ridiculous threshold of THC. but the types of products and the lack of oversight and you know, it's just, to me, it's criminal. It's criminal because at the end of the day, it's human beings. Anything you put in or on your body should be safe and to a level that it's appropriate for you. And some of the stuff that's being made out there does not meet those thresholds.
No, and
I would say potentially dangerous,
Extremely.
actually dangerous
dangerous.
to many patients, and to the point where, yes, I couldn't agree with you more. It's kind of a shame, but I think it's hopefully I think we're on the verge of trying to make some improvements in the industry.
A change would be beneficial to many in so many avenues right now. Can you look into your crystal ball and see where we're going to be as far as a country, as far as legalization, as far as acceptance in 4 to 8 years?
I wish I could. I think that on one hand, the push for legalization is a little bit frightening because if you don't have a structure in place for when that happens, you're going to have the same chaos that you have in the hemp space with cannabis. And who's going to be around to pick it up? Big pharma, big alcohol. I mean, totally going to miss the boat. So I think that we need to have our foundation in place before that happens. In California, everybody was rushing to, legalize adult use, Prop 64 passed here. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be the beginning of the end. And it's precisely what has happened, is all this rush to the small market, big money, dominating the fields by people who have no understanding of what they're actually working with and who the end consumer needs to be. And if we do this at a federal level, I mean, come on. Do you really want this to be like, oh, now it's legal and it's a land race, whoever can get there first to dominate? I don't want to see that, because I think that cannabis has tremendous benefit and potential, but it also has tremendous risks if not addressed correctly. Nobody even talks about, or I shouldn't say nobody, rarely do you hear about the interactions with the cytochrome P450 and the interactions with other pharmaceuticals and how, potential dangers and liver damage, especially with CBD, way more so than THC. You have liver enzymes going through the roof on certain patients because they're taking CBD at the same time they're taking their drugs. So, I hope that it's not legalized until we have a system in place to support it. Can we do that in 4 to 8 years? Absolutely, if we had the right administration with the right ethos. But regardless of what happens in a month, in the election, we're still not going to have it. We're still not going to have it.
A piece of news today from California. I read that some California banks are now going to be able to actually do business in and with the cannabis industry. Now, obviously, we're still with a federal illegal substance. The federal government could come in and screw things up. But is that you're in California. You just talked about Prop 64. Is this a good thing? I think anytime you can actually do banking and you don't have to do it with cash, it's an improvement, but it's not the where-all and end-all. Is that accurate?
Well, just to kind of add another little thing is I'm on the board of directors, and I'm a director of North Bay Credit Union. And we've been giving money, or we've been working with we've been doing this for almost 3 years now, that we've been banking cannabis businesses. And they brought me in on that board because they wanted to have somebody who understood cannabis and understood how to look at a business and see if they were full of crap or what they said actually was legitimate, right? Because they didn't even know enough to know what they didn't know at the time. Right. So we've taken so much money off the streets already. And so we've already been banking in California for quite a long time. It's just for it to be getting where the governor is supporting it and things like that, it's another story. anybody that has federal oversight or gets money back and forth, like the FDIC and things like that, they're going to have to be careful how they do that, because they can get shut down and have, I personally am liable the same way that the other officers in the bank are. We're liable for suspicious activity if we recognize it and we don't do anything about it, right? So there's it's not for the weak of heart to take on banking. I'll tell you that, not at all. But I think it's going to encourage different types of investors, knowing that banking is possible. It also increases this caliber of employee that you can attract, because they know they're going to be able to put their paycheck in the bank and maybe get a car loan and be honest and authentic and live in the light instead of living in the dark, and hiding who they are and what they do. It legitimizes us and elevates us as a legitimate business when we can actually bank. So I think it's a huge step in the right direction.
There you go. And just for the record, we are in a credit union in Rhode Island after a bad experience with the bank. So we support that. Hey, tell us a little bit about Auntie Zelda's and how it's going and how people can find it and all that neat stuff.
So it's Aunt Zelda's. Aunt Zelda's is, it's interesting. I'm in California right now, and I think December, January, we'll be in South Africa and in Brazil. So I'm very excited about that. I wanted to find a place in the world where I could manufacture for export at a GMP facility. And I met these guys a few years ago, and they came and sought me out for my data initially. And then we started talking, and they were building a much bigger operation. And we realized that we were completely like-minded and decided to do this thing together. So they're licensing, it's all of our SOPs, our IP and everything that for how they're going to be manufacturing, with the selected cultivar profiles as well. In California, the way that we've been right now, because I haven't really been interested in being any dispensaries, because dispensaries don't match what I do. Work with the patient, our doctors, think about it. Can you imagine? I'm going to give you the scenario. You go to the doctor writes a prescription for you. You go to CVS to pick it up. And when you get there, the kid at the counter goes, nah, I don't think you should take that. I think you should go and take these chewable aspirin. Well, that's the cannabis industry right there, right? So I haven't been interested in that. What I have done is I've worked with key delivery services that do fulfillment for us. And which works differently, because there's no advice from the bud tender. There's the entire transaction. We just tell them to go, this is what you're going to get and whatever. So this has also been problematic. So I've rebuilt our software platform, and Alyssa, I believe, will be bringing it to Massachusetts, the doctors there. And what we're doing is we're vetting various products in each category. For example, a transdermal patch, a set of raw cannabinoid products, the ones like mine that are the high THC and high CBD, but all from cannabis, not full spectrum, real full spectrum, not this not marketing full spectrum. Topicals, you name it, all these products, we vet them through their COAs, where we're able to see whether they're good or not. So when a doctor makes a recommendation now to a patient, I want you to use 5 milligrams of CBD, of THC, and I want you to use 50 milligrams of CBD, and I want you to take this in the morning, and I want you to do sublingual and all that, the way that our doctors, and I want it to have beta caryophyllene in there, and I want it to have limonene. These are the way our doctors recommend. When the patient receives the recommendation from the doctor, and they look to see which products that are available or in their area, it'll only show them the products that match what the physician wants them to use. So no more bait and switch, right? It'll only show them, okay, if the doctor wants you to use a sublingual, it'll show you a sublingual that has the profile. And then once you select, it'll then give you the instructions specifically how to titrate and take it to match what the doctor wants you to use. And so we're basically automating what we've already been doing internally. So Aunt Zelda's was an R&D company, never designed to be scaled in its present form. It was always about getting the data, matching it to the products to see what was working for different diseases. Now we're ready to start making it available now that we can support it the way we're going to in our platform.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Very exciting. I've been working with some key delivery services here to do fulfillment, and it'll be set up on a recurring subscription model. Like I get a text every 75 days from CVS asking me if I want to refill my medicine. I say yes, it sends it out to me. I say no, it asks me when I want to get a reminder. We're going to be doing the same thing because cannabis should be no more complicated than taking any other medicine.
Wow, that's a great way to wrap things up, I think. Mara Gordon, you were just terrific. I can see why Alyssa has so much respect for you, and I know she's excited about having your products on Flower and Tonic too.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful, and I'm really looking forward to working with Alyssa. She also brings a tremendous amount of value to me, so I plan on learning from her as well.
Hey, we're all one big happy family here at Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm happy she's on board with us as well. Mara Gordon from Auntie Zella's, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing more from you down the road. But in the meantime, remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Cannabis Chat. In this studio, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. That was recorded. Now I'm live again. And pretty soon we're going to reconnect with Alyssa Merrill and also Mandy Lyle. And Alyssa is there. All right, let's talk to Alyssa. Alyssa, you and I just spent a little time in studio, both on Memorex and live a few hours ago. What was the most impressive part of the talk we had with Mara Gordon? What did you think?
Her modesty and I had no idea after all, I've known her a year, how many patients she's seen, 10,000 patients. And, I wasn't even familiar with how she was recording all that information. And it's fascinating, it's all there in these composition books. And it's just the initiative she takes is really what I hope other people, I just think there's a huge opportunity in how she's gone about her business. And everything about working with Mara has been exciting, but she never ceases to amaze me and impress me. So.
And of course, she's been a keynote speaker at a variety of different conferences. I found it interesting when we talked to her a little bit about her treatment by the traditional medical community. Here's someone who's playing the role of medicine human and, working her little concoctions, but all based on anecdotal and research that she's done on real people by working with them. So to me, I love the fact that she believes that she has an obligation to educate that medical community. And I know you are pretty close with a lot of people in that medical community too. And they should be craving information, but in many times they believe they know everything because they're doctors and they have big egos, don't they?
You know what? I that's the other area where Mara always impresses me because I think that doctors are just limited, like they're taught about indications in the pharmaceutical industry. Like the language we're speaking is so foreign from what they've been taught. And I could go on forever about this, but the indications that go along with a lot of the products that people use in the pharmaceutical industry it dictates so much. And I don't think a lot of people can have given, there hasn't been information that
I could bring to a doctor over at MGH until Maura, really, like she's really given me what I need to make this credible. It doesn't have to necessarily be an FDA approved study for a doctor to give it the thumbs up, but it has to have some science behind it. And that's what Maura's brought to the table. So it's,
And there never ceases to be enough science out there to prove that this is truly a medicine plant, a medicinal plant. And even, you know, it's interesting, I found this out recently, even those who are going into the adult use recreational stores and dispensaries, they're saying they use it medicinally too. It helps them to sleep, it helps them to deal with their pain, their anxiety, or whatever, even though they've never gone out and got their medical card.
right.
Are you finding that?
Oh my gosh, it's like so frustrating. I'm so tired of the words medical and rec because my experience from anyone I've spoken to entering a dispensary is they are using it for, you know, whether it be a headache in place of Tylenol or in place of Ambien or, you know, Tylenol PM, whatever it might be. People aren't aware of how easy it is to get your medical card. You know, it's not that you have to check off a certain, this huge list of criteria. People are just, they think it's a bigger deal than it is, but having your card is what makes it medical. So there are a lot of patients who are going to the rec cannabis dispensaries and getting products that they're using for medical purposes, even though they don't have a card. They just think that getting a card is this challenging thing. And actually it can save a lot of money. It can help further research. There's so many benefits to getting a card. But yeah, it's unfortunately kind of, I think, sent some of the wrong information and data back to the industry. Like, you know, that everyone just wants a rec. And I think that there's a huge opportunity in a lot of these medical products. So
Yeah, and and again, it goes back to the stigma, and even Mara talked about this as well, that we're many people for 80 years have been conditioned about all the negatives that they hear about this substance, and it takes a desperate mother or parent to turn to the cannabis plant as the last resort for treatment, whether that be for any cancer treatments. You know, I don't know about you, but anytime my kid got hurt when he was younger, I felt his pain. I think that's true for every parent. So that when you see your child in pain, as a parent, someone who cares for them unconditionally, you want to help them, give them something to take away their pain, and having access to a medicinal plant that can do that seems to me I would welcome it more than going to see the doctor and getting on any kind of opioid or prescription drugs or whatever Western medicine has to offer, because Western medicine goes after symptoms and Eastern medicine looks for the cause. And a lot of times that means an imbalance in your system when it comes to neurotransmitters and your pain threshold. And I don't know, you're a parent. I know you are. In fact, I think you have a special birthday you're celebrating in your house today.
My
Is that
oldest is
accurate?
12 today. But yeah, actually what got me started in this industry was my middle daughter was playing soccer. She was 4, and there was a little girl on her soccer team who was diagnosed with brain cancer. And watching, like, and you know, the mom was so good at expressing her words and sadly expressing what she was going through. And it was at that same time I had gotten my medical card for my own sleep issues. And I just knew that there was like science. I knew that there were products that could help this little girl, and they're not there. And unfortunately, again, one of the things about Maura that sets her apart is that she wants to share what she's learned. And there are too many people in this industry who think they have this something that no one else has ever thought about. Like, I can't even tell you how many people have the next latest and greatest thing that I've already heard 5 or 6 times before, you know, from other innovators or other brands. So it's people are keeping some of this data and some of their findings too close to them, I think, and not sharing. and it's holding the industry back in a lot of ways, in my opinion.
Yeah. And just a reminder, we actually are waiting to welcome in Mandy Lyle, who has a line of topicals, I believe. Alyssa, is that accurate? Is that what
So
she's got?
skincare, she's got, so I think that was another, thing that got me excited when I started in this industry. I used to work in the cosmeceutical area, and I know a good skincare product, and hers are exceptional. So, yeah, I mean, I saw some before and after she was posting, and we connected, and yeah, she's just setting the bar very high.
Yeah. Are we trying to effort that cell phone that I had on my email? Isabel, Dan, anybody? Bueller?
Are we calling in
It's
Mandy?
it's the wrong email I gave you? Oh, so on my apps or whatever, there's a Gmail app that connects you with the proper email. And that's on the iPhone too. Thank you. Sorry about that. But it's in there. I know that her cell was in there because it was in there this afternoon. I should have printed that out. But anyway, let's get back. Alyssa and I could probably talk for another 15, 20 minutes if we had to. I think that we both have the gift of gab here.
I don't know what
What's
you're
the
talking
biggest
about.
frustration for you as someone who has started this company, flowerandtonic.com? What's the biggest frustration for you when it comes to these products? And I think even Mara brought out one story in particular that really, you could tell, really got her mad.
Yeah, no, I mean, she texted me and she was like, people are ruining the industry. It really, it's so sad to see. I've tested so many products. I lab test all the products myself. And I think that's another thing that drew Mara and I together, because we've seen just such, I mean, I've seen
Kindred
molded
spirits.
products. I've seen products that have no seal. I mean, you name it, the smell of some of these products. And sadly, it's not necessarily like, I've worked with some people who have run amazingly successful skincare brands, but when they try to add CBD or cannabis, they don't know what they're asking for. They don't know what they're getting. So when they're getting like the raw product, the raw ingredient to add being CBD, I can give you one example. There was a case where it was the raw form of CBD. We've talked about the CBD, probably like a CBDA. I don't really know what it was, but at the end of the day, it molded. Like, I could smell that mold and mildew. So
Yeah.
there's so little guidance on how to make a good product. And they're very far and few between, to the point where I haven't really been, I don't know, I've held back on recommending a lot of these products because there are way more bad products out there than good. So when you find the good ones, it's certainly exciting. And Mandy is a great example of a skincare product that I could bring to a dermatologist in Boston comfortably, So
Gotcha.
have you ever had eczema around your eyes?
Eczema around my eyes? No, I've had it in other body parts, elbows and, ankles and places like that.
Eczema is horrible. Like, I mean, it's really uncomfortable, aggravating. And I know so many people who are suffering from it, and you don't really have a lot of options. You have a hydrocortisone, you have a steroid, but there's not a lot of other options. And to be able, something about the way that the plant-based skincare products work compared to, I think, traditional skincare, I believe, and I'd love to talk to Mandy about this, I believe what sets them apart is these terpenes, which, you and I talk about a lot, help deliver a lot of these products into the skin in a way that traditional pharmaceuticals just can't. So I think that there's a higher level of efficacy. A lot of it's still unknown, but, I've tried some skincare products that are horrible, or not horrible, they're just fine. I definitely could say that there's a clinically significant difference in a lot of the products that Mandy makes. So, and she came from the esthetician world, like a lot of people are just, I don't even know the exact number right now, but the majority of brands, I should say, are white labeling, which is fine. They're taking do you know what white label means?
Yes.
You familiar with this? Yes, you are. But anyone else is not, they're taking an already made product and putting their name on it. And that's what a lot of the industry is full of, these white label products. So very few products like really set the standard and set themselves apart. But when you find them, it's like this hooray, and they have, actual dosing information and, things that Maura was alluding to, like you can depend on it to actually work. So actually I used, and then this is all stuff too. Let me just say, coming from the pharmaceutical industry, I was like, I don't want to say anti plant-based, or I didn't believe in a lot of this stuff. Like I wasn't impressed by the way the naturopaths or the acupuncture people were kind of selling themselves. I just didn't see the science of it. So when you find someone who does explain the science and explains why they're combining certain products, like in the serum, she's mixing different botanical ingredients, and people who really understand that are, again, just making products that I think outshine pharmaceuticals. So,
And do you find a lot of the topicals, which I think we're talking about now, do any of the topicals and people that you've talked to about them, and a lot of people use them, and whether it's the placebo effect or it actually does bring down inflammation in a joint, there are doctors out there who basically say there is no therapeutic research on this, but there's a ton of anecdotal research on topicals that have CBD in them. And I've always said to the doctors, but if it's for pain and I rub it on my fingers that were aching and the pain goes away, and if it is truly in between my ears and in my head, that this was a placebo effect more than anything else, I don't care if there's no science behind it. If my pain goes away, I'm happy.
Well, 30% of all responses are placebo effect, whether it's over-the-counter or pharmaceutical. AARP did a study that confirmed that 30% effects are placebo. And you're absolutely right. Like, I think there is a ton of placebo effect, but we have Healing Rose is a good example. Our friends over at Healing Rose. Yep. I believe that they have such a focus on terpenes. I personally believe it's the terpenes that are helping to deliver the CBD and it's not just because we were saying, like, I don't even like to say the word CBD anymore. It's almost been ruined. But it's what it's combined with that I think makes the product that, can really set it apart. So Healing Rose has done a really nice job of mixing together some great ingredients to make, what I think is a great topical product for pain. So yeah, no, they're out there. They're just hard to find. And I feel like people are trying to put like I'm trying to think of I love my analogies, but like delivery systems, are real and the cannabis industry isn't really understand, just because you put it in a gummy doesn't mean it's going to work. It's if anything, it's frustrating to see how irresponsible people can be with these products. And I've, especially now, my gosh, the world is going a little crazy. And if you're taking it for anxiety, like, shame on you if you're going to tell someone that this gummy, the gummies, some of them are amazing, but again, they have to be formulated in such a way that they're going to deliver the products into the body. And majority of the cases, that's not happening with a lot of these products. So it's sad because there are people who tried them, tried a bad product and will never go back and might go back to opioids. And that's obviously not what we want to see happening. So
getting back to Mara Gordon's, we have, what's that? A question from our chat room before I get back to Mara Gordon's talking about the entourage effect, because I definitely want to talk about THC in these CBD only products and stuff. What's our chat here?
They want you guys to discuss a little bit about Rick Simpson oil.
RSO. I didn't even realize that RSO meant Rick Simpson oil, but Rick Simpson oil is, well, you define it, Alyssa, because you're my go-to person, and then maybe we could compare that, or at least talk about RSO versus Charlotte's Web. Both are oil-based CBD products.
RSO, it's people try to copy, like there's an original RSO, and I think people try to copy it. I'm not sure who can claim what, if they're just calling it RSO, but it was basically like I think what was considered the medical version before the science is really understood. Does that make any sense? Like,
So
it's not a specific brand, although a lot of people use that term. Yeah, I wish I could. I can't. I actually, you know what? I cannot elaborate a lot more on that because
That's okay. We
it's
both know that the Charlotte's Web oil and the Rick Simpson oil do have anecdotal history that they have been effective for many years. Now, what I understand is that some of these companies have gotten to be so big that perhaps they're not delivering the same quality oil that they were when they first started. Have you ever reviewed any of either the Charlotte's Web oil or the Rick Simpson oil on Flower and Tonic?
I try to keep my positives happy and on the positive. Charlotte's Web is a good product. I've gotten some feedback where there's been some confusion, I think, between the CBD products and the CBD and THC. There's been a little, I think now they've done a better job separating, but I think that's where this industry needs to do a better job with marketing. I feel like those have to be very, very separate. I don't appreciate when, if I was directed, my whole thing was I'm not trying to get grandmother's high, when I started this and it was still kind of taboo to talk about. People were trying to put THC products into the CBD, like thinking people would be happy if they got a little high, but no, not our, my aunts who's going to get something for, pain. So yeah, it was a little too confusing for me. And I haven't really gone back to test more recently, but I just found in the beginning, I like when brands have, when they really separate their hemp-based products from their cannabis-based products. I don't, it just leads to less consumer confusion. And there was an incident where I believe it was on the shelf of Target, or online, not on the shelf, online, Target.com, one of the Charlotte's Web, but the patient was actually mailed the THC version. And you know what? THC, I believe it's absolutely a valuable clinical, there's a need for it. Yep. Mara and I talked about that a lot. CBD is like there are so many cannabinoids, but there still can be harm. I just don't think anyone unsuspecting should be afraid of getting high,
Well, again, what's happened sometimes, and I've certainly heard these stories, is people will take a CBD product thinking it has no THC in it, and then have to take a drug test through an employee or union or whatever they're in, and they end up testing positive.
Yes.
And it looks like now we're going to get Mandy on the line here, which is great. But I always wonder about that because the entourage effect is so powerful, and everybody in cannabinoid medicine talks about you have to have a little THC, more than what hemp is defined as, in order for the CBD to work as well as you'd hope.
Yep.
So that's kind of a catch-22. But we have Mandy now, I believe. Hello, Mandy.
Hi, boy, what a ride. I was thinking I had so much time. I was thinking it was 5 o'clock West Coast time. So I was like, oh, I've got time to run my mother this place and this place. And now I've realized, hi.
Well, that's all right. You're here. You're here now. That's the most important thing. And I am so happy to hear you talk, because when I was reading your bio, I saw that you were from Kentucky, and that drawl kills me.
My current fiance for many years, I'm a Virgo, so I think I'm never getting married, but my fiance used to say he used to hear me talk, and now he tells me to shut up all the time, so I think you might get tired of it.
Well, that's the beginning of a very long relationship. I can attest to that. And did I hear you say you were a Virgo?
I'm a Virgo. Yeah, I just had a birthday. Well, on the 14th. So, are you also a Virgo?
September 3rd, absolutely. So happy you know a fellow,
Oh.
happy, and 20-year relationship and not married. I just want to throw that in there, okay?
Oh.
Not by my choice.
Hey,
Not by
I
my
like
choice. Not by
that.
my choice. Mandy, tell us, first of all, your story is quite compelling. And it's interesting. I want you to tell it, obviously. But it goes, I hear this a lot about women who are in the cannabis industry, and one of their parents was always a pro-cannabis person in whatever capacity. So can you relate your story and how you kind of got into this? And then you and Alyssa can talk about the lotions and potions.
Yeah. So I guess I have a history with the plant that goes way back to when I was born. My mom and dad were very young when they had me and divorced at an early age. But I watched him grow a lot of cannabis when I was in my youth. And I kept watching him go to prison for cannabis. And I kept trying to figure out, why is my dad going to prison for a plant? So it was always, blew my mind as a young kid. We're planting it. It looks like a garden. It looks just like a regular garden that my papa's planting in the back with corn. So I couldn't figure it out until later. Of course, when I got older, I realized that it was a big no-no, and that he wasn't supposed to be growing marijuana. So I've been around the plant all my life, and it's funny because I used to watch all the people go in. I used to watch all the people go into my dad's house to buy marijuana, and then I also would see the people come into my dad's house to buy prescription drugs that my dad had acquired. And sadly enough, I would always see these people and I would say, those people that are on the pills are a mess. The people that are coming in to buy this cannabis look like they kind of got it together. So I always knew that I never wanted to go down the big pharma way or get into that mess. So I was always kind of scared of that side of the drug world. But cannabis, I never could figure out why everybody kept getting in trouble for it. So as I grew up, I ended up going into skincare when I was 20 and worked alongside a very well-known physician. He was an ear, nose, and throat facial plastic surgeon. So we did a lot of, cosmetic surgeries I got to watch. We got to go all across Europe and do a lot of cool televised surgeries that he did. So I got to see a lot of the medical side of plant therapy and oils, and I got really into essential oils when I first started doing facials, because I worked with a product called Yonka out of Paris, France, and they use a lot of lavender and rosemary and thyme and geranium and cypress, and I saw how powerful those plants were. Then fast forward several years, I moved to California. My current fiance goes into the medical marijuana business. I was a nervous wreck. I made him drive me to the courthouse with him so I could believe it was really legal. So once we went into that, I started reading about, here comes CBD, and I'm like, whoa, this might be something really cool with beauty, because look at what I've watched all the other plant oils do. When I get my clients away from all those chemical ingredients they were using in their everyday Clinique products and Estee Lauder products and all the different products they were using, and all the parabens, and so once I started thinking about CBD, I was like, this might be the time for me to go into skincare and take this opportunity to take the stigma that I always had been around. Everybody would say, cannabis is this, cannabis is that, and turn it into something beautiful. So that's what I ended up doing. And somehow I have created something I feel like that's bigger than me right now. And I'm watching it do things on, like Alyssa says, kind of a clinical level, which we can't make many claims. But I do have a really nice collection of before and after photos that I've been collecting, and a lot of just data here and there that's not around yet, because CBD is still so new to the beauty industry. So they say I'm disrupting skincare is what everyone says, and kind of shaking it up a little bit and moving away from that, vitamin C, vitamin E, not that it's not good, but I'm watching CBD do so much more as an antioxidant. So I've took that history of the craziness and all the prisons I visited all my life and turned it into something beautiful, and just trying to make America beautiful again.
That's it.
I'm like obsessed. I texted her at the beginning of here's her product. I texted her at the beginning of COVID, and I'm like, I have no schedule. Like, there's no consistency. I am not one of those like a type A, getting dressed, putting on a bra, anything. But I put on, like, this was my ritual. Like, I couldn't go without. I've never like gone to the bottom. And let me also say, your product allows you to go to the bottom, which I like love. You know, like I can get every last drop out versus, like, to your point, like some of the Clinique, you still have to go and dig around. Like this, I used the last drop, and I'd like, this was you're shaded all summer long. I didn't get I would say, like, it was the first summer where I didn't have like a tan like on my face, you know, like even years before when I've used sunblock, which I do use sunblock, but this, I mean, her products are just amazing and never a return, right?
I haven't had any requests for any returns in the 2.5 year run. It'll be 3 years going into March since I launched. That first year, I kind of not really hid, but couldn't really do much because so many people were getting kicked off the internet for selling CBD. And so I was nervous to do a lot that first year. So I kind of tiptoed around. But a real quick story, this lady who's Scandinavian said her skin always burns, and that she got out of the shower. She put her gold serum on her face. She went outside. Her body got a real bad sunburn, but her face didn't get touched. And she asked me, does it have sunscreen in it? And of course, a lot of plant oils do have a natural sun filter, but I can't put on the bottle SPF, but I can tell her, she told me that her face usually always burnt first, and it didn't this time. So to me, that showed the free radical fighting power that CBD has, because it doesn't have an added sunscreen in the serum. So it is doing some sort of filtering against the sun. Of course, I can't claim that either, but it's just nice for me to know that the only difference between her body and her face is one had gold serum on it, the other didn't, and one burnt and one didn't. So it just shows me it's got some really cool free radical power.
Before you got on, we were talking a little bit about like I still like, I defer to you maybe for the answers or other experts, but I'm a believer that it's the terpenes that deliver it into the skin to make it work better. And I think, yes, I mean, is there more you can expand upon? Like,
yes, I believe that. And I do believe, again, I just heard Mara talk on a TED talk from a while back, and she was talking about the terpenes and the entourage effect. It's just like this, to me, those essential oils are like the body of the car, and then when you put the CBD in, that's the motor that drives it. So it's worked, and it's mind blowing at the results that I'm getting. And I'm in shock myself that it's worked so beautifully, and that I haven't had any returns. And I talked to a girl that works at Sephora, and I was like, do y'all get a lot of returns? And she's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, well, so I was just, I wanted to clarify, do people really return skincare products a lot? And she said, oh yeah. So that to me just shows that I have something that is working and is headed maybe to a different level. There may be different variations of it coming out later on. And maybe it's going to be an over-the-counter product. I'm finding that it's becoming like a really good go-to product. Somebody said they burnt themselves with a curling iron. They grabbed my serum. They burnt themselves on the grill. They grabbed my serum. So people are reaching for it like they do that Neosporin or that cortisone, and they're getting a really quick fix.
Yeah. And it smells good. Like, that's another, I know this, I have, so your son is adorable, and I have to introduce him to my little TikToking 7-year-old. But we all have kids in the background during COVID times, and
I know it's a wild time. And I was in the car planning to have all this extra time to get home and put makeup on and get ready, and then I realized that I'm a West Coaster.
I love like that's your skin, first of all, without makeup on. But
44.
My daughter, what I was gonna say is, being around our kids more, my daughter like loves the smell, and she makes it very clear when there are products that smell like pots. She's like, Mom, you smell like pot. It's very, it's a skincare product, but my girls love the smell of this. Like, the scent is amazing. There are too many ingredients to list, but they all seem to be I don't know, just working together.
I can name it. We have blue tansy, vetiver root, frankincense. I mean, these are oils that have been used for centuries. And just the mixture, it's just the right mix. I don't know. It's got this aphrodisiac. You crave it. It's like
Yeah.
you just want it. I can't wait. And I'm still 3 or 4 years in. I'm in, and I'm like, I still don't want anything else. I want to get home and cleanse my face as quick as I can.
Yeah.
I love my Filthy Face cleanser. I did not put CBD in my cleanser. I kind of felt like it was a waste of the plant because
Yeah.
you put it on, you wash it off.
Yeah.
So I didn't really feel like I should throw it in there because there are a lot of people who are still on the fence about, oh, is this product going to make me fail a drug test? Am I going to get high using your serum? You know, all the questions that you still get because education is still so very important.
Yeah.
With this plant because so many people it's still just so new. I mean, it's just new. But I didn't put it in the cleanser, but I crave my own product.
It's like my Myers soap. I believe that has, right? Like I started using that. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I need to use it. I
It
just
makes washing dishes fun.
Yeah, yes. And it makes washing my face. Like it really does. And I think it's a testament that you haven't had returns, that people agree.
The thing with me is also I wanted it to be a simple product because I am a mom of a 6-year-old and we don't have times for 20 steps. And so I'm sorry, I keep getting calls. We don't have time for 20 steps to go in the bathroom and stand for 5 hours like we used to. So I like that it's simple and I like that it absorbs nicely and I like that men like it too, especially after shaving. They get a lot of the ingrown hairs and the redness. So men tend to like it just because it is a very unisex bottle.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I love your branding. Like top to bottom, love everything about your
We got to get our buddy a bottle over there, Mr. Virgo over there. I got to get him a bottle.
I know. He's got, yes.
By the way, Mr. Virgo over here has been enjoying listening to the two women talk lotions and potions. But I do want to ask a question. You mentioned the entourage effect. And, Mara Gordon talked about this as well. But you have no THC in your lotions, correct?
I have the legal amount in the serum. It's a 0.3. It's the legal amount. So it's full spectrum and it's the whole plant.
Yep. Okay. So
I think that little bit in there is crucial. I would like to do a higher level THC product once I watch more of the states come on board. And I could, to me, that would be more important, the more legal it becomes. But I would like to add a little more THC for my personal bottle, maybe. But I am wanting to go in and add more CBG because the more we're finding out about the other cannabinoids that come, CBG seems to be one that's standing out to me for inflammation. And it also seems to be, they talk about it being from the stem cell. So to me, that one seems like it's a no-brainer to add in there as well to give it an enhanced power. And that may be something that I do later on as we learn about all the different cannabinoids.
I'm just going to follow up with that. So we understand the full spectrum, 0.3%, that's hemp. Do you know what's the matter? Sorry, my director turned around and looked at me like my mic wasn't on or something. So do you know, have you experimented, and you just said, for your own products, what percent of the THC to make the CBD, CBN, CBG even more effective? Is it a 2%? Is it an 8%? Or is it just more?
Well, I'm finding that it's around 0.25 milligrams per ounce is very effective. But I have 100 milligrams in a 1 ounce bottle. So I don't know the answer to that exactly. I would have to talk to a formulator to get you an exact answer on that. But I do know that they say it's a 0.25 per ounce would give you a result that you're looking for, to give you some sort of change. But that's with the topical. I don't know if that's with a tincture or anything edible, so don't quote me on that. But as far as the beauty side of it, to get what we need is from the beauty side of it for that cell turnover, it's about a 0.25 because there is a natural form of vitamin A in there. So unlike retin-A, which is very aggressive to the skin, hemp has a natural form of vitamin A that I'm watching it speed up the cell renewal process. And that's why I think the people are getting such an amazing quick result, is because they're able to speed up the cell renewal process, similar to how a snake sheds its skin. We shed just like that. And if you're not getting all those dead skin cells off, which it's impossible to get every one of them off unless they're exfoliated properly, or some sort of vitamin A is used, or a loofah, whatever. You don't want to be too rough on your face. But I think that the vitamin A coming from that hemp has been very good for helping speed up that cell renewal process and giving that fresh look, that glow, getting that dead skin off that's burying those fine lines, turning them into deep wrinkles. So that for me is what I think is what's making it work so quickly, along with, the little bit of THC in there as well, but that vitamin A content in there
I guess.
is what I think speeding it up
And
So like
and making that good result.
a different form of vitamin A than we're used to in like the everyday products that we're using right now? Or they're different? Yeah, this is where I'm a little.
Well, like with retin A, like when you use retin A, like if you get a tube of retin A from the dermatologist, it's just extremely more aggressive.
Yeah.
And they also have a chemical component in there as well, where this is a natural form, a natural vitamin A with natural oils.
Okay.
It's not got the chemical component in there, the chemical ingredient, the high amount of acid in there, the high amount. So it's a little more gentler to our skin.
Okay.
And you're not as, with you use retin A in the summertime, it's kind of a big no-no, because it makes your skin super sensitive to the sun, where I'm finding using the serum all year long has been beneficial.
Okay.
And it doesn't make you more sensitive. If anything, it's done a protection, just like the girl who got burnt on the body, but not burnt on her face. So
do you use it over, like, is it something that you would recommend, like if someone, I mean, I have friends who are never going to stop using their retin A, their face could fry off, and it's just, some people are obsessed.
I would like to try to turn them on to a natural approach, because you can also thin that skin out a little more than you want to, also, using that aggressive product. And you can oversensitize your skin using all these acids, the glycolic, the lactic, the tartaric. All these acids over time will cause your skin to be oversensitive, and then you're going to notice you're going to be in a bigger mess. So we have a natural barrier, and we have to protect it. You can't just throw chemical on it all day long. It's not good.
Can I ask you a silly question? But like, I think it matters. The way you apply it, like, do you have any tips for people when they're applying serums or moisturizers?
Well, I like to pump the serum in the palm of my hand, because a lot of people pump it in between their fingertips, and you'll notice that the serum will seep down in between the fingertips. So then you're wasting it. So I like to put it in the palm of my hand, rub my palms together, like my hands together real quickly, and then press it onto the skin. I always smell it first too. It's a mind, body, spirit product to me. It takes me somewhere. I love it. Like you said, the oils do something to your senses.
Yeah.
And again, oils are very antiseptic, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory already on their own. And then you just add that CBD in there, and it's just been amazing. But I do like a pressing on the face. If I have an area like my bridge of my nose used to have quite a bit of pigmentation from sun, that's where you always get burn at, I would always just put a little extra on those areas. And I use it in the morning and I use it at night, and that's it. I have a lot of people who have used this for other things. And again, we can't make claims, but I have a lady who had a horrible finger issue that looked a lot like psoriasis.
I saw that.
And in 2 days of just using it, it was like amazing. So I let a lot of those pictures speak for themselves when I post anything. And I believe collecting all this data and all these photos are what's so important, because at the end of the day, when these big companies that aren't doing anything in CBD come knocking, that's what they're going to want to see. And these pictures have been just everything for me.
Yeah, no, they're amazing. And I know that they just come to you. It's not like you're out. trying to take these before and afters, people are just coming to you with some amazing results.
Yes.
Very hard to treat. Like I gave some to my niece the other day. She has eczema and it's so bad and it's around her eyes. And like, there's no way that I could be convinced that a steroid is safer than this product. I've tested it myself and it's everything it claims it is. And I feel so comfortable giving it to my kids or my niece, for especially for eczema around the eyes. It's uncomfortable and it can become a severe problem. So it's
yeah, I'd rather go for something that I knew was 100% natural any day. From my laundry detergent, as much as I can try to get it as natural as I can, from my hand soap, everything we use every day is so important. I don't think people realize how much, even going over to the sunscreen side, when I talk about sunscreen, I went with titanium and zinc, which are your natural sunscreens, versus an oxybenzone, which is a huge no-no. And they're finding out a lot of bad things about the usage of oxybenzone, not only to mention that it's fading the coral reefs in the ocean from people wearing it and then getting in the water, and then that chemical is fading these beautiful coral reefs. They've even outlawed oxybenzone sunscreen on the Hawaii beaches. So a lot of things, ingredients, people just don't realize every day everything you use. We walk out of the house, we use 20 products before we get out of the house. And it's very important to know what you're putting on your body, and it can cause thyroid issues, hormonal issues. I mean, there's just a whole thing. You come from the pharmaceutical world, that one pill might fix something, but it might cause 10 other things to happen. So
and hormones are real. That's something I've learned, and I don't think they're well addressed in the pharmaceutical industry. But the endocrine receptors, I never thought that was a real thing. But you've also educated me about the list of 10. Like, I was just naive. I really thought, well, if they're selling it at Sephora or at Nordstrom, it's got to be safe. And
not always the case.
No.
Yeah. No, they just not always the case.
Yeah. And you were also working prior to this, like with a large hotel chain. She's, Jimmy, she knows what she's doing. She's been formulating products for years, correct? Weren't you working with
I owned Facial Rejuvenation Center in Greenville, Kentucky for 10 years. So I've touched a lot of faces. And like I said, working alongside the doctor taught me so much about herbs and oils and more natural approaches, and even nutrition. I mean, I'm preaching to my mom daily about nutrition, about how it's medicine. Food is medicine. You have to look at it like it's medicine. And I'm watching so many more plant-based foods come out, which is really cool to be watching all of this. So I think I'm ready to start digging a bigger garden.
I'm not gardening, but I am going to try to.
Tempted. You're getting tempted, I'm sure.
Gardening isn't ever going to be my thing.
And I had a new mask come out, and the potency wasn't there. It was supposed to be at 250, and my mixer misformulated. And so we got all these masks filled and labeled. He had them all done, and then it came back at 30 milligrams and not 250. So I had sold the mask on pre-sale and had about 40 orders come through on pre-sale that few weeks that I had it. And I ended up having to redo the mask. And so instead of ditching the ones that came back at 30, I decided to give my clients each 10 masks a piece. So they were at 250, just not all in one jar, until I get the right formula. So I'm really big on testing to make sure that what my product has it in it. Yeah. And you know that because you sent it off yourself. And I loved that when you came back and said, yay, I'm like, yay, I'm glad.
Well, you'd be shocked. And I met some soccer moms, and I'm scared of recommending products that, that could potentially have THC. And
it's very important that you do that. It is very important. And I love that you did that.
Thank you. And I love that, like, we found each other, and I didn't know much about you, but then the next thing I know, you're gifting bags at celebrity events. And in February, that was pretty
for the party. And at the SLS Hotel, I did a little pop-up shop there. I did a few pop-ups before COVID happened. But Alyssa, what's been really what's been really good about what's going on with me is I don't do a lot of paid marketing. Everything that I've gotten so far in press has been free press, where people have literally tried my product. Steve Bloom just wrote an amazing article on me in the Guide to CBD. He used to write for High Times. He actually had a list of 700 women you need to know in cannabis, and it added me to it. So I offered to send him some products just because I thought, well, that was nice that he put me on the list.
Yeah.
And so I sent him the products, and he's like, what am I supposed to do with these? You know how men are. And I told him what to do, and I thought, well, he's not going to ever use that. Next thing I know, this month, the Complete Guide to CBD magazine came out and is on the shelves at Rite Aid and Walmart and everywhere. And my friend calls and says, did you know you're in this? And I said, no, who wrote it? And it was him. And so he actually indulged in the products and used it and loved it. So I was really happy about that. And that's how a lot of my press has happened. So it's been really organic and it just feels good.
I love that. Yeah, I love that. And Maura is very much the same. She's, it's just so authentic and honest. So very
I got
grateful
Mara a
that,
good box on. Mara's box just got shipped to her, so she's got a nice box coming. I want her to play in some potency.
She's Benjamin Button though. She's reverse aging a little bit. It's a little unfair, but yes,
She looks great. Yeah,
agreed.
It's a THC.
Maybe yes. Oh,
hi, we forgot about our friend over there. Hey.
I've been listening and we've been laughing. You two girls are having a blast. I think it was funny. We learned something. But, there's a football game on in a little while that I have to make sure I'm in front of. So I do have to end this program a little bit here. But I want to thank Mandy for making the effort. And who's your son? What's his name in the background?
You're going to die when I tell you. His name is Cushton, and we call him Cush.
I love it. Well, you tell Cush, keep smiling. He's a good kid. Alyssa, you have a birthday party to run. Go run your birthday party. You women are amazing.
Pop your popcorn.
You both are amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today here on Cannabis Chat on our Medicinal Monday show. And I thank you both for making the effort and making it happen. Alyssa, as always, a pleasure. And Mandy, nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you. I did this going down the road, so that's a first for me. So I'm so sorry I was on West Coast time.
All right.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Bye, Alyssa.
Bye.
All right. So Alyssa Merrill from Flower and Tonic. I take it that that those products are on Alyssa's website. Go to flowerandtonic.com. Check them out. Use them. Review them. And then you can send Mandy a note saying, once again, these are great products. So, speaking of products, we are done for a very long Monday here at Pro Cannabis Media. We'll be back here in studio on Wednesday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's Eastern Standard Time. And that'll be our Professor Weed Wednesdays. It's when we guarantee you will learn something about this cannabis sativa plant. So for everybody here in the PCM family, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media and the host of Cannabis Chat. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. And stay tuned for the next edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young and Rye Russell. Don't go away. Welcome back to Cannabis Chat, everybody.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News for the week ending October 9th. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to discuss the biggest stories in the cannabis industry, and this week was historic for a number of reasons, and even here in New England is where we're going to start, because Vermont has gone legal, Maine is open for business, Kamala Harris calls for decriminalization of cannabis at the federal level, and Illinois sets another monthly sales record. But once again, the big story here in New England, Yes, Kurt, you said it. The state of Ben and Jerry's, Fish and Spaceman Bill Lee, it's now almost ready to sell weed and buy it.
And as we've talked about in the previous shows, how did Vermont not have recreational weed? That would have been a great trivia question for saying they have to, right? It's Vermont. But it's good to see that the governor is actually not signing the bill, but he's going to allow it to become law. We also have Maine, 2.5 years in the waiting, ready to go, I believe, even tomorrow, starting selling rec. So I like to call it the green wave of New England is starting now.
Absolutely. And you know that there's pressure on New Hampshire because they're now surrounded by legal states.
Well, yeah, Governor Sununu is going to have to look at the tax. He may not prefer it as his constituency would vote for, but it's tax revenue. It's about money. And so that's something he's going to have to consider if he's surrounded by cannabis-friendly states that are taking that tax revenue, forget the medicinal or the recreational enjoyment value. So Sununu is on the hot seat.
Absolutely. And let's get back to the Vermont story for a second. You know, it's been a long journey for cannabis advocates like Matt Simon, the New England political director of the Marijuana Policy Project. This is the first state in the union to legalize cannabis through the legislature instead of the ballot box. I talked to Matt earlier today, and he recapped the road to legalization in the Green Mountain State.
Vermont passed a very limited medical cannabis law back in 2004. They expanded it a few years later. They added dispensaries a few years later, decriminalization in 2013. And then for the last several years, we've been trying to get cannabis to be actually legalized for adult use, have an actual regulated system, and transition the medical system, which was regulated by a law enforcement agency and still is. And that makes no sense whatsoever. Part of this new bill is that the new Cannabis Control Board will regulate all adult use and medical cannabis, and that's just huge win. A lot of work left to do to implement it, obviously, and get it up and running, but a huge step forward to see a legislature do this, to have a Republican governor not sign the bill, but allow it to become law without his signature and see a state move forward. It's terrific.
Now, I also talked with the communications director of the National Cannabis Industry Association, his name is Morgan Fox, about the significance of Vermont becoming the 11th state in the union to open up legal sales of cannabis to adults.
Well, I think that it was really important given that before Vermont passed its initial possession and home cultivation law, every single state that had passed an adult use law had done so through the voters. So it was the first state to really approach this through its legislature, even if they only took the half measure of only legalizing possession and home cultivation. And it is absolutely amazing that they've completed the circle and done what other states were, forward thinking enough to do at the outset of ending prohibition.
Fantastic. And of course, now as we look towards the November ballot box, there are a number of other states out there. What do you know? How is the initiative going in those other states?
As far as I know, all of them are polling pretty well. Anything can change on election day, and I don't know if all of them have what I consider to be the safe zone of having a 10-point lead, but they're all looking pretty good. I think the only one that's in danger is maybe Mississippi, because the legislature put a very misleading and much more heavily restricted ballot initiative on the ballot right next to the activist and patient-focused one, and the way that you fill it out is very confusing. But other than that, it looks like we're going to add at least a couple of new adult use states and hopefully another medical state come November.
The NCIA is the lobbyist group in Washington, D.C., and Morgan admitted that the last few months have been a little frustrating because of the partisan politics that has stopped the MORE Act and the Safe Banking Act from moving forward. Never a dull moment in D.C., is it, Kurt?
No, and it's really one of those things where we got asked the other day, and we're doing a piece on when will cannabis be legalized, and it's when the House and Senate become Democratic. President is actually irrelevant at this point. It's if the House stays Democratic and the Senate switches to Democratic, they have enough votes to override any presidential veto or slowdown. So really, that's the moment in time on election day you want to be looking for, not so much even the presidency, because if both houses have override, they could override Trump or Biden if he decides to slow it down.
And it will be historic no matter what happens in the next few weeks. But the most important thing, and we always talk about this, please exercise your right to vote. It would be great if the United States could actually have a record amount of voters in this election. To me, that would be a huge win for democracy. Agreed, Kurt?
It would be, but no chance with COVID. There's going to be too much fear about going to a voting booth. There'll be lines, there'll be masks, there'll be horror stories about mail-in ballots. So the theory is yes, but the reality is it won't happen this election with masks and COVID alone.
Well, I know there's already been hundreds of thousands of votes already cast. My ballot is in my house, and I will be voting next week, and I will be bringing it to town hall because I want to make sure that it gets counted correctly. In the meantime, let's go back to Washington, D.C. for the D.C. report with Phil Adams of the Vote Pro podcast crew. Phil?
I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, and this is the Weed Talk News DC report. The advocacy group, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, filed an amicus brief with the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals last week, siding with the plaintiffs in a suit against the Drug Enforcement Administration. The suit challenges the constitutionality of the DEA's Schedule I classification of cannabis. The IAVA argued that the classification is inhibiting studies that could demonstrate the therapeutic potential of cannabis in treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder, among other conditions. Such a finding, ironically, would preclude one of the criteria for Schedule I classification. The original suit was filed back in 2017 by a coalition of medical cannabis patients and activists. Several members of Congress have formally called on the U.S. Supreme Court to hear the case. No decision on that has yet been announced. U.S. Congresswoman Shelley Pingree of Maine is helping her constituents to be good cannabis customers. With the legalization of cannabis for adult use set to take effect in Maine this week, Pingree tweeted a link to a recent Portland Press Herald article about what folks should know before heading to the dispensary. Pingree urged Mainers to, quote, do your research before waiting in line. The U.S. Supreme Court has declined to hear an appeal by Colorado cannabis company Helix Technologies to dismiss a lawsuit against them. The suit alleges that Helix failed to pay certain employees the overtime they were owed. Helix argued unsuccessfully in the lower court that because cannabis is outlawed under federal law, employees are not protected under the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act. The lower court refused to dismiss the suit, ruling that the FLSA protection has nothing to do with the Controlled Substances Act. After an unsuccessful appeal to the 10th Circuit Court to have the suit dismissed, Helix took it up with the Supreme Court. The High Court's decision not to hear the case means the original ruling stands and the suit can move forward. That's this week's Weed Talk News DC report from the nation's capital. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
While the word cannabis was not mentioned during the presidential debate, it did come up in the vice presidential debate. Kamala Harris waved the Democratic platform, a promise of federal decriminalization, and VP Mike Pence, well, he attacked her and her record as Attorney General of California from 10 years ago. Now, Kurt, a lot has changed on the green wave over the past 10 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've talked about this. We've written about it at cannabis.net. Do you look at someone's history of their interpretation of drug laws and how harsh they came down on them? Or have they been educated, as Gene Simmons would say, about cannabis, and now they feel there's some, expungement, decriminalization? I still think that's kissing your sister. It's not good enough. But I have a feeling they're just kind of doing this before election in order to not turn off maybe moderate voters who aren't so pro-pot as we are. And then after the election, you're certainly going to see decriminalization, if not, like we just said, with the two houses, full legalization.
So I'm going to ask you, I know you were in the room with me when I interviewed Steve D'Angelo in CanX at Jamaica last September. And I remembered asking him, what happens if in October 2020, the President of the United States, Mr. Trump, decides to pick up the phone and call the DOJ and deschedule cannabis? Would that sway the election? I know it might sway a few voters, including Steve.
It's funny, there's an article going around this week that kind of hints at that. That says a prominent attorney who feels that could be the case. I think it's too little too late. I think there's too much water under the bridge. If this is a close election, 2 to 3 points, it could be enough. But basically you're saying you'll take President Trump for another 4 years just on that small issue swing. If that's how small you're deciding between these two candidates, I don't think that margin is that big for most people. And they're going to vote for Biden anyway if they want legalization of cannabis.
There you go. Another month and another sales record for the state of Illinois. In August, they surpassed 95 million in sales. And now in September, those sales numbers are at 99 million plus for the month. The total since adult use started in the state of Lincoln, over $431 million. Kurt, Chicago, obviously a good place to go visit. And needless to say, you can now buy adult use weed there, and a lot of people are.
Yeah, and we talked about this. Here's an example of Governor Pritzker doing a great job at rolling it out and creating the tax revenue they desperately need, compared to, say, how Governor Baker did it here in Mass. And two, the gray and black market in the Midwest must be booming. You've created a central hub at a Midwestern city through the Plain States where you have Oklahoma with all those dispensaries. So that's 99 million is just on the legal market. I can tell you right now, it's a lot bigger than that. Total sales of cannabis, if you include all markets.
That would be the ones that would be illegal at this point,
right.
But they're certainly out there and they are thriving. Now, Illinois' next door state neighbor, Ohio, had a little issue with some edibles. Encore edible chocolates were recalled after heavy metals were found in 8 dispensaries between August 17th and October 1st. How these medicinal products made it to the shelves is the question that labs are now facing in Ohio. And Kurt, that's the whole point of the legal market, is to get every product tested that's in a dispensary, right?
Yeah, there's going to be growing pains, and obviously this is a pretty serious one. Lab testing, we've had it here in Massachusetts where labs have used cleaning material on their instruments that caused contamination, supposedly, of the cannabis too. So I think in the short run, it's going to hurt the reputation, but in the long run, if consumers know that this is being watched and monitored so tightly, they're going to feel more comfortable once they get over this hurdle, knowing these things are being checked for, and when they find them, they pull them back.
And next up is the sad story of the fires that continue to wreak havoc on the cannabis industry in California and Oregon. Canyon Cannabis was destroyed on September 8th in Gates, Oregon. The owner, Thorin Thacker, has poured his life savings into that business, and he couldn't get insurance. Always a challenge in the cannabis industry. We're building a group of experts in the cannabis industry, and Bill Perrier of Charles River Insurance Brokers explains the challenges and how his group can help.
You know, crop coverage is available. It can be expensive. But he also thinks it has high deductibles. In farming, folks, a lot of times we're run on very small margins. They're kind of like grocery stores. The farms run, they worry about the weather, just in general, the crop. So because it can be high priced, it can be high deductibles. Some people will roll the dice and not get it. The other interesting thing about fire coverage, it's not necessarily the fire. It's the ash and the chemicals from the fire spray that might be 10 miles away, 20 miles away, the ash and the smoke that gets onto the product, and then the product is useless. The other real serious thing is sometimes the town will make you evacuate the property. They'll say the fire's coming, you got to get out, and then you can't get back to the property to water the crops. So simply by not watering them, you lose it.
And Jimmy, I know you know this week there's more COVID carnage in the MJ BizCon world. As your favorite Las Vegas Expo and mine, MJ BizCon, will not be taking place in the Las Vegas Convention Center this year, but it will be all virtual and extended over a few weeks. Obviously, our friend Chris Walsh, who runs MJ Biz, it's going to be disappointing. Obviously, he's a really sharp thinker. He planned ahead. He thought this could happen. And he has alternative plans, but certainly a disappointment that you and I won't be going to Vegas this year. Do you agree?
Oh, no, it was a great time, Kurt. And again, you kind of gave me my virgin voyage to Vegas when it came to weed. So that was a lot of fun for sure. And I met some great people. It turns out that the CEO of MJ BizCon, Chris Walsh, will be joining the Pro Cannabis Media live stream at 5 o'clock Eastern Time on our twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media channel. Remember the days, Kurt, when it was channel 4, 5, and 7 in Massachusetts?
And you had to go to 56 and 38 to watch the Godzilla movies or the Red Sox.
There you go. And now it's time for the Canadian Cannabis Report with Solomon Israel from MJ Biz Daily International. Solomon?
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily International, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Top executives at Aurora Cannabis got millions of dollars worth of bonuses and raises for the company's last fiscal year, regulatory filings show. That's despite the fact that Aurora lost more than 3 billion Canadian dollars that year. Aurora founder and former CEO Terry Booth was awarded compensation worth nearly 5 million Canadian dollars. In New Brunswick, government-owned marijuana monopoly Cannabis NB posted a quarterly profit of 3.3 million Canadian dollars. The retailer sold more than $20 million worth of marijuana through its 20 stores during the quarter, but a government review of whether or not to sell off the retailer to the private sector is continuing after a provincial election last month. And Canadian cannabis cultivator Afria has made its first shipment of medical marijuana from Canada to Germany. Afria told Marijuana Business Daily the products should be available through German pharmacies in the near future. Germany was the top export destination for Canadian medical cannabis last year. You can read those stories and more at mjbizdaily.com. I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily.
Did you know that the U.S. cannabis industry already employs over 250,000 people? And that number reflects the ones who actually touch the plant, not the ancillary jobs that are also part of that industry. These facts and more are available in the MJ Biz Fact Book, available on the MJ Biz Daily site or at mjbizfactbook.com. Finally tonight, the music world lost a legend this past week with the passing of rock guitarist Eddie Van Halen. And sure enough, there's another music legend that is getting into the cannabis business. His name is Carlos Santana. Pretty good guitarist in his own right. It's called Marvaro by Santana, and that means my ray, as opposed to my way. He'll have flowers and pre-rolls, and his Left Coast Ventures group is working with the family of Bob Marley and Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead, who also has a celebrity brand he calls Mind Your Head. So, Kurt, musicians and weed really have always gone together, haven't they?
Absolutely. In the end, though, customers will decide which products, give them the value and the enjoyment. So I like the fact that musicians are using their natural influence with the crowds they have to promote their product. But I don't think you're going to see, 15 of these musicians surviving in the end. There'll be a few, but it better be a good product.
That's what it's all about, is the quality of the product, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the price. But I hope, there's different niches each musician will have, whether you're a Deadhead or a fan of Santana, or even obviously Snoop with his Leafs, and they've been successful. Again, it's marketing. You have a good product and people want to associate with it, including your fans.
Well, we want you, the viewer, to associate with us. Please subscribe, like, and share, and that'll do it for another week of Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton with Cannabis.net.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston. One on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. Hi, Hi, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today we are joined by the New England Political Director of the Marijuana Policy Project. His name is Matt Simon. And believe it or not, I'm in the Boston area and he's in New Hampshire and Manchester. So, Matt, thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure to be here, Jimmy. Thanks so much for having me.
And of course, it's actually a pretty big day because congratulations are in order because Vermont did something yesterday that no other state has been able to do, which is actually legalize adult use recreational cannabis and introduce a medical program through their legislature. Matt, I know you were involved with that. Take me through the process, would you?
Sure. So the Marijuana Policy Project's been involved in Vermont for more than 15 years. I've personally been involved since they hired me in December of 2011. So almost a decade personally trying to work in a state where, unlike Massachusetts and a lot of other states, you can't put it on the ballot and have voters vote on it. Everything we do in Vermont, just like half of the US states, has to go through the legislative process. So Vermont passed a very limited medical cannabis law back in 2004. They expanded it a few years later. They added dispensaries a few years later, decriminalization in 2013. And then for the last several years, we've been trying to get cannabis to be actually legalized for adult use, have an actual regulated system, and transition the medical system, which was regulated by a law enforcement agency and still is. And that makes no sense whatsoever. Part of this new bill is that the new Cannabis Control Board will regulate all adult use and medical cannabis, and that's just huge win. A lot of work left to do to implement it, obviously, and get it up and running, but a huge step forward to see a legislature do this, to have a Republican governor not sign the bill, but allow it to become law without his signature and see a state move forward. It's terrific.
Was that frustrating at all, waiting for Governor Phil Scott to actually either sign it, or you kind of knew at that point that it was going to go through? But that's a symbolic thing, I guess, because he's got that little R after his name, huh?
Yeah, it was really in doubt until the very last minute. Anybody who told you they knew what was going to happen was either the governor's best friend or lying to you. It was very much in doubt. And I think it was a difficult decision for his office. He has some very concerns that he's stated repeatedly over the years, but he saw that the legislature had tried to compromise and had done a lot of what he was worried about. So the benefits of moving forward, ending prohibition, transitioning to a sensibly regulated system, I think he sees the wisdom in that, even though he's very much supported by police chiefs and a lot of conservative type folks. So not an easy thing for him to do, but he would have, it's very popular in the state of Vermont. So he would have made people angry either way. And in this case, he went the right direction.
Yeah, and it's amazing to me, in the state that gave us Ben and Jerry's fish, the spaceman Bill Lee is a native of Vermont, that you still had to go through the political process. And then on the other side, I actually am happy to hear that the political process actually worked in Vermont. And, you know, our democracy has taken quite a hit, at least at the federal level, over the last few years. I don't want to get into the politics of it, but let's strictly about democracy. The people in Vermont voiced their opinions to their representatives, and their representatives got the job done. As an American, that makes me feel really good. How about you?
Absolutely. This is an issue, I think, more than any other in all the states where I work, but certainly in New England. It's more bipartisan than anything else. People realize that cannabis prohibition is a failure, whether you're liberal, conservative, libertarian. You really have to be an authoritarian to love cannabis prohibition, because it doesn't protect public health and safety. It doesn't achieve any of its stated goals. It only makes things worse for people. So getting policymakers together in a room, forgetting the tribal political stuff, focusing on what is actually happening in Vermont. How many people are using cannabis? Where are they getting it? What kind of a system do we have? What works and what doesn't? And that's really it's been remarkable to see Vermont legislators for many years. It started with a study committee back in 2015, and then there was a study commission. Every off-season they've been trying to understand what's really happening in Colorado and Washington, what's really happening in states that have legalized, let's separate fact from fiction and make good policy for our state. So that is a trend that other state legislatures should certainly be tuned into, and hopefully this is just the first of many dominoes.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I know was part of this bill was the expungement of past cannabis possession crimes and people's records. And I know that was actually something I believe that the governor was adamant about adding. Am I right or wrong on that?
It's actually a separate bill that passed and was signed by the governor, and it's something it's a concurrent issue. It was a strategic decision to have it be two different bills in case one or the other failed. We wanted to make sure that at least expungement happened. But he did sign the expungement bill, and that is a big deal. The state will actually have to spend money and time to eliminate all these past misdemeanor offenses, but they decided it was worth doing in the interest of justice. So big step forward there.
And one of the interesting developments in my own personal education about the plant is the fact that I read Bruce Barcott's book, Weed the People, and he explained that what changed his mind about this plant was hanging out with one of his friends who worked for the ACLU, and how it was explained to him that this really was not a drug issue anymore. It truly was a civil rights issue. Do you concur with that?
I think it's more fundamentally a civil rights issue. It's important to understand the differences between various drugs and their harmfulness, but when it comes down to it, prohibition only makes cannabis more harmful by pushing it into an unregulated market. And we're trying to minimize the harms associated with cannabis, and that's best achieved through a regulated system. So it should be the best system for people who happen to love cannabis, but it should be the best system for everybody, whether you love cannabis, hate cannabis, or don't care at all about cannabis, frankly.
Absolutely. And here's another thing about Vermont, and this one I'll be honest with you, I didn't look into this too hard, but in Massachusetts, they are allowing you to home grow the plant. Where does home grow live in Vermont? And, there's a lot of room out there to grow it at home in Vermont. Is that part of this bill or not?
It's not part of this bill because it's already legal.
Good.
We won that battle 2 years ago.
Good.
Governor Scott did sign that bill in 2018. So before we were able to get consensus around the idea of a regulated market, we were able to build consensus in Vermont, a very rural state that values civil liberties. We were able to build that consensus to allow adults the freedom to grow a few plants for themselves and possess cannabis. So that's been for 2 years the status quo. But the reality is most Vermonters don't want to grow their own cannabis. Many do, but many don't. And so we see the Massachusetts stores in northwestern Massachusetts have Vermont license plates all through the parking lots. People really do want to buy this product in stores and have the freedom to grow at home.
So how much pressure is on New Hampshire now? Because they're surrounded. They've got Vermont, they've got Maine, and they've got Massachusetts. Do you expect New Hampshire to be the next? And that's where you live, right?
Right. I've been working in New Hampshire for 14 years on this issue. I've watched this lag behind the entire rest of the region. And I've jokingly said that when there are stores all around New Hampshire on all three borders, then maybe then our politicians will see the light. And I was joking, but here we are. I think there are 7 or 8 stores within 15 miles of the southern border in Massachusetts. Retail stores are opening in Maine on Friday. I don't think there are any right on our border, but there will be. And then this bill in Vermont is going to lead to stores popping up along the New Hampshire border. So ironically, people from the rest of New England drive to New Hampshire to buy their cheap booze from the state monopoly liquor stores.
That's right.
But granted, staters are spending their money already in Massachusetts, paying taxes in Massachusetts. So we're going to get there at some point, but our governor, Chris Sununu, is not supportive. So it may require getting 2/3 in both chambers and overriding his veto, or somehow convincing him to evolve.
Well, I have a dear friend named Tim Egan, who's a representative in New Hampshire. I guess you know, I'm sure you do. And he and I have talked about this very issue in this very studio, I want to say maybe 5 months ago. And he brought up that point, the fact that, New Hampshire is going to be surrounded by legal states. How much resistance are you getting in that state? And do you think you have potential, even with a governor like Sununu in place right now?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of factors working in our favor. We have this huge House of Representatives, 400 members. They make $100 a year. And they've been passing legalization bills for years. The House is very democratic, with the small d democratic. The voice of the people is heard in the New Hampshire House. And then you go to the Senate, where it's only 24 members. And they also only make $100 a year, but they take themselves rather more seriously. And they tend to form close relationships with, for example, the Police Chiefs Association and other established groups, and they're much more squeamish politically about doing anything that seems controversial. So the Senate's been a tough nut to crack. It was a tough nut to crack on medical. It was a tough nut to crack on decrim, and it's going to be tough. But
Gives you something to do every day.
2021 good year, I don't know. We'll know better after the election. And there are a number. And the other thing about New Hampshire is, with so many small districts and 100 votes easily shifts a state Senate seat. There were two state Senate seats that were 100 votes or so 2 years ago. And we'll see who gets elected on November before I can tell you whether we can count enough votes to win.
Well, obviously, I live in Massachusetts, and I am a product of a Massachusetts family, a native and all that. So needless to say, I tend to lean on one side. And I've been supportive of cannabis legislation and legalization for many, many years, although I will admit, I'm meeting plenty of advocates who have been working in the trenches like yourself for years and years. And I admit, I'm a little late to the party. I want, and by the way, I'm still trying to prove myself to advocates too, that I'm actually one of the good guys on that side. But I do know that the stigma still is out there. And you've mentioned law enforcement a couple of times. One of the things that I've been encouraged by is that in some of these legal states, the law enforcement community is actually supporting the change because of all the millions of dollars that goes into actually bringing in someone who has broken a possession law or something like that. And I just wonder, have we reached that point? And I guess again, we're going to find out in a couple of weeks, right?
Right. Well, I think there's been a big shift in public opinion on cannabis, both population-wide and I think within the law enforcement community as well. So a few years ago, Pew Research did a very detailed nationwide study of law enforcement attitudes, and they found that 2/3 of police officers nationally support medical cannabis,
Right.
and 1/3 support adult use legalization. I think it was in 2017. Those numbers are probably quite a bit higher now, and it matches my experience. When I talk to rank and file police officers, good cops who want to protect public safety, want to catch criminals, they do not want to bust people for cannabis. That's not what they got into this to do. And it's really the police chiefs, some of the police chiefs associations, some of the police unions that have other interests. And, they fought us on medical cannabis, they fought us on decrim, they fought us on taxing and regulating, they fought us on every aspect of it. And in many cases, after it passes, they become okay with it. So often the task is convincing legislators, look, they're very against it right now in this moment, but if you do pass the bill, it becomes law, and then it's their job to enforce the law, and they'll get over it.
Right. That's a
They
great.
really will.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. And you talk about the convincing process. To me, the science and research now that's been out there certainly offsets most of the taboos and most of the arguments by the prohibitionists. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the process of convincing those who still have not been enlightened about why God put this plant on the earth and how many thousands of years it's been used medicinally. So what is that process like for you? I mean, are you holding seminars, webinars, you sending out emails and talking to people on an almost regular basis? Is that the process?
Yeah, it's kind of an all of the above sort of approach, but for example, in a state like Vermont, it's usually tied to a legislative goal. So for many years, medical cannabis was the legislative goal, and we organized patients. We tried to talk to every medical professional we could. We tried to get credible people to come forward and tell their stories and change the narrative, and it worked over time. with decrim, it's an emphasis on the harms of prohibition and wrecking somebody's life for using a substance that is objectively much less harmful than alcohol, and there's no justification for it. And now today, we're talking about adult use legalization. It's the same sort of process. There are a million objections that our opponents throw out there. They've got their own talking points. They've got their own studies. And, you know, we have to be able to respond to all of it. We have to be able to educate all of our allies and all of our legislative allies so that they understand the issue well enough to go to a town hall and get grilled by a prohibitionist and be able to confidently answer those questions. And that's what it really takes before legislators are comfortable voting for something. They have to feel like they've got a grasp on it and that, you know, somebody's going to yell at them. I mean, the war on drugs is deeply ingrained in our society. It was considered back in the 80s, if you're a moral person, you definitely support the war on drugs. Now, that wasn't really moral, but that was the sense, that was the idea, right? It was the moral majority, and, you know, drugs are bad. If you're for legalization, you're a bad person. And there are people who still think that way. We have to change that. It's one step at a time, one meeting at a time. Presentations to groups like Rotary clubs have been, I think, helpful. You know, a lot of older people, business owners, people who are leaders in their communities, people who might have a problem with this, and just trying to get that message in front of as many people as possible. But this is about smarter public policy. This is about recognizing that what we've been doing has been very harmful and trying to do better in the future.
Absolutely. And one of the things I talked to your old friend Morgan Fox about a little bit was the fact that it's amazing to me that we've got this division at the federal level is so bipartisan, is so partisan, right? We've got the Republicans and the Democrats. And the fact that the Republicans do such a great job of counting how many times the word cannabis is in the last COVID relief bills that keep coming to them. And they say, and it's in there more than jobs. And I'm like, wait a second. The whole point of the cannabis industry is to increase jobs, employ people through education. And it just does not compute.
And it doesn't compute for a lot of Republicans either. You look at the polls, the majority of Republicans now nationwide support legalization. So maybe I'm fortunate to be working in Vermont and New Hampshire, which are two states where we've really had Republican champions on this issue, who have been willing to step up and be for it. And it's just very disappointing to see the national GOP continue to double down on prohibition when there are so many examples of Republican politicians who have been courageous on this issue and have experienced no negative, impacts from it whatsoever. They're doing the right thing. They're recognized for it. Senator Joe Benning in Vermont, no way this actually would have gotten past Governor Phil Scott without some really key Republicans being strong voices on the issue. So.
Well, it's a whole new day. I use this line whenever I close my podcast, and I really do believe in this line, that it truly is a whole new world of weed out there. And I preach responsible use of it, and we lead with education. And I know, as you're nodding your head, I can totally see you agree with that. And it's people like you who have been doing this for so many years. That's why I salute you. I congratulate you. I admire and respect the work that you've done. So first of all, thank you so much for joining me today. And please, anytime you need someone to come up to the state of New Hampshire and tell their own personal story, I am more than willing to do that at any time. And in fact, my story, just so you know, is available online on our website because I've told it many, many times. So Matt Simon, again, congratulations on the great job you guys did in Vermont. And you are welcome in my studio anytime. And again, anything I can do to help the cause, please do not be afraid to ask.
Awesome, Jimmy. Thanks so much for having me.
You bet. And remember, it is a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next time.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Our program is People in Jazz, and today our man in jazz is Wes Montgomery.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
So, you want to get in the cannabis industry? Well, imagine you've procured a location in Massachusetts and a cherished host community agreement for a dispensary in the Bay State. Now, you've applied for your license and they need a certificate of insurance, but no one wants to insure your company. Where do you go? Well, more and more insurers are finding their way into the cannabis business through Charles River Insurance. And Bill Perrier and Jerry Kennedy sit down with me, Jimmy Young, on In the Weeds next. This podcast is supported by Revolutionary Clinics in 3 locations now in Massachusetts, 2 in Cambridge, 1 in Fresh Pond, and 1 on Mass Ave in Central Square, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. This podcast, of course, is available on our social media channels on YouTube and on Facebook, as well as all of your favorite podcasting networks. That would be your iTunes, your Spotify, etc., etc. Now, joining me in studio are 2 gentlemen from the Charles River Insurance Group, Jerry Kennedy and Bill Perrier. Bill and Jerry, thank you so much for coming into our office studio here at Pro Cannabis Media.
Thanks for having us. Thank you very much.
I've also enjoyed your banter already, and I know this is going to be a fun interview, but the first question is kind of serious. Jerry, we're going to ask you, how did you get into the cannabis insurance world?
Well, we had worked with a gentleman out of Nashville, very good friend of mine, Kramer Hendricks. He had a vision to start a group called Safer, and he had a passion for it because it's fixing a lot of problems, and what we clearly saw was a critical path, not only to provide insurance, but also to provide possible solutions, because the data that's coming out of the cannabis industry goes far beyond what we do for insurance. Part of our passion that came from that with Kramer, we had kind of hooked up and chatted about where we saw cannabis was going. He didn't realize I had had a head injury, and the use of the CBD products, which came from the hemp-based products, actually had been presenting as an opportunity to get over TBI, PTSD issues that come with a severe head injury. And all my good friends here in Boston said I should have hit my head sooner because they like me a lot more now, so that's another matter.
That's why they're good friends.
Yeah, that's right. So we went down this path, and we, a couple of years ago, met in Cincinnati, and it's kind of wearing our Cincinnati gear today.
That's your Miami Redhawks gear.
Yeah, got my gear.
Where you fly into Cincinnati and then drive to Oxford, Ohio. And if anybody's never been to Oxford, Ohio, don't.
Unless you like corn.
You're at the Miami University
Unless you like corn.
That's right.
So,
unless you're a corn guy.
So we met in Cincinnati, and we really strategized a process. And we actually came back here to Boston, and we started interviewing some of our own clients. The unique thing about cannabis is that there is such an innovative group of people because there was no baseline for the business. Nobody had the magic sauce. Right. So you had plumbers, you had insurance people, you had doctors, you had all these people become an amalgam, people going to get a license. But one of the holes in the donut was able to access insurance, because without insurance, which is the DNA of business,
right,
without it you don't open your doors.
Right.
So we decided to do this, and we started with a very, very basic program, and now we're one of the premier programs globally. So we represent that program here in New England. There are very few people that do it. There are other carriers out there, but we, as we like to say, party with a purpose. So,
saying a party with a purpose, is that trademarked?
It will be.
It will be by 3 o'clock today.
I freaking love that. Okay, I love that. And since Bill's the one who actually made the contact, what have you found to be the biggest challenge in the cannabis insurance space?
Sure, letting people know that it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. Far from it. It's not the gold rush of the old days. It takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of ups and downs, and a lot of money. A lot of money to get involved.
Just to get started.
Just to even dip your foot in the pond or in the lake. Just to, So that's right. Then the second part of that is educating people, because I get calls all the time when people say they're Mr. Smith, Mrs. Jones, from wherever, and they want a quote. Just give me a quote. And you just start cracking up and falling off your chair, because that's not how insurance, maybe if you have a French fry cart somewhere, yeah, maybe I could do that, but you don't sell insurance like that. And we don't sell insurance, by the way. We do risk transfer and risk mitigation. We don't really sell insurance policies.
Gotcha.
Risk transfer, risk mitigation.
Right, and that's why I talked to you about the National Cannabis Risk Management Association, because Rocco Petrilli is the chairman of the board there. He's a good friend of ours, and we definitely would like to introduce you guys to
they're a very well-known organization. We have a lot of appreciation for them.
There you go. Well, Rocco has not been to this side of the studio. He's been to the other one, which was the original In the Weeds studio across the hall. You do not need to know about that. But
All right. We'll take your word for it.
Let's get into more topics about. You mentioned underlying anything having to do with cannabis is the stigma involved with this particular natural plant. You know, biggest battle you have, I'm guessing.
It is, and we're seeing it more now from the people that service the industry. You know, the guys that go and do the HVAC, the electricians, the sprinkler systems. Maybe they're a neighborhood type vendor, and someone says, "Oh, you're working with the cannabis guy? I don't know if I want you working on my house anymore." When it's just an honest living, there's nothing illegal about it, nothing wrong, and that's kind of sad, actually.
Right. And what's sad, and I'm going to throw this out there, is no one is funding or producing a public service campaign on behalf of the industry. Any news you get in media about cannabis is negative, mistakes, this happened, that happened, they didn't do this, they didn't do that, as opposed to, do you know how many people I've met that have said cannabis has saved my life or cannabis has changed my life?
Many.
I mean, you guys meet them, right?
Every day.
We do.
Every day.
Isn't it, again, you can hear some frustration because I have a passion for this, and it's something that I've been waving the flag for as soon as I got my medical card, because I wanted to get information. I wanted to learn more about the plant, you know, and finding out that there are other ways to titrate, there are other ways to partake other than just rolling up a joint and smoking the joint. You can do tinctures, and you can do edibles, and I actually have some CBD medic stuff on me, you know, Rob Gronkowski's guide. You know, I'd like to throw in as many plugs as I possibly can on my show.
If I can capture what you said a little bit here,
please
you know, with the endocannabinoid system in our body, there's 20 points, 20,000 points in the body that has receptors. We firmly believe data has mass, and the data hasn't even been contrived yet. We're in the actuary business. This is what we do. We gather data. Remember I said party with a purpose? It's a little funny, but it actually has some merit.
Right.
So what happens is we're trying to do this right now by the aggregation of our data business. We're trying to get the information. We're so busy actually pulling people together who have ideas and execution skills that they would have never have met had they not gone through our program. There is no way they're going to meet, because we're in a very unique spot. We're literally meeting everybody. I don't have to go to a trade show to meet everybody, because I'm meeting 365 days a year with guys like Bill. You know, I've got Michael Denal. I've got other people back at the office, and we got offices all over New England. But the data is the game.
Right.
And that's the part that I probably had the most pride in when I got involved. It was eye-opening. We have major medical institutions actually doing this. They're on their own. Harvard just opened up the book on CBD. It's getting there, but I think we're still at the ground floor.
And Massachusetts has really done, and I'm on record of saying this, a really great job of retarding the growth of the industry. Okay? How's that for a spin on it, words, right? Because Governor Baker made it very clear to everybody, this isn't going to just be, you know, sign up and get a license. It's going to take time. And again, you need $1 million almost to get the damn thing started, right?
More than that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, that's why Caroline's from Uxbridge is such a great story. Do you know about Caroline?
They're our client.
They're our client.
Going out on and she is such a great story too.
Right.
So I know you want to say something.
I want to say something about the local governments. We're running into this a lot, where we're meeting young entrepreneurs that are dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, going through the system, and then they go to present to get some sort of licensing, or provisional, or an HCA, host community agreement. And we hear things like, believe it or not, oh, I know it's been a month, but our lawyer never got around to reading it. Can you come back in 2 months? And this guy's got mouths to feed and people to employ and everything else. And it's, they don't really have any, they're not empowered to say, well, you know, no, I need it today.
Right.
We're seeing this all over the place. So it's something that needs to be addressed.
There are people like that, but to defend some of these great cities and towns, they actually have been proactive. We go to the meetings.
Right.
We meet the mayors, and they ask us questions, because to tell you, they don't know what they don't know yet. The really good cities and towns, Fitchburg's done a great job. We've got
Rev Clinics has their
Fitchburg, Uxbridge has done a great job.
Yeah.
Even Holliston, they've been receptive. And what happens is there are a lot of people that are probably more open-minded to this thing. And what's happening, and I think those cities and towns that really knew the old legacy, the entrepreneurial edge of the towns, and if you look at them, a lot of the old mill towns, Holyoke, Brockton,
Right.
Fitchburg, Lawrence.
Right.
Well, Lawrence has a major drug issue, and that might be the reputational risk, but the data is absolutely critical to get to these people. So maybe there is a way out of the opioid crisis. I do believe that, by the way.
That cannabis is an
absolutely.
I'm with you on that, because you've gone through pain
Yes.
management.
Yes.
And I too have dealt with pain my whole life. I swear I used to be an athlete. Long time ago, though, guys. You know, this is what happens when you get older. You have a lot of experience.
So you chase parked cars too? I did.
I parked the cars, okay? I parked the cars. I did ball game parking back in the day when my family's business, M. Brown Office Furniture, was around on Brookline Ave.
I used to sleep in cars. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On purpose? Was that on purpose? There's certain things on purpose you can do in a car.
No, by myself. It depends what happened earlier in the night.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Where you talk about data, you know, is there a specific type of data that is so valuable? Because everybody on the back end, you know, they talk about how media delivers eyeballs, reach and frequency, and all this stuff, right? That's the audience. That's the product of media, and everything's based on the cost per thousand. But it isn't so much getting the messages in front of people anymore. It's finding out who those people are on the back end. Is that the same kind of thing?
All right, let's just talk about use cases. All right, that's the unknown. So why do you use the product? There's no aggregation. There's no sense of preclinical trial that's been set up in the industry, which needs to be done. There are a lot of great people out there who are data-centric. I know several. I could be all day just on that subject matter. So what ends up happening is now they're grabbing the data and they're trying to grab it with a purpose. But the one thing they're doing in this industry better than anyone, including the big name brands, media companies, we'll leave them out. But if they get the data on a bilateral basis, they're putting QR codes on the vials and the bottles, the tinctures, the cans, the edibles. They're there. Right. Well, that's where the SDS sheets reside. But what happens is now, because of the QR codes are on there, they're informing the client. But what they're trying to do is create a bilateral relationship, because it is a very, very parochial class of client, because it's very personal when you buy these things. You're not feeling good. You want to get better.
Right.
So what they're doing, and I've seen this already across the country, is where they're taking that data and they're creating a bilateral relationship through just a simple text act. Okay, I see you just hit our QR code, and now wait a minute, why are you using it? Well, that's setting for a clinical trial. Are you using for Lyme disease? Are you using it for pain management, anxiety? We could go out all the day.
But epilepsy too.
Epilepsy, and that's hit that with the benchmark.
Right.
So with the advent, if the media could catch up, even the FDA itself is starting to catch on.
Right.
They know that they're going to let this CBD thing, the hemp-based product, play out. Then the corollaries that come out of this, because data has mass, it changes outcomes. And we're there. And I'm telling you right now, this company is completely committed. Charles River is all about that. So when we interact with the client, we're going through an interview. We're not going through an insurance application. That interview tells us, and then we go back and we work with the client, not day one and day 365, because that's how the industry's always worked. You see them in new and renewal, you never see the guy in between. We're with you every day. We're inside your P&L. We're trying to help you get better, because we're talking to the guy over there. This is the most unique business. It's almost like the software business, where right when it started, the time in 1975 when Steve Jobs was still working in the garage.
Right.
If the media does not understand this, they're missing out completely on one of the greatest things ever been happening.
Hence the reason why I started my podcast.
Roger that.
You know, because I'm like, I want to meet guys like you, and the doctors and the nurses and the patients and the veterans who rave about getting off the opioids. I'm sure you know Stephen Mandilli. He's the selectman in Experts. He's a great story.
Great guy. But you mentioned the veterans.
Right.
You know, my son's in.
Yep.
They can't use the stuff, you know, because they have to pee in a cup.
They can't even use CBD.
I know that.
Right. Yeah.
So, but again, in order to facilitate, you know, the next greatest generation, which, you know, could be ahead of us,
right,
let's do something about this. So you got the millennials who are out there who are actually more in tune with what's going on with regard to what I would call, you know, history. See, we had the Native Americans here. They already knew this stuff. We kind of screwed it up over the last 400 years. By the way, this year's the 400th year since the first connection to the natives.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Plymouth Rock and all
1620. That is correct.
That's right.
So isn't it a bit ironic here in Massachusetts when we have Massasoit on our state flag, And we're bringing back a 10,000-year history with a product called hemp. They already knew about this. We're relearning it.
Don't you think that the Native Americans greeted those guys on that Mayflower with a peace pipe?
No, I think they.
I hope they did.
I think they probably had the same shock that they had. They were shocking out, who are these guys?
Right.
You know,
where'd they come from?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm very close with some of the native tribes here in Massachusetts, and believe me, they're here.
Yeah.
They're very ingrained in this.
Good.
And
because if there is a time to give back to those who have been most impacted on the war on drugs that failed, this is the time. And the Native Americans and anybody of color certainly has been vilified and picked on, and you know it's. I feel so bad.
I think the better word is indigenous.
Yeah,
they were here before us.
They were. Oh God, the natives. Oh my God, Native Americans, absolutely.
I don't mean to get heady on you. I had a conversation.
You can get heady.
I had a conversation.
It's going to go over my heady, but
no, it won't. No, it won't. If you look at who was here when the first contact was made, okay, and then unfortunately, you know, there was a viral issue where they didn't have the immune system to do it. So we literally changed the order of the way the world could have gone by all these people. Not by there's a lot of bad things that happened, but the human condition and immune systems took these people out. We never got the chance to ask them, and what we never did is get the chance. We never took the courtesy to ask them. Slow down, everybody. It's the 400th year. It's an anniversary of really not getting it right. Maybe you just want to shut up and listen. But cannabis is a gateway, and if you look at any cannabinoid or any, there's so much data that's in that plant.
Right.
And the government.
They're just scratching the surface now.
Not even close.
Right. Thank God for Israel, by the way, because they kind of led the way in the science and research on this.
And they're leading the way in coronavirus, just so you know.
Oh,
long story. We'll get
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
Absolutely, please do, because you know this is the Jerry Kennedy show at this point.
No, hey, he's the man. He's the man.
I understand.
No, I want to say just touch on one thing you had mentioned. We go meet people. It is an interview.
Yeah.
When we travel, we don't do phone work, video conferencing. Those things are great, but we go to the place. We meet in restaurants, people's houses, everywhere. But we want to let people know that we're getting into a relationship. And again, it's not that 1 in 365 thing that Jerry mentioned. We're getting into a relationship. But when people start saying, well, I don't think I'm going to call somebody else because they have a lower priced product, and we just have to say, I guess this isn't for you. Because you really can't put a dollar, I mean, you can and you can't put a dollar figure on it. And they really need to be almost handheld. Some of the younger entrepreneurs, I'm not going to paint everybody with the same brush, but some of the younger folks really need to be handheld, and like we're not billable hours. We really go hands-on with these guys. I want to make sure people know that they're thinking of getting in the game, and before they pick up the phone or email somebody, that we're the guys really to at least start with.
And makes sense, because everybody needs a certificate of insurance just to kind of register their business.
Yeah.
Unless you do it kind of under the table, which is. We're just trying to figure it out as we go along here at Pro Cannabis Media.
Absolutely.
I'm talking to as many people as I possibly can and learning along the way. Should we explain why you're wearing the Miami Redhawks stuff? I mean, I think we have to explain that. Exactly how much tuition did you drop in Oxford, Ohio?
All of it.
By the way, a great school, and everybody that comes out of there loved it.
Yeah, agreed. My son went there. He is a veteran. He's in the Air Force, courtesy of that school, ROTC program. I happen to have the gear on today. The irony being is you had family there as well, it made for a good start of the interview.
That's right. But I was going to say, I actually have a Miami.
And we went to the same graduation.
Oh, that's absolutely. We saw the same, the worst commencement speech of all time. So obviously that's why you get the Miami stuff on that, because people are like, why is he sitting there with the Miami stuff? Now people now know. What do you think where do you think we're going to be in 5 years? Because obviously a lot is going to be predicated on what happens in November in Washington, D.C.
No question.
Everybody gets that. That's a history-changing election as far as I'm concerned.
At many levels.
At many levels, 100%. So there's got to be two scenarios, but that's why I make it 5 years out, because no matter what, at some point, thanks to term limits at the presidency, he can only be there for another 4 years. That we all can say with certainty, right?
Right.
And there's certainly ways to perhaps not allow that to happen, but that's the election process. Do you see, can you look into your crystal ball and see what the new normal might be like? I mean, you guys are really in the trenches. You're dealing with people all the time. You know, you're dealing with people that still feel that stigma, still living with reefer madness.
Yeah, great movie, by the way.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that in a minute.
One prediction I'm going to make, and I think it just came out here in Massachusetts, are beverages, THC-infused beverages. I know there's one out there, I believe, now in the area, I believe.
Oh, CBD infused.
CBD infused.
Well, there's both.
No, there's
There's
THC.
THC in California.
Yeah.
I interviewed a guy, Warren Bobrow, who was introducing Klaus in California, which is a THC-based product.
I think we're going to see the portability of it, and I don't mean by taking an edible and walking down the street. I mean, people in the morning have their coffee cups everywhere, right? Dunkin' Donuts, whatever. I think you're going to see people with some sort of drink or portability that's easy to carry, easy to consume. That's where I'm going with it, the portability factor in the form of a liquid.
Yep. One of the reasons I think most of our the people out there that are fighting this thing is they actually have to do research and learn about this product and see the interaction you have in your right.
Yeah.
It's a lazy way out for adults to have another product that they now have to learn about, hopefully, before they ingest it and use it responsibly. I do kind of preach this stuff because it's an adult product. I mean, imagine in 1937 they kept alcohol illegal and they allowed this medicine to continue to be given out to humans because, after all, for thousands of years it was that magic elixir, that right?
Yeah.
We took that out of our immune systems, and mammals did. I've talked to a lot of oncologists about this and cannabis experts. I said, guys, what if they never did this?
Tipping point.
Would we not have, right, do you think we'd have the cancer that we've had over the last 3 generations? No, we wouldn't, because our immune system would have fought it off, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense, doesn't it, guys? And by the way, neither one of us is an MD, but I've talked to some MDs.
Well, it's interesting what you're pointing to as far as the 5-year thing. It's really, I'm 54 years old. I didn't do anything with cannabis. I don't want to take anything I don't need, But what's happening is we're getting older, and the aches and pains that our parents told them were going to come and they groaned about are hitting us now. And all of a sudden, we still like to play basketball, we still like to go play hockey, but all of a sudden there's a remedy, and there always was. It just wasn't allowed to be used. I've seen products that are going. We have one that's on a roll-on. You put it on just like you put it on Right Guard, but it's CBD-based products.
Right.
And if someone can get to work and be better, they're a better person when they're not in pain, and that's good for the world.
100%. I can almost. You're looking at one. When I am not in pain, I am a much nicer human to live with.
Yep. So I had been in the medical world with my head injury 10 years ago, and they were going to give me the opioids ad nauseum, and I wouldn't touch them.
Yeah.
I just knew I knew that. Well, the insurance industry is actually writing all the checks for this because these people are getting sports injuries and becoming addicted. And now they're staying on workers' comp. Right. So we do have a financial interest in fixing this problem, which is kind of ironic moving in an insurance lane.
Right.
Wouldn't it make sense if the insurance industry solved their own problems? Because right now they're funding their own losses.
Right. Well, it's that Western medicine. It's that
they got to stop
medicine. We go after the symptoms.
They got to stop doing that.
They go after the symptoms instead of healing and balancing the body. And if you talk to anybody in integrated medicine, Dr. Ryan Zachlin, I love to drop his name around, from Salem, he's all about this. And he totally understands how the body interacts with the various.
They got to stop calling it Western medicine. It's medicine. We're all the same human genome. It's got to stop. And because when I
see Western medicine adopt a more holistic approach, and they're starting to.
It's Western money. That's all it is.
It's that almighty dollar.
Follow the money. We're going to follow the money.
How many commercials do you guys sit through on sporting events for the various drugs that are out there? Right?
And too many.
Right.
Yeah.
And years ago that was illegal. And why did it be? It was illegal for a reason because you really didn't need it. And it's driving up the cost for the medications.
100%.
I mean, so those are advertising dollars that pay for that ad. They had to go through the people that really need them are being compromised. If they really want to do something great, take the ads off and use that money to give to people. It'd be a very simple thing to do. But they won't do that.
No, they won't, because we're a capitalist society. And
but this
Bill started off saying
it's
not a money grab. There's still that myth out there that I'm going to get in the cannabis industry and I'm going to make gazillions of dollars.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Good luck.
Yeah,
You know?
it's not going to be that easy for people. That's
Yeah.
why I think some of the early investing money has now dried up, and they're like, oh, wow, this isn't going to happen as quickly as we thought.
But the people who are still here and still pursuing are coming around. It's as much about the product and the top line growth, but it's also about the data, because there is a residual value to the data. That's what a clinical trial is. Big Pharma is not in this thing because they have barriers to entry. It's actually been a bit of a blessing because the innovators are here right now and they're flourishing. We love them. They're great people, man. We really love talking to them.
Any, you want to give an example, a plug for somebody, or you know?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't plan on doing that, but I just met two gentlemen recently. Your friend Chad, they have got the formulations. I got guys right now getting a provisional. Justin Credible's out in Covington, Massachusetts. Two guys of color, just smart as they come. They could be on Wall Street. I mean, they're just smart, but they're such a pleasure to talk to. You know, we did the interviees, we call it. It's not an application, so we did that with them. With Michael Denault, one of our other star guys.
Yep.
We went out there, but the amount of information that we got from them, just being courteous there. These guys are in a trailer in the middle of a field.
Yeah.
They could be in a Wall Street penthouse
with no heat.
Dude, it's less than no heat. Trust me on that. And they're building and bootstrapping this. This is really the truest of entrepreneurship. I have never had so much fun ever putting an insurance policy together to help someone out. You've done it.
Yeah, I know. The places we go, I think there's a book maybe that called The Places You'll Go or whatever. Right. But I want to shift gears just for a minute, because you had mentioned, I think before we came on air, that you did me talk about one of our experiences with marijuana.
I said, everybody has a cannabis story I've shared by many times, and I ask people, are you comfortable with telling a cannabis story?
Yeah, so my story is kind of a newer one. I still go to a lot of live music. I follow the Grateful Dead, the guys from the Grateful Dead that are still around. And
I partied with Bill Kreutzmann.
Yeah, the drummer, great.
Okay, just saying.
And I used to go to these shows, and it's $10 a beer, have 10 beers, right? Taking an Uber home or getting a ride, being responsible. But that's $100 just on beer. So about a year ago, I started dabbling with edibles. It's like $30, $40 for a package of them. You only need a couple, and you got a great feeling for the night. And it's a lot cheaper, and you're not hungover the next day.
No, and when you take a sip of a beer or a sip of a drink and you have THC in your system, it's 8 times the buzz.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
8 times the buzz, and that is a doctor quoting. I'm going to quote Jordan Tischler. I'll give him credit. I've learned so much from these most intelligent people I meet, are these doctors and nurses and the chemists, the chief science officers of the testing labs. Have you ever?
Yes, I've met them.
Yeah. Yes, you know the CDX group? By any chance?
Yep.
So
Excellent.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yep.
Brianna Cassidy.
Yep.
She's amazing.
There's a groups here in Framingham. There's
MCR.
MCR, great group. That's what's great. You're sitting here meeting these geniuses, and they're the ones that aggregate the data. The formulas haven't even been formulated yet.
Right.
And if the media would just follow the ball on just one of these guys from cradle to grave, it would be one of the greatest documentaries. And we have them right here in our backyard. It's a blessing.
Could be a movie.
It is a movie. It will be a movie.
Yeah,
the good news is all my interviews are actually stored, and we have them. And I feel like I am documenting a historic time.
There's no question you are.
And it's fascinating to be part of it. It really is. Guys, I just want to thank you for coming in. I know that once the record button gets turned off, there'll be some really other good stories that we'll have. But I just want to make sure you understand that we will hit that record button off in just a few minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because we really didn't even talk about sports either.
Well, let me leave you with one. And you would say this: we're in the lane of insurance.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the irony of everything. And we were talking about this morning. So we were recently at an event, a very heavy insurance event, and believe me, the financial people are taking a great eye to this. How do we get involved in this?
Right.
Yeah. The term that was being bandied around is reputational risk. That's the actual little cool buzzword in our world. So are you going to go this side or that side of the reputational risk? But they want to ease into it. So I was there, and Michael Denault was on a very big panel event. There was a law firm. There was a big representation of an association insurance company, and our guy Michael. He starts to take them down much. He would be very comfortable in this scenario. Takes them down the path, and I couldn't resist. I was the heckler in the back of the room. And we have there all the CPAs, all the lawyers, all the insurance guys, Everybody that was pretty significant in the city of Boston that really wanted to get a taste of this, and they were realizing, we can't get involved in this. And of course, here comes the heckler. And I go in the back of the room. I knew pretty much everybody in the room, and I said, "You're already in the business." Now they spun around. I'm on the back wall, and they say, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "For all you insurance people out here, you got a vape store, okay? You're insuring that thing. During the course of the 1 to 365, during the course of the year, you didn't know they'd converted into a dispensary. That was cannabis dollars, folks. Those cannabis dollars went to the landlord." I said, "Do every one of you insure strip malls in here?" "Yes." "So where do you think that money was sourced?" I said, "You're already in the business. Don't be so arrogant that you're not already in it."
How did that go over in that?
Actually went over quite well. It went over quite well because they were like, that was almost a relief to them.
Right.
Because they desperately want to get involved.
Right.
So I said, look, if you really want to get in this game, walk into it incrementally. You can do it through LRO. If you think you got a reputational risk, just back up. No one's going to fault you for it, but you're already in it. Why would you go backwards? Right. So we literally, at the end of that conference, our team was outside the door. We were bombarded by the intelligentsia that just found it. They've been avoiding it long, and so they have to rethink what's going on. So that's an actual live case. This actually happened.
There you go. I love that, and that is another piece of history, if you will, that is moving this forward towards the new normal. And hopefully everybody in this room will live to see the day and celebrate that, because I think we are getting closer and closer. And I know the people that do watch the podcast that I produce and do the interviews, because I get good feedback from them, and we're just going to continue to have these kind of conversations because, as I say all the time at the end of my little podcast, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Right? Make sure we all use it responsibly, though,
Yeah,
right?
like anything else.
So for Jerry Kennedy and Bill Perrier from Charles River Insurance, I'm your host of In the Weeds, Jimmy Young. For Dan French, have a good next day.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
everybody. Welcome to another edition of Cannabis Chat on the live stream of Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, the host of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, co-hosting the Weed Talk News with Kurt Dalton that we do every week. But today we are very honored to have a very special in-studio guest with us today. His name is Walter Sullivan, and we just put attorney underneath his name.
You're so good, Jimmy.
Yeah, because you are an attorney.
Don't forget government affairs and everything else going involved.
But that's all we need you to know is you're an attorney.
Yes, and I need to bring you home with me to help promote myself with my wife.
Oh, no. Good luck. You're on your own on that one. You know, I'm 0 for 2 in that department. I'm not quite sure you'd want to sign up for that. All right. The same one. The same one. That's good. That's awesome. Walter and I have been friends in the cannabis space for, well, quite a while. The last few years since I've been in it. And I got to tell you, he's been at the Cannabis Multimedia Network live stream March 2019 booth. You were in the weeds. You were in the weeds with me, both there and in my old studio across the hall. And now you're here in my new studio, so welcome.
Good to be here.
And thank you so much for coming in.
Always a pleasure being with you, Jimmy.
Never a dull moment, right?
And we're going to have a great time talking about weed.
And by the way, I still say it. It is an amazing thing that we are in our native state of Massachusetts, and it's a legal commodity. It's a emerging industry still, and there's so many different issues in regards to the growth and the beginning of the cannabis industry in Massachusetts, right?
It is there's no pun intended, but this is truly a growing industry.
No.
And it's like a weed. It's growing wild.
And the biggest thing that's happened in Massachusetts, and again, one of the things we do is I'll go through the news of the day, and we are definitely monitoring a big news story that Vermont Governor Phil Scott has the bill on his desk, and all he has to do is sign it, or, Walter, I think the other thing he could do is ignore it, and it automatically goes in, right? 10 days later. Will you explain the purpose of that? I mean, what? First of all, he is concerned. The reason why he did not sign something that came to his desk from his House of Representatives and from his Senate, according to him, is he wants to make sure that there's enough social equity opportunity and enough clauses in this agreement that help those who are have been most hurt about the war on drugs. And that's a good thing. I give him credit for that. Okay, but couldn't you just sign the bill, get it going, and then make some amendments down the road? He's the governor, for crying out loud.
Well, here in Massachusetts, we have the ability to line item vetoes. So you have the ability to send it back with veto it, but sending it back with a governor's message, saying these are the areas that I'd like to have fixed.
But this, interestingly enough, when he first saw this, I believe this is the second bill that's come to his desk, he pushed it back to the House and the Senate and said, I want more in it.
So this is the second version of that. So to me, they've already made the changes that he wanted, and now he's just taking his special time. And at this point, I mean, we're live. It's 4 o'clock on a Wednesday, I think. This is the longest,
I got to think about that. Wait a minute,
This is the
Jimmy.
longest year in my lifetime, for sure. And I think everybody agrees on that, too. He couldn't just ignore it, and then it goes into law, but without a signature.
I mean, I think he's much better off. You know, he had a look at it, sent it back. They're giving it back to him. Probably some of the changes he wanted.
Right.
He should just sign the bill.
Move
on.
And be a hero in the. And by the way, he's a governor. He has the House and the Senate already approving it. So what's the point? So I would know that his name is Phil Scott and he's the governor of Vermont. I mean, what?
I think when you think about what's going on in 2020, economic downfall. I mean, states need to come up with new revenues. Cannabis is a great new revenue.
I just answered my own. I know what the problem is. Do you know what the problem is?
What?
I'm sorry. It's not a problem. It's a designation. Okay. In parentheses after his name, there's a letter, and it's an R letter. Hence, a Republican governor. So he does, again, it doesn't sound like he's acting on the will of the people. The will of the people in Vermont pretty much said, let's get this going already. And by the way, by not signing it, he's costing his state money in tax revenue because it's just a matter of time before they do it.
And that's the reality. I mean, with the R being there or not, I mean, don't forget
Congress under an R.
actually passed legislation to remove hemp from Schedule 1. And that was economically driven.
Right. That's true. And how's that worked out? Because now the Washington, D.C., as you know, FDA and DEA pointing fingers at each other saying, okay, who's going to put the regulations in place? Oh, and there's also the U.S. Department of Agriculture involved with this as well.
And it's become a big issue because you have the legislation passed. Then FDA stands up, hey, we're still listed in this bill. You have to come to us. They've had meeting after meeting after Congress went back to them. We're still in the same boat. We have that in Massachusetts where people are growing hemp, but they can't do anything with it because Massachusetts hasn't done anything because federal agriculture hasn't done anything. FDA, I mean, someone needs to step up to the plate.
Well, I would think you need a leader to do that. I don't know. Call me. I can't keep going there. But it's so obvious to me what the issue is. So I'm trying to be a little bit more balanced in my opinions, if you will. Okay.
Are you able to do that?
No, it's very, very hard for me to do it. But I got reprimanded by the team, so I'm gonna give it my best shot. Okay. In the other side of the coin, one of the D's in parentheses, Phil Murphy, who's the Democratic governor of New Jersey, he appears in a new video ad to promote the state's marijuana legalization referendum. He's also speaking at a fundraiser for NJ Can 2020 Coalition on Thursday. He says $150 million. That's what processing marijuana arrests cost New Jersey taxpayers every year. And once again, arrests that are disproportionately impact young people of color and make it harder for them to get a job, a place to live, and even a credit card. So 2 different governors, 2 different situations. You know, Vermont got it to this point through the legislature. They never had a ballot question, right? That's one of the few states.
They didn't, correct.
Right? And here in New Jersey, they have a ballot question now because the governor couldn't get his legislature to move it forward. Is it going to pass in New Jersey?
I think it looks from the point of view, you got to look at the harm benefit. Mm-hmm. You know, I think we've come a long way, baby, as the
yes,
saying
we
goes.
have. Oh, no, there's no doubt we've come a long way.
The harm is not there.
Right.
The benefit truly is there. I think it's time to step up to the plate. I stop using baseball analogies here.
No, you can.
But step up to the plate and look at this from an economic point of view, from a social justice point of view, in addressing it. Don't forget, New Jersey lost, they lost money. Gaming isn't doing well there.
Right.
So they got to come up with another way to come up with revenues.
And again, we go back to politics.
We go back to pointing out the fact that both sides cannot agree on even a COVID relief bill, okay? And one side is saying, how many times do you have that word cannabis in here? More times than jobs. And to me, that's the problem. The Republicans can't see the fact that cannabis actually will bring new jobs and opportunities for people. In fact, what you're seeing already, I'm amazed at how many schools, colleges, universities are picking up cannabis-based courses.
I mean, I took a tour of a cultivation facility in Massachusetts a couple of years ago. And the question I asked the person was, well, tell me about your staff, you know, the people you employ. And, you know, how many were unemployed? He said over 51% of them were unemployed. That's providing jobs for a region that pay prevailing wage, living wages, that they're not going to find a lot of other places. And they're learning a skill.
And there is so much to learn skill-wise and knowledge-wise, whether it's growing, botanists, whether it's chemistry, the extraction process, the actual interpersonal communication skills of being a person helping others with a medicine. I mean, all of those things are available now.
And these skills are transferable.
Yes, they are, to the real world.
Yes, this is the real world.
I know. I can't believe it's the real world, right? Speaking of the real world, one of us forgot to bring his clock into the studio. So I need to kind of request someone, and she's going to get it right now, Isabel. Thank you very much. And now I know it's 4:15, which is great. It's like automatically I know what time it is, because you know at 4:20 we do take a break, and I'm gonna quiz you on the break for a second when we get there. But I do want to mention one more piece of news, and it does have to do with exactly what we're talking about. Thank you, Isabel. Be lost without Dan and Isabel, I can tell you that. arrests for U.S. marijuana arrests declined for the first time in 4 years in 2019. Amazingly, 545,000 people still got arrested, okay? There were still that many arrests in the United States, okay? And it still exceeded the total number of arrests for violent offenses by 10%. So I guess my question is, if we do decriminalize this, those arrests will now go away, the records can be expunged, and that means that the money saved by not prosecuting cannabis possession crimes, where does that go? Any idea? I mean,
back into the stream of commerce.
Back into the stream of commerce, right? Of somehow, some way.
I think the other side is you give people the ability to succeed. When you have a criminal record, it's very difficult to succeed here.
And especially for that crime. I am not saying that they should change the laws for violent crime. Okay? I get that. But this is not a violent crime. This is an excuse for law enforcement to shake down those who have been most impacted by the war on drugs.
I get a kick out of the commercials that came about, the PSAs that came about under Richard Nixon.
Oh boy!
Talk about killing something.
That's right. And the Frost interviews have made a resurgence. I don't know if you saw that. They found some new stuff, right? All right. We're getting closer and closer. Do you know the origin of 420?
You told me about kids in California,
right?
Deciding that this is what they're going to do out in the bleachers.
Well, it was at the Louis Pasteur statue, which is across the street from the San Rafael High School, and the year was 1971. And that's how that whole Waldo's 420, this was the Waldo's group. And you don't know any of those guys. I am putting out the word right now that if anybody knows a member of the Waldo's, I want to interview them. It definitely is important to me. It's something I am very, very focused on. I've actually done a few digs on this. One of them actually worked for CNN as a producer.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but I'm not going to name names at this point, but I definitely know that they're out there. And if anybody in California who might know who they are personally, I would love to talk with them. They're all grown up. In fact, they're all older than me. They were in high school in 1971. I was in 8th grade in 1971. It happens to coincide with the first year that I ever tasted cannabis. So,
oh, you tasted it?
I tasted it.
I take it you inhaled.
I inhaled. I'll admit I inhaled. And I'll never forget the first time because first time is not supposed to work, right? Well, needless to say, with my metabolism, it worked just fine. Okay?
And you made it home?
I made it home. Dad picked me up. I was only in 8th grade, okay? And I was like wondering why my right leg just wouldn't come into the car as I'm trying to get into the car, you know? It was like, come on. And I grabbed it and it came in. Anyway. That's my little personal story about 420. Now, here's the next question I have to ask you. Have you ever heard of the singer from the 60s and 70s named Jonathan Edwards?
Yes.
Okay. Can you name his most famous song?
No, I cannot.
Sunshine go away today. I don't feel much like shining. Okay.
I got it. My voice is off.
That is me too. But that's his most famous song. The song that I have resurrected is called Shanty. And if you have not, you'll remember Shanty when you hear the harmonica thing at the front, at the very beginning of it. So when we used to hear, we being those who grew up with moi, when we used to hear the song Shanty, it had the same effect on us as 420 did with the Waldos. And you know, the law enforcement group in California then took on the 420 call, hey, people smoking cannabis in public, it's a 420. That's how it kept it going, and now, of course, the culture of cannabis has embraced it as a national holiday on April 20th, although this year it was a little odd, let's just say. There were so many activities planned that everything's been canceled. Okay.
That's through, I mean, it's amazing what this year has done to so many celebrations, including 420.
And also you know, personal celebrations too. I mean, you know, you can't have a wedding with more than 10, 15 people and think it's going to be okay. The wedding up in Maine they had an outbreak in Maine, and of all places, right? Anyway, we get closer and closer to 420. So what we do is we play the song Shanty by Jonathan Edwards. He made his little appearance at a radio station in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, And I always forget the call letters, and I know I wrote it down today, and I know it's here, and all I have to do is do this. It's WSCA in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It was on a Friday, and this is Jonathan Edwards singing Shanty to celebrate 420.
We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car, I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Every night and day, we're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA studios.
Thank you, WSCA Studios, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, for Jonathan Edwards. And of course, when you hear someone play guitar, we would be remiss if we did not mention the passing of one of the great rockers of the generation in the 70s and 80s. Eddie Van Halen passed away from throat cancer. The guy's only in his 60s. We know what that's like as far as age goes. And
You're not there yet, though.
No, I am, but you're not. I know that. I am definitely there, and I'm embracing my 63. Anyway, certainly very sad. A lot of fans. There's been tremendous tributes. And the thing that I kind of knew but didn't know the whole story about, did you know that he played on Beat It, on Michael Jackson's song?
Yes, it was. I saw that on the news. I didn't know
Right,
that until I saw
and
it
the
on the
backstory was really cool. Michael went out for like a lunch break, and Eddie had redone a little bit of the song and said, "Here, I kind of touched it up. This is what I did." And like Michael heard it and went, "Oh my God, that's awesome!" It was. You hear his guitar, and you know it's him.
He couldn't read music or anything.
Right. He was just a virtuoso. He's from the Netherlands. From the Netherlands. So he comes from good DNA as far as I'm concerned, you know? You probably have never heard of Johan Cruyff, but was my favorite soccer player, football player of all time anyway. We're here back at Cannabis Chat here in the studios of Pro Cannabis Media. Walter Sullivan is alongside. Walter's an old friend. At 4:30, we've got a great interview. We've got an interview with a pharmacist doctor, and we'll talk about cannabinoid medicine with Dr. Lola Ohanba. She is a pharmacologist. We'll talk about cannabinoid medicine with her. And she is a registered from Florida and Texas, and went to Texas Southern University. And of course, she was a major in bio and a minor in chemistry. 2 courses I avoided like the plague. Because
I still know how to grow now.
No, I don't want to go near. I don't want to go near a plant, because these are the kind of plants I like right here.
Plastic.
The plastic ones, because you know you can never kill them with a black thumb. And I have this death thumb. I probably shouldn't call it a color, but it's death thumb. And I try to avoid that. We'll be talking to her at 4:30. And we'll talk to her at 4:30. Okay, I don't know why Dan's... Oh, and look at that. That was almost like... Let's talk to her now. Let's talk to her right now. That was like the perfect cue. Can I call you Dr. O?
You can call me whatever you like, Jimmy. Lola get what Lola want. Dr. O is good.
That's great. Lola.
We're going to sing Lola.
That's right. Of course, Walter Sullivan is with me, and he already wanted
Doctor.
to sing your name, because, as you know, there's okay, you know, you grew up with that name. You're probably pretty familiar with that, right?
Oh, there's so many songs with that name. You just don't want to get us started on that one.
So I understand that you've written a book. Am I right? Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First of all, tell us a little bit about your background and how you got interested in cannabinoid medicine from a pharmaceutical background.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Jimmy Kurtz, for having me. This is a honor of my life.
God. We're gonna
this
talk,
is my
Lola.
Hollywood moment. People, thank you guys so much for having me. My name is Lola Ahamba. I was originally from western part of Africa, Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria. Growing up as a little girl, I was used to botanical medicine. It was part of our rituals growing up. Normally when you're sick, your parents, they don't just pick you up and run down to the hospital. We have mango tree at the back of my house where they grab stuff and make it and give you. So I was used to botanical. Fast forward to coming here to United States. I went to pharmacy school here, Union University. I had a major in biology in Texas Southern University and a minor in chemistry. After that, I went to Union University in Tennessee, where I got a Doctor of Pharmacy degree. I worked retail pharmacy for a while. Then I went into what we call prior authorization with one of the top 500 company. My journey into pharmacy, growing up, most people are conservatives. You grow up with conservative parents, don't do drugs, don't deal with drugs, all those 9 yards, I was one of those background too, but some of my family members, they do use cannabis, and I was of that school that would tell them, you need to stop for years, Fast forward, I mean, I've seen these family members use cannabis, recreationally and also medicinally. And I've never really seen any major side effects from him. Me as a clinician, I'm looking at the situation. It got to a stage, I stopped pestering him and say, I'm gonna just back off, I mean, so when the cannabis movement started coming up, I noticed that there's so many little clinicians in this space. And you go everywhere, drugstore, gas station, there's CBD everywhere. I mean, are you kidding me right? Are you kidding me right now? Every corner. I just felt like we needed education. Another part of my background that you gotta know, I had polio as a little girl. So I walk with a limp. For me, when I started getting exposed to cannabinoid, I started using more like therapeutics, more like topical for my leg, for some kind of all those tingling pains that you associate with neuropathic types of pain. I use it for that. So me looking at the situation and realizing that there's so many, there's education lacking, real clinical background, real evidence-based, somebody that can break it down, not all those medical jargons, So I decided to do more studies. I'll go to conferences. That's really how I got into the space.
Gotcha. And one of the headlines that came across my desk today was kind of eye-opening to me, and I know Walter will believe this as well. There is a new analysis of cannabis research funding in the United States and Canada over the past 18 years. $1.56 billion has been identified and given to people who are looking for something wrong with the plant. This was for the substance abuse community. And I believe after all that money, that less than 4% of the studies had found anything bad that can happen to you from this plant. And again, I know research is so important now to the movement. And we here on this show have interviewed some people who have looked at the impact of cannabis on fighting COVID or infections or viruses like COVID. I don't want to say that you can cure it, you can't, but you certainly can impact your immune system and build your immune system by using tested CBD, medically dispensed CBD and THC, because we all recognize what the entourage effect does. So I guess my question is, do you see a future where this research will actually be looking for the benefits of this plant moving forward, not the negatives?
That's a great question, Jimmy. And before I go into that question, let me quickly have a little fast disclaimer. My appearance and whatever I say right now in this show is for educational purposes only, because all supplements, cannabis, cannabinoid, just like over-the-counter medication, they are not FDA approved, but they are FDA registered. Most of them are FDA registered, and they are also GMP certified. We have over-the-counter medication, they are not FDA approved as well, but we still go out there and buy them. And other than that, we are not claiming that cannabis or cannabinoid they don't treat, heal, or cure diseases. That's not what we have for. This is for educational purposes. When you talk about those research that they're doing, even if you look back in the days, during the prohibition, around that prohibition time, the same thing happened, Jamie. They did all this research. I think one of the researchers was from New York, Nixon. They paid, I don't know how I can quote the number on top of my head, but they pay a lot of money to do this research. And the researcher came out and said, there is nothing wrong with this plant. But what do we get? Politicians. That is why we need to remove public funding out of politics. When we take the lobbies out, everybody's sides will be open. Cannabinoids is being used for generations. Even the Queen of England, Queen Victoria, back in the days, was used this botanical to treat, to manage menstrual pain. What I tell people is that what's good for the Queen should be good for the rest of us, man. It should be good, but if it's good for the Queen, please deal me in, you know. I think eventually the powers that be will have to take a second look, especially when we have places like South Africa that have already legalized both recreational and medicinal. What their Supreme Court said was that this plant prohibition in South Africa, they said this is a fundamental human rights abuse for their people. So Europe, the whole of Europe, you know, they are all moving forward, you know. So what is going on with us? I just pray that the power that be will open their eyes before we are left behind. President Bush said no child left behind. I hope we don't get left behind, because when we talk about this plant, we are not just talking about the plant that will help us with our health. We are talking about it's an economic issue. It can help our whole economy. It's a women issue. It's all our issues, you know. So when it comes cannabinoid with toppings, when you even add toppings, studies upon studies have shown the benefit, you know. And for example, cannabinoid like cannabidiol is been shown to be 10 to 20 times more effective, better than anti-inflammatory drugs like NSAID. When I say NSAID, what I'm just talking about is like your ibuprofen, your Tylenol. And it's been shown, cannabinoid is also been shown to have 2 to 3 times anti-inflammatory properties of corticosteroid. When you say corticosteroid, what comes to your mind right now? Tell me, Jimmy.
The shot that I have for cortisone for whatever ails me, and I hate getting that shot.
Dexamethasone is the new drug. Dexamethasone, yes, it's one of corticosteroid too. And we are talking about cannabinoid having anti-inflammatory properties up to 2 to 3 times better than a corticosteroid. And you said it for the shot. When you take that shot, that is our big guns. That means we are bringing out the big guns. And when we compare cannabinoids 2 to 3 times better to our ultimate, I don't know. I just pray that we will take a second look. It's being used, I mean, for all kind of stuff, for ailment upon ailment, GI, gastrointestinal ailment, neuropathic pain. And it's been shown also to be less dangerous than alcohol, less dangerous than opioid. Don't even get me started on the opioid.
Well, actually, you know, and Walter, I'm sure you're familiar with this as well about the opioids. There's actually a doctor in our midst here in Massachusetts, Dr. Uma Dhanabalan, who has written a book on cannabis being the exit drug for opioids. And I'm going to just throw it out at you. I'm sure you know people that you've either worked with or treated or whatever that have gotten off opioids by using cannabis.
I have. See, you cannot just, when it comes to opioid, we're talking about neurologic condition. It's not something you can just switch off and switch on. You got to replace something with something. Cannabis, as it's been proven, is not a gateway drug. It's an exit drug. Right. If you say for opioid, most of the time, the brain structure is changed. You can't just say, okay, this person is going to go off. You got to, when we have a term in pharmacy, start slow, go slow. We have to start low, we go slow. So when you are trying to win people off of opioid, cannabinoids, which has been shown to help in various ways with side effect, withdrawal symptom. When you talk of withdrawal symptom, you have shaking, you have nausea, anxiety, and it's already been shown that cannabinoid help with to calm people down. It helps with sleep. It helps with itching. All these are signs and symptoms of opioid withdrawal. So why can't we do more studies? Because most of the studies is improving. We are stepping up better, but we still need the toxicology to be done. We still need the efficacy to be done. Why can't we do that?
Right. Absolutely. Walter, you got something?
I'm just amazed with her.
Yeah.
True. Doctor, I mean, we look at this from a point of view that this drug is not an addictive drug.
Oh.
And then we look at it from it in the sense of we need to develop a database to really understand what this drug can do for medicine. I don't like using the word drug. Medicine can do for people. I mean, we go to bud tenders now and they give you an idea, but we need to be realistic here and focus on the fact that this is a legal medicine available to people that need it. We need to now, especially with your background, to develop a database that allows dispensaries to better service patients. How do you feel about the ability to create some type of database that would allow us to better serve patients using cannabis?
I am 100% in support of that, Walter. I'm telling you, that was part of why I jumped into this space, to tell you the truth. That was part of why I stepped in, because see, most of my colleagues, they think I'm crazy. If you look at my new book, this book that it's not a big book, but it's packed with information. A Pharmacist's Guide to Cannabis, Perspective of a Non-Conformist Clinician. I'm non-conformist. They think I'm crazy. What are you doing there? But if we don't step in and begin to provide evidence-based data, follow with, we clinicians like us, pharmacists, we are the medicine people. We know how the drug works. We know the route of administration, everything we know. If we don't start doing that, like I said earlier, Europe, they're gonna go far past us and we're gonna be left behind. We absolutely need to have those databases. And let me tell you another thing, Walter. Part of why the big pharma and the big corporation are fighting tooth and nail is their bottom line. Do you know what will happen to these companies if today we are allowed to use cannabinoid to manage pain? The likes of Purdue, you will say bye, sayonara, to all their money, to their trip to Cayman Island. It will be over, game over. That's why they have to spend so much money. That's why they're spending so much money, because they cannot allow, after all, it's a plant. What can it do? And let me tell you what, up till now, there has not been any documented data to show that cannabinoid killed anybody. Zero. And you want to start on how many people opioid have killed? Thousands of people have died. Does that mean it's a wonder drug? I'm not saying it's a wonder drug. Even over-the-counter medication, there's no medication that doesn't have side effects. But we have developed so far, we can manage risk and the benefit. That's what we do. Right now, we do use dronabinol, synthetic cannabinol with no entourage effect, no topping, no phenol, no essential oil. We use it to manage signs and symptoms of nausea in our cancer patients. We use it to manage weight loss in HIV/AIDS patients. We are using Epidalis. Why can't we use the plant? Can somebody tell me why we can't use the plant, the botanical plant with the whole extract? It is a plant, Jimmy. It is a plant. Just like we extracted morphine from plants, just like we extracted aspirin. Aspirin was extracted from botanical. Cocaine was extracted from botanical. Why are they so particular about this plant? Does that mean it's a wonder drug? I'm not saying that, but we can manage the risk and the benefit. And the other day, FDA came out with an alert about potential for liver damage and all that. That's a valid concern. But there are other routes of administration. An average person, if you have a history of liver condition or there is a tendency towards liver disease, you don't have to use edibles, because see, when you take it in the edible form, it's broken down through your liver, and that can worsen the situation. You don't have to do that. We can do transdermal patches. We can use topical. All those, we can use tincture. We can use suppository. All those, they do not pass through the liver. They go straight into your bloodstream. So we can do this.
Do you see a day where you as a pharmacist will be filling prescriptions for cannabis in some form?
We are already doing that. Epidalis is a cannabinoid.
Right.
Dronabinol is a synthetic. It's just that it breaks my heart when you see how much patients pay for this medication, right, and they still go through side effects. See, you cannot improve in nature. Even when they approve all these things, there are a lot of things they're not going to be able to do with this plant because nature is perfect. You can improve on nature. Because when you have synthetic cannabinoid like Marinol, Donabinol, they don't have the toppings like I said. And it's the way I normally describe it is 1 which is 1,000, 2 which is 10,000. And we have over 400 cannabinoids. A whole bunch that we haven't even discovered. If 1 is chasing 1,000, 2 is chasing 10,000. You tell me how many 400 we chase.
Right.
And we are talking about cannabinoids. So there's no limit yet to what this amazing plant can do.
Here's a great stat for you that I found out, and I love throwing this out to people because everybody still is believing a lot of the propaganda and misinformation that has been spewed by our world over the last 80 years about this. In the 1920s, MDs, medical doctors in the United States, wrote 5 million prescriptions for cannabis in the 1920s. Okay, and now we took a medicine out of the mammals that have endocannabinoid systems since 1937. And what has happened since 1937 over the last 80 years? We have too much cancer in our world. Our immune systems are so weakened that we've got this virus that everybody's dealing with now. And I'm not saying that if everybody had smoked weed over the last 80 years that we'd not have a problem with COVID. But we would definitely have a stronger immune system because it would have been part of our medicinal community.
It's organic.
It's organic. It's a plant. You keep mentioning it. It is a plant. I remember talking to the Rastafarian. He goes, God put it on this earth for a reason, to help us to balance the neurotransmitters in our bodies so that we can deal with pain better, so that we can fight off infections like COVID. And yet here we are still, our voices aren't being heard as much as we'd like because of the stigma that is still we fight on a daily basis. I'm guessing. Now, are you in Texas now?
No, I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. I live out of Florida, Jacksonville, not Florida.
Florida. Yeah, I gotcha. That's okay. We like Florida. In fact, I was just talking to some Floridians today. My dad was in Longboat Key for 20 years. It was one of the most beautiful spots on earth in Florida.
Yeah,
so
we can be a little
Florida too, especially
from
those
the Northeast.
Especially from the Northeast and then Chicago, the Midwest, right? Everybody goes to Florida for later in life, and they have a vibrant medicinal community in Florida, do they not?
Yes, we have medicinal. We are medicinal cannabis state. Yeah,
Right.
and we have a lot of dispensary out here too. Yeah.
Do you think we'll see adult use recreational in Florida, or because that there's so many medicinal dispensaries, that fight for adult use retail may not be as strong?
I think there is space for everybody. There is space for the market. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people probably using it now, and when you go through the underground to buy this plant, all kind of crap that they miss in there, you know. Sorry for that language.
Term, I think.
I hope that
She learned that at pharmaceutical
I was
school.
going to say, what's the chemistry symbol for crap? Okay, is that CP, CR?
Oh my goodness. So it's Florida is relatively conservative, you know. So to tell you the truth, all this is politics. All this is politics. Hopefully, they will begin to see in this space, people like you, people like Walter, if we continue to do what we do evidence-based, I think eventually, then before Europe, they used to wait for us. Nobody is waiting for us anymore. And I think when they start seeing evidence coming out of Europe with them improving their economy, I mean, it's all about Benjamin at the end of the day. With the way COVID has messed up our economy right now, I mean, we need everything we can to get this economy back in shape. Yeah, the stock is working and fine, but not everybody have stocks. You know, so this is a plan that could bring employment to many people, that could bring health to many people. It is nature's gift to us. That's how I say it. And like you said earlier, one of those companies that compounded cannabinoid back then was Eli Lilly. The doctor's offices, Eli Lilly, they compounded cannabinoid and sell it to their client. They sell it from the doctor's offices. What happened from it being used in management of almost everything under the planet to it being the most dangerous medicine drug on the planet? It don't make no sense to me. Do you know it's classified as Schedule 1? Schedule 1 means it doesn't have any medicinal property, no use at all. It's highly addictive, but we have cocaine in Schedule 2.
Makes no sense. You know, it has to be removed from Schedule 1.
Oh, yes.
That is
legal.
Yeah.
We have not even scratched the surface as to what this medicine can do to help people.
That's right.
Where do you think, one, I mean, clearly the federal government either has to schedule it somewhere else in the schedules that allows it to be used as a drug, or take it out.
Right.
And FDA has to get out of the way. Where do you think we need to go with this?
I think it should be used as a dietary supplement. It's a plant. Let us not class. You know what I think we should do? Right now, we used to have this product outside the pharmacy, Sudafed, ephedrine product, pseudoephedrine. You know, we used to have all those cough medicine outside the pharmacy. When all these bad guys started buying it and cooking it up and turning it into meth, what did we do? We said, okay, it's still gonna be an over-the-counter medication, but we're gonna put it behind the counter. So when you wanna buy a Sudafed, you have to go to the pharmacist's desk, bring out your ID card, we sign you, put your name down, then we bring it and give it to you. You don't have to get prescription for it. Personally, that's what I've been thinking recently, that how can we manage the thing with cannabinoids is that it's biphasic. When I mean biphasic is that high dose of one particular cannabinoid can give you a specific effect, while the low dose of the same cannabinoid can give you another effect. So how can we manage the risk and the benefit? If we put it behind the counter to the pharmacy, when you want to get it, you go there and grab it. That will control everything. And we have to deal with packaging compliance. and self-regulation. That's what I think we should do. But it should be a dietary supplement, just like our medicinal herbs that we go to CVS and all those places to buy.
Doctor, it's interesting that you mentioned Sudafed, how it was strictly an over-the-counter
That's right.
drug. Then it gets put behind the counter and you have to give your ID, and the pharmacist will only sell you so much. With cannabis, it's illegal.
Yeah.
It has no impact the way Sudafed has on you.
Right.
I know.
Sudafed speed, that's the way I look at it. And the other one out there is Robitussin and dextromethorphan, you know, that...
they all use all of them to get high. So
That's right. And I got to tell you, as someone who has used Robitussin, I'll be perfectly honest with you, you get higher from Robitussin than you do from weed. You just do. It's just the nature of the beast, you know. And that's another one now. You have to show your ID.
For Robitussin too?
Yeah, I had to show my ID about 2 weeks ago when I went to CVS.
because
to
they
buy
are cooking
Robitussin.
it, they are cooking it to make meth. So you put it behind the counter.
Interesting. So this is a question definitely for a doctor of pharmacology. Back in the day, let's go back to the 20s. I was not alive, Walter. Don't go there, okay? There was something called compounding, right? You understand compounding, right?
Sure.
That's what they do, right? So what I'm amazed at now, because the scientists can dictate the DNA of the plant, they can actually grow the plant to fit a certain need, similar to what compounding was like back in the day, where they would mix up the different things to make up the medicine. Isn't that where we're at right now, when you're dictating the DNA of the plant?
Yeah, I mean, genetic engineering, even we are right there. You know, you can study the plant. They've been able to do what they call chromatography to separate it. That's how they were able to get the structure. So we can decide that, okay, this is really what is working for, say, for example, this is what is working for pain, or this is the topping working. We can find a way to combine those things and be like a targeted therapy. Dr. Walter will know about that. So that is absolutely a future. And I mean, there's no limit to what we can do with this plant, you know.
Well, I will tell you, as always, whenever I talk to scientists or doctors of pharmacology or any botanist, a lot of the stuff goes over my head. I will say I followed pretty much everything she talked about.
You did good today. You did good, and that's why you need to get your book. This is not a big book. It's just a small. It's a guide, but it's packed with knowledge. It has topping in there. It has route of administration. It have your cannabinoid, and my attempt to be to dabble into humor. You know, I try to bring a little laughter in there too.
That's right, absolutely. And you could get that book on Amazon?
Yes, you can get it on Amazon. And I'm working towards putting the link on my website, wci-health.com. By next week, it should be on my website. But in the meantime, you can grab your copy. It's in Kindle form. Kindle is about $9 or $8-ish. And you can grab your copy on Amazon.
There you go. It's all about education. And
exactly.
we certainly
Bible
got one
said,
from
you know
Doctor.
what the Bible said? The Bible said, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
Right. Well, we all, education will all set us free. And we all need to educate and communicate. So that's what we've been doing. That's what we do on this show. That's why we call it Cannabis Chat. And Dr. O, thank you so much for joining us and talking with us today. And we look forward to connecting with you again down the road. Is that cool?
Yeah. Everybody that want to know more about me, they can follow me on LinkedIn. I'm very, very active on LinkedIn. Dr. Lola O. Ahamba. On IG, WCI Health 19. And on Twitter, WCI Health. So
Terrific.
come follow me on social.
I'll follow you anywhere, Dr. O. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jimmy.
for
This
joining
is
us.
my Hollywood moment. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so
Yes,
much
sir.
for your kind words.
Thank
too.
you, Walter. You have a good one.
Thanks, Doctor.
So,
Bye.
Walt, how many people in the cannabis space, they're so passionate about this plant, right? You know, and everybody has a story about either how it's changed their lives or how it's saved their lives. I found it very interesting that she felt that in Florida we might see adult use recreational come in there.
I mean, I found amazing. She said, "A friend, you know, people think I'm crazy,
right,
by being involved in this." And you sit back and say, you thought we'd be way beyond that by now."
But we're not.
But we're not.
We're not. We're
And
still not.
that's a sad thing.
Especially in the medical community. We talked to Dr. Mara Gordon this week, and she is the woman that was featured in Weed the People, that documentary. And of course, if you have not seen Weed the People, the documentary, it's available on YouTube. You might as well look at it. There's some very fascinating stories in there. You know, I'm kind of a sensitive guy, and I
always thought that about you.
I know. I'm teared up 3 or 4 times in that because of the stories about saving kids' lives with cancer through cannabis. I mean, really? And we're fighting this now? If my kid, in fact, I saw a story today, a congresswoman. She goes, "I will break the law to save my child."
What was it, 60 Minutes, about maybe 8 or 10 years ago, talking about kids,
right,
and the ability, what it took, the drugs it took off of them. Drugs that it says don't give to a horse under 750 pounds.
Right.
And you sit back, and the time it was relating to Virginia,
Yep.
because it wouldn't allow the oils in.
Mhm.
And how do you deal with it? I mean, we've come way beyond this. It has made a difference.
Well, I think that we've come beyond it, but at a very slow pace, Walter. And it goes back to the fact that we've spent $1.5 billion looking for reasons to not use this plant that God put on this earth to heal people, to balance people's pain and neurotransmitters in our bodies. And, you know, I can't tell you how many times we preach, we talk, and we're lucky, Walter. We're in Massachusetts. It's legal here, okay? And you still are fighting it. You know, I still can't do banking in the state of Massachusetts.
I mean, I find it. I mean, to give you an analogy in the sense of the people that fight it, Massachusetts, we have the right to repair law on the ballot, and the amount of money being spent. This is what's going on in the cannabis industry. The amount of pharmaceutical businesses and everyone spending not to let this get to market the way it should be, because they're afraid of what it's going to do to their pocket. If they join in with this, they can be very much part of the solution as well.
That's right, part of the solution. And there's so many socially conscious capitalists now out there looking for ways to get into this business, because now that the needle's been moved, so to speak, it's not going away. And if anything, it's going to become more and more accepted by certainly the group that watches Twitch, all the 21 to 34-year-olds, because they're going to grow up with it. Oh, yeah, it's always been legal. It's like, you know, it's like Boston sports teams. They always seem to win. You know, I mean, it's just part of their world. Whereas with us, you know, it was always trying to prove yourself and trying to prove yourself. Now,
67 Red Sox, you keep
that's
going
when
on.
I started to be a real sports fan, okay? That 67 team, I was 10 years old. I had a 15-year-old brother, and you just couldn't go to school. The same thing with the Bruins at that time. You could not go to school if you didn't know how many points Bobby Orr had scored, an assist or a goal. Otherwise, you would be on the outside.
What were those guys doing after playing?
They were drinking a lot,
Yeah,
Walter.
look at the impact it had on them.
Yes, it did. And some of them didn't do so well, but you know what? I will tell you that Bobby Orr saved Derek Sanderson's life, and people know that, okay? And that's something that's out there. And I love running into Turk in the Sudbury Farms in Needham. It's one of the coolest things ever. I'm like, I'm not dropping my Cheetos here to fight you, okay? I just want you to know that right now, Turk. All right, Derek? You mentioned question 1. I got to ask you about this. Right to repair. We see Ed Davis. I'm Ed Davis, the former Boston commissioner, and I'm going to tell you this is about the right to repair. Is that question, and you're an attorney, okay, is one of the most confusing questions I've ever read on a ballot, because the other side is telling you it's actually an access to data, personal data question. So my question to you as an attorney, and I don't know if you happen to know anyone who wrote that law or wrote that question, okay? This is what bothers me about our electorate and our world here. If the question is not written properly, okay, how do you make the right decision when you're being asked a question like that? To me, it's too confusing. And I know my honey, by the way, we both got our ballots in the mail, and we're both going to fill them out and bring them into the clerk's office in Needham, Massachusetts, because I really think that's the smartest thing to do. It certainly is the most secure thing to do. Even more secure than I might add at the ballot box, where they don't even ask you for an ID when you go in to vote. Just saying. Back to the question about question one. How do you, as an attorney, look at the words and kind of pick through the words to see, oh, this is about this right to repair, or this is about protecting your personal data? What is the truth there?
Well, first of all, you got to look at how does a petition get on the ballot.
Yes.
You have to get signatures the first round.
Right.
It goes to the Attorney General to be certified,
Yep.
to make sure the question is worded properly
Right.
and it doesn't have any constitutional issues. Then it goes back.
Right.
Now you're looking at, so on Fox News today, they had someone on both sides of the equation talking about why it's good and on why it's bad. The lobbyist, government relations, public affairs person to kill it actually mentioned the former commissioner.
Yeah.
And he made sure, he said, do you know the former commissioner is making $75,000
to do those commercials?
To do those commercials.
Very good. I like that got pointed out.
Yeah. And I'm not saying Eddie Davis didn't say that because he believes in it, but I think we've run into the ability to get your car fixed today. I mean, you and I grew up in an era, you opened up the hood of the car, all that was there was an engine. You could pull spark plugs, you could do it.
Right. Now it's a computer, right, that's powered by either electricity or by gas.
And I'll give you an example. My son's car needed the new transmission. So I go into the transmission repair shop, and guy comes in who has a Mercedes. And I won't mention the dealership name. Comes in, and car breaks down. The transmission's gone. He brings it to a dealership.
Yeah. What's the
dealership changes the oil, the transmission fluid in the car, $1,000. That's usually a $350 fix to change it. That doesn't solve the issue. He brings it to the auto repair guy. He goes, your transmission's gone. Okay, replaces the transmission. Now, contained within that transmission is a box next to the transmission that electronically tells the transmission what to shift into.
Right.
That only can be done at a dealership.
At a dealership.
Now, tell me that makes sense.
No, it makes no sense. But, look, those lobbies, the auto lobby, the pharmacy lobby, right? This is how politics is done in our world. And, there's a lot of talk about the issues regarding the two-party system and what we have. And people are questioning our democracy. And is this going to survive everything over the next couple of weeks? It is a crazy time right now, Walter.
I mean, you mentioned Vermont earlier about the only state actually to move medical marijuana forward through legislation. I think if you look at Massachusetts back in 2012, legislature was against medical marijuana. It passes.
Right.
Now, no one's going to say there wasn't. There were problems with the legislation in general. But the legislature instead said, well, we're not going to touch it.
Right.
We'll let it just go out there.
Right.
Instead of fixing the problem. What we saw happen in 2016 with the passing of recreational marijuana, the legislature realized, hey, wait a minute, there are problems with this. There are actually problems before, but we decided not to touch it. The legislature rewrote the law. And in some cases, I mean, the law was originally written to benefit RMDs that were already opened.
Right.
That didn't necessarily seem fair. To create a market, create social justice within there, the legislature tweaked it a lot to create where we are today. All in all, I think they did a pretty good job.
I'm glad you said that. That's all fine and dandy, but what bugs me is there's still that feeling amongst our the people that we've elected, that this is a necessary evil that they have to deal with. They don't want to take the time to learn about the product, learn about the plant. This is what Dr. Lola was just talking about. Education in the medical community, education in our Congress, both local, town, state, and federal. Learn about this. Look, Just do research on it. When I got my medical card in 2013, the first thing I did, okay, after I visited the dispensary, because I went in there and I said, I don't want to smoke it anymore. Figure out different ways to take it, whether it's tinctures or edibles or whatever. They understand that there is a way to learn about this plant through research. I go online. I used Google. Have you heard of Google?
Lawyers use that more than using legal research tools.
Right. You talk about reading. Google knows, right? Google's going to give you a gazillion different ways. And I started looking at this and seeing what websites were out there that were doing good education. I found Green Flower. Okay, now the best part about this, and it's a shameless plug, tomorrow I'm talking to the founder of Green Flower, Max Simon. And I watched 100 videos that his company had produced about medical cannabis, medical marijuana. And this is where I learned about this, and I took the time to do it. I don't think our elected officials want to learn. They're not. There's nothing motivating them to learn about this. So only the fact that the people that put them in power, voted for them, are telling them, please learn about this.
I think someone once told me that people's perceptions are their reality. No matter how much I tell them, their perception is this is still bad. Do we really want to touch it? How do we do it? Educate yourself. Learn more.
It's not bad. It's a medicine. That's the key. And what they're uncomfortable with is the ability to self-medicate. Talk to doctors about self-medication. Okay? And even the doctors is like, I don't know enough about this. I can't really comment on it. I'm afraid I'll lose my license. No, you're lazy. Get on the internet and learn about the damn stuff. Will you please? I mean, it's crazy.
And I think you use the term self-medicate.
Right.
It's amazing how many pharmaceutical drugs people are using to self-medicate.
Well,
and I don't mean for a good purpose.
Sudafed, Robitussin, all those things that are out there, right? And they're FDA approved, Walter, right?
And the other hard part we have, because you mentioned, there are a number of bills to make corrections or tweaks to the current law.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the approach of the legislature of hands-off, these things won't get done. And everyone's in agreement that they need to be done. We have local host community agreements, how they hold people hostage as to what you have to pay, as to what the legislation means. The legislature needs to do something, either that or write the legislation to give the Cannabis Control Commission more authority to tweak it.
Yeah, I think that should happen. I just don't know if it will. And again, it goes back to, and this is another reason why I started this company, Walter, and you and I have had this talk, I know. I saw an interview by a media person, a network media person. It was, take your pick. MSNBC, CNBC, Fox, CNN, take your pick. I don't care. I'm going to throw everybody under the bus on this one. Talking to a CEO of a cannabis company. And the questions that were being asked of this CEO were so embarrassing to me because it showed the ignorance of the reporter. Again, not taking the time to do research on the person you are interviewing or talking to. This is why I started this company more than any other reason. It's like I really wanted the industry people to be comfortable talking about it.
Look, Jimmy, let me ask you this. I really thought 2020 with the national election taking place for Congress, president, and so forth, that we really would see some change in Congress in moving forward. It didn't happen. In fact, we slowed down. Why do you think?
It's 2020 now. I mean, you're talking about 2020 or 2016 or 2018?
2020. I really thought during this election cycle prior that you would see banking regulations, banking law change.
Barney Frank told me that in that booth that we were at in 2019. He really expected the Safe Banking Act to move forward. It didn't. And again, Walter, you know, people, they don't like it when I say these things, okay, a lot of these things, because after all, I'm from Massachusetts, and while I was an independent voter for a while growing up, I have gone over to the Democrat side, okay?
You found faith and hope. That's good.
Yeah, but I tell you what, they've screwed it up too. I got to tell you, I'm sorry they have, okay? That being said, when you don't have leadership on a team, let's not make it the government. Let's make it a team. If you don't have leadership on your team, cliques are going to form, and people are going to side with where they're most comfortable, right? Now you have a leader that might put in a wedge between those two sides, and now you're getting people to dig in their heels. So we have not had a working government now, I think, really for the last few years. I just don't see it.
Bill Clinton, in his book that he wrote just prior to Obama's second term, wrote that during his tenure, politicians were a lot more idealist, that they could maneuver. And he says what you see today on both sides, they're all ideologues. And so it's hard to get them to come together for the better good.
They want to protect their money. They want to protect who they are, their world that they're in. I'm big on term limits. I want to see term limits. I also like the idea of 6-year terms for one president. I'd like to see that. Again, I'm a radical sometimes with these things, but it is how I feel, okay? And I'm not afraid to spew my opinion as a talk show host. I am not a journalist. I want to make sure people understand there is a difference there, okay? If someone was paying me to report on facts, I'd be a journalist again. But I'm not. I got my own talk show. I got my own studio. I get to pretty much say what I want to say. I'm sorry. It's just how it works. You don't like it? Don't listen to me. I don't care.
A former congressman once said that any politician that doesn't tell you that they're not worried about being reelected or higher office, they're lying to you.
Right. It's like keeping your job. You want to protect your job. If you're gainfully employed by a company, you don't want to screw up that job, right? You don't. So you do what you're told to do. You live within the responsibilities of what you were hired to do.
Actually, I had this conversation with someone in the private sector, and he said the same thing to me. It exists in the private sector. You want to be comfortable and hold on to your job, so you don't do much.
Right.
So let's not do anything. We don't want to. We want to stay
Don't
there.
upset the apple cart, right?
And that creates. I was at an event once. It's called Disruptive Innovation.
Yeah.
And I was at a thing over in Kendall Square, and it was for the governor's race between Charlie Baker and Martha Coakley. And someone from the audience asked Martha Coakley, what do you think about disruptive innovation? He said, sounds like a crime. And you sit back, those are the issues. Disruptive innovation is good. Let us give the ability to do what we can do to make society better. Don't put roadblocks in place. I mean, you can worry about safeguards and so forth, but don't put a roadblock in place.
There's so many roadblocks for people who want to get into the cannabis industry, Walter. It has alienated the social equity applicant for sure. Coming up with $1 million to just go through the process. Caroline's Cannabis, God love her, she managed to do it without lawyers. She filled out all the paperwork. She got it done. She got her license, and she did it for under $100,000, I believe, to get to the starting line.
When she ever got her first, when she went looking for a lawyer, when she found out what it was going to cost, just to get the lawyer to start talking to her, like, wait a minute, I can't do that.
Right.
And she also decided, in the sense, and this is really what applicants need to look at. Do I need the 2,500-foot store, a 5,000-foot store? Do I need to be in Boston? Do I need to be in Cambridge? Do I need to be in Somerville? Carolyn picked Uxbridge. She's from there. Less than 492 square feet of space.
Right, it's like a closet she's in.
And she could do what she could do. As a result of doing the way she did it, she's growing at that space.
Right. Now she's growing at that space. I think she's going after a couple more licenses too.
She approached it from a good point of view of what can she do.
Right.
Don't bite off more of the apple than you can chew.
Yeah, we have a lot of viewership across the country. So Caroline Frankel is a female in Uxbridge, which is south of Worcester. It's right next to the tiny town of Mendon, and it's in Massachusetts. And now Uxbridge is becoming a very cannabis-friendly community.
And what I found
doesn't hurt that Stephen Mandilli, I believe, is a selectman in that.
Yes,
right?
What I find is amazing is that due to this economic crisis we're having as a result of the pandemic, cities and towns are really starting to realize we have no way of increasing our commercial base. Pharmaceutical companies aren't going to go to Uxbridge. They're going to stay in Cambridge and the surrounding area.
Right.
And now they're starting to realize their vote against retail cannabis was wrong. Maybe they don't want a retail store there at least open it up for cultivation and manufacturing. They need to develop a commercial base.
Right. It's the NIMBY factor is still in there, not in my backyard. I learned that part of this cannabis world too. I didn't know what NIMBY.
Everybody wants it, but not in their backyard.
Right, not in my backyard. And and it's really interesting. And one of the things that just makes me crazy about Massachusetts is, especially in the city of Boston, they're talking about the zones between the dispensaries and the schools, right? And then if you drive on Route 9 and you drive past Netta, the New England Treatment Access, which was one of the first dispensaries to open in Massachusetts, right next door is a kids' school. Right next door. It's not half a mile away. It's right next door.
And that was a question back then was, wait a minute, are they near a school? And
right.
There was.
I mean, it's crazy. It happened. It's there. And guess what? Nobody's died. There hasn't been an impact of this, influence on these. By the way, the kids, I don't even think the kids are going to that school anymore because it's all remote anyway, right? Point being, again, educate yourself about the product. I actually think now is a great time for parents to talk to their kids about cannabis and alcohol and caffeine and Robitussin and Sudafed and sex and drugs too, sex and rock and roll. You might as well add that in there because parents, it's always awkward for them to talk about it. And before you talk about it, read and listen and look. There's plenty of opportunities to learn about these products to talk and how best to talk to your kids.
You look at the amount of, so I won't mention a brand name now, the amount of kids using high concentrates of beverages that contain caffeine.
Right.
The ramifications of that.
The energy drinks.
It's
right?
dangerous.
That's right. And what did I find today? I know it's here.
Oh,
in
we're
my
gonna
notes.
have a good one on this one.
About Pabst. There's now infused, you may have it. I may have given it to you. Infused, you can read it. It's our Play Newsman. I don't care. Infused beverages in California. What are they infused with? THC, CBD.
What I find
but
is amazing.
Not alcohol.
Not alcohol. Because what you find is amazing is the liquor industry, the alcohol industry getting involved in this.
Right. Because they understand it's not necessarily the beverage industry, it's the intoxication industry.
When we grew up, what did you call a Pabst Blue Ribbon can? When you'd pay $3 for a beer.
It was cheap beer, Walter.
It wasn't bad.
My story, I don't know if you know I can't drink beer. Hops, I'm allergic to hops. Didn't realize that, didn't understand that till I was an adult. But when I was a kid, I was getting crap from my friends like Walter over here. He'd say, oh, you can't hold your beer. 3 beers, I'd get sick. Why did I get sick? Because I was allergic to the hops.
I never knew that.
Never knew it.
But you think about Pabst getting into the seltzer business.
Right.
In the sense of in Massachusetts.
Hard seltzer, they're calling it now.
I mean, they have hard seltzer that they're creating, but they're also creating THC seltzer with non-alcohol. We look at in Massachusetts, we have a company that did an amazing job in the seltzer world. Poland Springs, located in Worcester, Massachusetts.
The
Crowleys. Second biggest city in the state.
And the cannabis capital of Massachusetts, because
Yes.
the commission's there, they got more dispensaries there than anywhere else.
But they created a name brand for themselves with seltzer. They've now gone into business with a Boston company to create hard seltzer. I could see Poland Springs getting involved in the cannabis.
Great. Can you say HARD? What's that word again?
HARD.
Yeah, you just
hard
said it.
seltzer.
Hard
right.
seltzer. He's from Boston, everybody.
That's
It's
one of those
okay.
commercials like Toyota or something where they have the guy from the Smart car.
That's right. That's oh my God. And who is it? I think I saw it. I'm going to give Kennedy Carpet too. Kennedy Carpet. You know, that Boston accent. It's become almost stylish now, which is bizarre because I have never. I tried to get rid of my Boston accent when I became a broadcaster.
I saw a Jordan's Furniture commercial today. They had Lenny Clark on, making sure that you say "smart" correctly.
Right.
Without the R.
I love, and Lenny's awesome. Another news item that we have not talked about that I know I want to get into, and it has to do with MJ BizCon, the largest convention in cannabis in Las Vegas every year. 30,000, 40,000 people flock there. It gets bigger and bigger every year. Well, guess what? They're not having an in-person event this year. And I'm really glad in a lot of ways because as tempted as I was to go to it, I really didn't want to go to it. I just didn't. I mean, I'm I'm 63 years old. I'm not in the high risk, but I'm close to it, okay? And so now that in-person event has been canceled. It is still going to be December 2nd to the 4th, and it will be online. In fact, they're going to be offering a 5-week digital conference and trade show online.
MJ Biz does a great job, Chris
They
Walsh
do.
and all the people
That's
there.
right. In fact, I think we're going to run one of our Chris Walsh interviews.
Oh, great.
So what we do, we're live in studio until 6 o'clock, and then we show the best of content. And amazingly enough, there's actually a 30-minute interview with you that we're going to show.
I was wondering if I was going to be one of the
you made
one
the
of the
best
best
of. You made the best of. You and I, Nicole Spiller was in our booth that day, and we did 19 hours of live streaming from NECAN, March of 2019, as the Cannabis Multimedia Network.
What you learned on this show a year ago is just as important to learn it again today.
Absolutely.
With Jimmy, with what you put forward.
I appreciate that. And that is absolutely what we like to do, is talk about educating the public about this product, about this plant. And it's not one of these plastic plants, okay? Because you can't kill the plastic plant. You just can't. Oh, God, that was my camera. I'm over here. Sorry. Okay, so MJ Biz has been canceled. Chris Walsh does a great job. I want to see if I have any other few notes. We're going to fill until 5 minutes because it's 5:30. We've got a guest coming on, and I got to tell you, I just met this guy today, all right? His name is Dozy Bobono, and unless you are a basketball aficionado and knew that he actually was a professional basketball player for 18 years, went to Lehigh, and I believe that was the year that Lehigh made the NCAA basketball tournament. It was, I think it was 1990 when he was there. But this guy is in the cannabis business. He's got a sports management company out of Philadelphia. And it is Aunt Generet's eco-friendly fungi. This is a fungus, okay, that enhances the growth of cannabis.
It's organic.
And it's totally organic. And he's bringing it to market. This is what I love about the cannabis industry, because you meet people that have found these things that just will impact the entire industry. This little product, it's like, it's not miracle grow, but it's a miracle impact on the product of cannabis. And he will explain it to us, hopefully at 5:30. I do understand that there's something called, well, you probably are familiar with it. There's a certain time zone thing. And some people just are on their own time zone.
Even if they're in the same zone.
Even if they're in the same zone. So there may be dozy time, but he knows to try to make it at 5:30 today. Hopefully he will join us because he's a great character. We had a great conversation. We know hundreds of people together because of his basketball background and sports background. And he, saw the Philadelphia 76ers win the NBA championship in 1982 to
That's what got him into basketball.
And that's what got him into basketball. And, we talked about the Impossible Dream Red Sox in 1967. It would be kind of cool.
We can play Camelot to dream the impossible dream.
I'm not going to sing it. Do you remember Jess Kane sang that, and he sang the Yaz song, right? Those were the days in the 60s. Yes, a couple of old guys that are talking about the 60s again. Yeah, that's what we do here. That's why. And what's the name of your show?
Weed. Oh, now it's going to be the Kings of Cannabis.
The Kings of Cannabis. So you've gotten rid of In the Weeds.
Which we still use In the Weeds, but we're changing the name. Too many people use In the Weeds. Too many people are in the weeds.
Well, I'm comfortable with my In the Weeds title because it has my name attached to it. So it's In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And that has been my podcast since March of 2018. And we will continue to run that as a podcast no matter what. Interestingly enough, and I'm going to ask you this because I have a feeling I know the answer to it. The impact of coaches and teachers on athletes' lives. Lord knows when I went to Tufts, that's what I thought I was going to be, was either a teacher or a coach, had my summers off, go to Camp Caribou for the summer, be a counselor there, and that would have been my life. And I would have been pretty happy with it. I did get an opportunity in 1977 to produce sports at Channel 4 in Boston for Jimmy Myers.
Nice.
That's what it is in sports, right?
Liz Walker. Who else was on there?
No.
Liz
Liz came
Walker
much
wasn't
later.
there?
This was Maurice Lewis and Jimmy Myers were the first two black.
Was Ellis there?
Tom Ellis had just left there to become the first $1 million anchor in New York, I think.
Oh,
first.
wow.
I think he went from Boston to New York and then came back to Boston. And then his last show, I was doing sports that day.
Wow.
The late Tom Ellis, unfortunately he passed recently, and I feel bad about that. But man, what a legend he was. Boston has always had great talent in their news operations.
In all three, well, I don't know how many stations we have now.
Well, now you get quite a few, right?
But you think
still.
of the talent that was there, and truly talented,
Right.
and the ability to tell a story the way it needs to be told versus adding to make it more sensational.
Now, that's interesting you say that, because that did coincide with me leaving on-air work when Fox came into the Boston market, okay? Because there was a time when NECN was doing the Fox News for them. We also, I believe, did it for 56, 25, I think even 38 one year. Each year it was a different UHF channel. People, by the way, people don't know what we're talking about. UHF? What the hell is UHF, right?
I thought that was a big deal when 38 and 56 came into play.
Anybody over the age of 45-ish in Boston will remember the fact that the Bruins were on Channel 38 in that day, right? And the Celtics ended up on 25 for a while, right?
And that's what made 38 famous.
And put WSBK Channel 38 on the map. Does anybody else notice that it's kind of hot in here? And it's not like we have a lot of lights, but it's a very hot. Usually it's cold or it's too hot. It always seems to be extremes in the studio, right?
I thought that heat was coming from you.
Don't know that. Well, it is 5:30, and we'll see if Dozy remembers to call us in here or not. But do we have any, Dan, do we have any video, Phil, that you can cue up? Nothing? He's shaking his head. He's going to hate me. Yes. Can you take a quick break on and show a cannabis.net video or something like that so that I can... you want to show that?
Yeah, this is what we said.
No, it's fine. Okay, so have you seen Growing Belushi? Did you see the show? So Jim Belushi did 3 shows on Discovery called Growing Belushi. He is a farmer in Oregon, and the fires came within 3 miles of his farm, and it was okay. But he has these 3 shows out, and he does this bit on one of the shows. It's called Cannabis 101 with Jim Belushi, and he talks about edibles. And we take a little clip of it. We courtesy Discovery Channel. We're hoping Jim gets another shot at getting more episodes to this. If you haven't seen it, it's on demand. It's also on YouTube. We're not doing it because we have Dozy. Am I right? Mm-hmm. Awesome. That's what we call Phil. And by the way, he's on time. So we're going to give him credit for that. Hey, Dozy, are you there? Let's see. We're waiting for his audio to kick in. Trying to figure it out. Yeah, there's horizontal. That's good. That's good. Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you, Jimmy?
Good, Dozy. We're going to turn up the sound so we can hear you. But thank you so much for joining us. This is Dozy. Is it M Bono? Do we say M or not?
Mbanu.
Do we say M?
Mbanu.
Mbano. Mbanu. Thank you very much. Mbanu.
Yes.
And this is Walter Sullivan, which is a lot easier to say than Dozy. But I was giving your background a little bit here. You've got basketball, you've got cannabis, and you've got a very, very smart aunt. Am I right in that? Is that right?
Yeah, you're exactly right.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you coming in at the right time here. We were talking about how teachers and coaches were big influences in many of our lives, and I know you had influence from both coaches and teachers in your life. First of all, tell us a little bit about how you ended up or starting to be in the cannabis industry and what you're doing, because it's a very exciting product that is basically a fungi, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So tell us a little bit about it.
Well, the fungi is going to tell you all about the beneficial fungi. How about that?
Fair enough. I love that. Dozy is the fun guy about fungi. Go ahead. How in the world did this come about, Dozy?
Well, you know, I go all the way back to childhood. I just recently turned 50. years old last month. And, you know, I grew up in the 70s. I was born in 1970, but during that decade, my aunt, Dr. Janneret, was working for the Department of Agriculture's Forestry Service. And I would go on vacation with my mother and brother in the summer to see her. And she would take my brother and I to work with her to that government laboratory, and where they, you know, they were first just identifying what these beneficial fungi are. And the real scientific term is ectomycorrhizal fungi. And yeah, that's the name. It's a long one. It's a tongue
Say
twister.
it 3 times fast, and I'll give you a, you know, a little ice cream or something, you know?
Right. So that's why we refer to beneficial fungi. These are naturally occurring fungi that are in all soils. And they first learned about these fungi from a coal mine where they saw some vegetation growing, and they first thought it was, you know, why are those plants growing? Just the question of why. And they pulled those plants and studied them, and first thought these fungi were a disease, and then later learned that they were actually the benefit as to the reason why those plants were growing in that coal mine area, abandoned coal mine. And here we go, fast forward, they closed that laboratory. Dr. Janneret is an environmental expert. She actually wrote the decision tree for the Environmental Protection Agency for how they handle oil spills. And then this was all in the mid 80s. After they closed that laboratory, she took a job as a consultant. And her next project came from what is now known as the Department of Energy. She actually defined the terms for the Department of Energy for how they handle radioactive materials. And now fast forward 2 years, well, after that, she ended up in academia at a botany department. And that's where she began working on the, you know, just trying to learn as much as she could about these beneficial fungi. And then she ended up making this groundbreaking discovery in '86. And I was a junior in high school at the time. So talk about coming full circle. I went to college on a basketball scholarship after my high school, and then ventured on this 18-year professional career that took me all over the world and all these priceless experiences. And then I ended up becoming an agent at the same time during the last 10 years of my career. And it really has worked out. That was 20 years ago when I started that. And after I retired 10 years ago in 2010. Yes, I retired at the age of 40 from playing professional basketball abroad. And then I wrote this proposal about Nigeria and why we weren't in the Olympics and World Championships at that time, and ended up parlaying that into becoming the manager of the team, Nigeria's Olympic team. And I was hired 8 months before the 2012 Olympics, and then made history. And the first time in the country's history, we made the London Olympics. And that just gave me this epiphany when I went back to where I was living in Cyprus in the Mediterranean about, you know, they had all these sustainable initiatives at the Olympics. And then a former girlfriend showed me a documentary about Leonardo DiCaprio's climate change and Nikola Tesla's life, another documentary. And it really got me thinking about the world is really starting to take climate change and sustainability kind of serious. And now it's grown into what we really need, all these initiatives during this pandemic. And it's really brought out, you know, the real need for our world society. And it's all because of Dr. Janneret, why I'm in the cannabis industry. I just, you know, from doing market research in the agriculture industry, and just started tracking how the cannabis industry was, you know, starting to really take off here in the USA. And, you know, I was able to position us into a business accelerator, and then got into this business incubator here on Lehigh University's campus. And then, you know, things just happen you never ever think along the journey. And now, you know, my sports management company is entering in the space, and both companies are ancillary companies. And, you know, it's flattering when you get other established cannabis companies come to you to pitch you about working with them or partnering with them on new business ideas. And it's just, this is a phenomenal industry. There, you know, it does have its challenges, and it will have its evolution, but it's just a phenomenal industry to try and make something special happen. And we just so happen, after 4 years being in the industry, we've happened to make something really, really special and dynamic take place.
So can you give us an elevator pitch of exactly what this fungi does to the cannabis plant?
Oh, wow. Well, here's your elevator pitch. Dr. J's fungi sustainably solves agriculture, forestry, and environmental challenges. As it pertains to the cannabis industry, not only are we able, any seed, seedling, or clone that touches our inoculum automatically is organic cannabis, but the yields end up increasing. In our THC trial, we had yield increases of an extra 2.2 ounces of biomass bud. And from the laboratory testing stage, we ended up receiving new groundbreaking results in cannabis for increasing the overall max THC by 150% more than the controls. And also our cannabinoid profile in the bud is at the levels of concentrates and beyond. This is the new
I got to tell you, do you even know what the word retirement means? I'm exhausted just listening to everything you're doing. But you know, the interesting thing.
No, I don't.
I'm tired just listening to you.
Thank
but
you.
Weed is a weed. It sucks up whatever's in the soil. And that's really what the fungi benefit is. It provides something to the cannabis that allows it to succeed beyond what people would think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if I could have shared, you know, some of these pictures, which we will share some of this data that priceless data we've achieved during this journey. You know, we ended up with these cannabis plants. When they were trimmed, they looked like grizzly bears. It was crazy. And it's just, you know, it just leads and opens up a new lock in Pandora's box for the whole industry. And this isn't just for the US, it's for the whole world. You could end up essentially with a real organic cannabis industry worldwide, internationally. And it is real that this can take place through Dr. Jen or Dr. J's fungi.
I told you he had a revolutionary product, and Walter's eyes are like bugging out of his head. You know, it's great that you've got this product, and one of the things I keep harping on when it comes to the cannabis industry is this socially responsible capitalism, that everybody who's in it really wants to not just, you know, get in to make money and be successful, but to really impact the world from a positive perspective. And I bring up solar power here. There's only one dispensary in Massachusetts that is Solar Therapeutics down in Somerset, right?
Yes.
And I love, in fact, I'm not going to be the grand poobah of the cannabis industry, but I'd love to see more dispensaries using solar to grow, because that's one of the biggest operational items is the cost of electricity of these indoor growers. Especially here in New England, because you got to grow it indoors, because you got July and winter these days, you know, because of climate change and what have you here.
Absolutely.
So again, another way to impact the world just by not creating that carbon footprint with the electricity costs. So here's another opportunity to do it too. When do you hope to get this to market, Dozy?
So actually, we're actually I just am finishing up completing a successful pre-seed early stage investors round, and we are launching here. So I'm launching the company this month. Our official launch will be right after Dr. Janaret's 80th birthday next month. And this is, you know, how you bring in a real birthday. We're officially launching the company the day after her birthday.
Oh, that's awesome.
She's like you. She doesn't know how to retire.
Right. And I'm bringing her out of retirement. And, you know, this is what lifelong dreams are made of. You know, when you just don't quit and you keep fighting for every inch. And just imagine, you know, as, you know, cannabis is on our election ballots this next month. Imagine, you know, think of the laws of transference. I put something, a chemical in the ground or on the plant. That chemical now is absorbed into the plant. It transfers to the end user, the consumer. And now we end up where even in medical states where we're supposed to be treating, you know, or looking for solutions for ailments and of all types. And imagine you're putting in harmful chemicals into those patients looking for relief. You know, imagine if you could just give them a plant that you knew was just nothing but Mother Nature's finest. No chemicals that have residual effects that, you know, these chemicals, once they enter your body, they enter into your organs, your liver, you know, your kidneys. They get into your bloodstream. That's how we have all these new diseases that we didn't have 100 years ago. And now, even from let's go more micro, where it gets into your bloodstream, and now you end up with inflammation in your body, even if in your brain, your joints, muscles, tendons, all due to foreign substances. What if we took that out of the equation and just gave you nothing but the full Mother Nature's benefit of the plant? Then you're really going to see some people with ailments who are really going to be preaching highly about what the benefits of this plant can really achieve for them.
Dozy, does the fungi, I mean, as you talk about chemicals and so forth, you know, to deal with mold issues, I forget, what are the bugs called? You might get on a bug mites or something on cannabis?
Trichomes?
Trichomes.
Ha! Hey,
you are good.
Spider.
Huh? But I got my trichomes. I learned that last week on this show. I'll tell you that right now. Go ahead.
Does the fungi actually make the plant stronger to fight against certain things as well while it's growing?
Yes, it does. And that's the beauty of these fungi. You know, they attach to the plant root underground, and that is where many diseases and pathogens attack plants, from the underground root aspect. And that's where these fungi take up housing. And in exchange, the root gives them housing and sugar. In exchange, the fungi have hairs like on our bodies, and they just keep reaching in the ground for any nutrients that they can find. And let me add this, you know, most plants, their DNA is to only absorb, they're wired to only absorb certain specific nutrients that are in the ground. The real benefit in the science to this, what we have with our beneficial fungi, is that we were able to make these fungi really prove and work and do exactly what the scientific data says. And then what we found is that you end up with this protection, not just below ground against certain pathogens and diseases, but we also learned from our trials, it provides a layer of protection over the whole mantle of the plant. It helps the plant resist a lot of invasive species. And it, you know, last year was a very hard year in the outdoor industry and indoor because of how much moisture we received on the East Coast. And our fungi proved to be even resilient through that grow season, and we still achieved groundbreaking results, even in the hemp outdoor organic space. So it's the gift, the Mother Nature's gift that just keeps on giving and giving and giving and giving.
So I'm going to ask a question about your background in sports, because after all, even though we know this is a cannabis show, there is definitely more and more athletes like yourself, because you know what, just because you're 50, I know you're still an athlete, Dozy, okay? Once an athlete, always an athlete, okay?
That's it. To some extent, yes.
That's right. We're seeing a lot of athletes get into CBD. They're getting into cannabis. This is a ongoing development as part of the whole green rush that is the cannabis world. Who do you know, or how, besides yourself, that's out there? I mean, have you come across, Marvin Washington, I believe Leonard, the Giants guy. Leonard Marshall. Thank you very much. I knew you'd know that. See?
Mike Tyson,
Mike Tyson,
So I'm a member of an organization called Athletes for Care.
Oh, I know that very well. That's a great organization.
Yeah, so I'm one of the members, and it's just phenomenal to see all these professional athletes, former professional athletes. Cliff Robinson from the Portland Trailblazers, who just passed away, bless his soul, because he was a huge advocate and a member. He was a huge advocate for the plant, for the industry. The plant actually cost him part of his career when, the cannabis, he was a consumer during his NBA career, and it cost him. And, now we're seeing that athletes are embracing cannabis, embracing CBD because of, the healing aspects, the anti-inflammatory, days when now I do power walks and meditation walks, but, I train players. It helps with the recovery when you're tired. If you're dragging, like you're alert, and it puts you in the right place where you need to be. And also for sleep deprivation, which is the largest issue with all of professional sports, cannabis is the healthy way for health and wellness. If you have issues sleeping, you can find some solutions in the cannabis industry for that, most definitely.
There you go.
You also have, Dozy, you're a family member that played in the NFL.
Yes, my dear beloved uncle, Charles Janneret.
When you look at your professional career and drugs that were used to help athletes.
Help? Which?
Well, we're gonna get into that.
Right. Okay.
And now you see what cannabis can do in part of the Athletes for Care. Why do you think we went down that path, or maybe not go down the path, is open that path more up for cannabis? And how do you think professional sports will now view cannabis and so forth moving forward?
Well, from studying the market trends, what I noticed was once you started having in the news about players having issues with the opioid medications they were prescribed for pain. We used to use something called Voltaren in Europe that they would give us, and that was very powerful for pain, but side effects, you can end up with liver, kidney diseases. So, things like this, when you see things like this taking place with athletes, and now it becomes mainstream that an athlete needs to go into rehab for painkillers, it's like, really? And now you learn that you can get this similar effect for the pain from a plant, as beautiful as the cannabis plant. And it's just a no-brainer. We're coming at this from a scientific standpoint, but also from just a common sense and common logic standpoint. Let's start with the basics of 1 + 1 = 2, and how we're going to help athletes and human beings how to live much more healthier and well lives. That's it.
Well said. It's
Thank
awesome
you.
what's going on in this world, and I love the opportunity that a lot of the athletes are using, whether it was in the NBA bubble or the NHL or the EPL in Europe. You know, COVID has been a very devastating, had a devastating effect on our world in so many ways. It's touched so many people, and you know, I do think that good always overcomes bad and good over evil. And now I do think that there's a movement now where people are embracing diversity and recognizing what we've done to the black man in this country and how the role that cannabis has had throughout our history with this. And yet the biggest change can happen within the next few weeks if everybody takes time to vote in probably the most important election of my time. And I'm older than everybody in this room. I'm 63, so I get to say that. You know?
That's it.
And I'm still, I swear, Dozy, I swear I still have athletic. I missed a spill of hot coffee the other day, and somebody said to me, wow, you really get good reflexes. I go, I was an athlete once, okay?
That's it.
Anyway,
That's it.
Well, are you seeing, do you think we're going to see lasting change because of what everyone has been through over the last 6-7 months, this whole year of 2020?
Absolutely. You know, I study this market trend as well. You know, society on a whole is just stressed out right now because of this situation. You know, cannabis helps with stress, you know, with anxiety. You know, I read an article where women right now, we have to be very careful about our women and female population who have a heavy burden during this pandemic because of, you know, stereotypical responsibilities, you know, gender responsibilities. And, you know, these ladies, women are full days, children, work, trying to manage at home. Maybe one is at school, you know, partial, like, and then they do everything that they would do even when they come home from work, you know, and then that's like another part-time job or full-time job. So we have to be very careful about, you know, taking it down to the humankind and mankind standpoint. And if we start from there, you know, we can achieve a lot in this industry. It's just if we all, you know, people get into the right mind frame. And I understand not everyone's going to agree, but I'm always take it back to the science, common sense, true logic. I mean, if we start there at the basics, you know, things will become clear to people. You know, when you see results and when you see people with all these ailments who walk into dispensaries like I do as a medical patient here in Pennsylvania, and you see their faces light up when they leave these dispensaries with their bags, and it's just like, it's like they've found their calling and what they've always been looking for, but now they have the right access. And now the conversation has to be, how can we make sure that that access, that same access, can be had by every community, everyone to have the access to participate and make it affordable so that the whole world can heal. How about that?
I'm all for that. It's why I have this saying, it's a whole new world of weed out there. And I preach using it responsibly. And I know Walter, who's been along for this couple of years with me on this thing, you know, feels the same way about it. And I really salute you. And I cannot wait to talk to you about basketball because
oh man,
the outside in game has disappeared. It's now an inside out game. That 3-pointer has destroyed what was a beautiful game to watch. And I have a feeling do you feel similarly about that? I had to throw that in there.
Well, real quick, I'm a basketball purist. So, you know, I was taught the game from inside out, you know, but the difference in the game today from when I learned the game, you know, growing up as the 80s and 90s, you know, when we were taught the game, we were taught the game from you learned every position and how to play every position on the floor, no matter what height, no matter what size you were. Nowadays, players only learn one, if two positions their whole lifetime.
Right. That's
specialization.
different. Specialization has hurt a
Yes.
lot of sports. Look at
Yes.
baseball, for crying out loud. You know, what's a complete game? There's no such thing as a complete game anymore. The pitchers are wimps. They can only go 5 innings or 6 innings. You know, if they go to 7,
Right.
everybody goes, oh, he went deep into that game. The late Bob Gibson, you know, he just passed away. He was the greatest right-handed pitcher I ever got to see live. 67
That's
World
it.
Series. He drove me
That's
crazy.
it.
I hated him back then, but that's when I was 11 years old. You know, I don't use that word anymore. Anyway, hey, Dozy, I so have enjoyed. You have made my day, because not only have I got to talk to you once, I got to talk to you twice today. So
There we go.
so appreciate it. I look forward to working with you in whatever capacity we can. And I hope one day we get a chance to talk about that great rivalry of the early 80s. I think you know where I'm going. Okay.
Yes,
the
I know.
76ers Celtics. The 76ers Celtics thing was magical. Okay.
Oh, it was nothing like it, other than the Lakers and the Sixers and the Lakers and the Celtics. And
I
the
think we
Lakers.
could
Like
both
that
agree.
era.
I think we could both agree we don't like the Lakers, right?
Well, we don't like the Lakers, but you know, from growing up a Philly Sixers fan, I didn't like any Celtic, any Laker. But then as I matured as a player,
right.
I so much learned how to respect the body of work that each of those teams, because those teams had Hall of Famers and just some phenomenal players. So
that's right.
Hats
and
off
the Lakers,
to that era.
And the
Hats
Lakers,
off to that era.
And the Lakers will win their 17th to pull aside alongside my favorite team, the Celtics, with 17 in the next few days. It's just going to happen. That team is loaded. They've been actually really fun to watch. I too have aged quite a bit, and I've learned to respect that a little bit as well. And I still think LeBron James is the greatest basketball player of all time. We can debate that. Bill Russell, Michael Jordan, okay, I get it. But it goes back to what you said. You got to learn to play all the positions. And LeBron can play any position he wants, right?
That's true. He can play every position on the floor if he wants.
Dozy, thank you so much. I look forward to talking with you again. And I appreciate you coming on. Appreciate it a lot.
Hey, awesome. I love what you're doing and keep growing. And I can't wait to see how your platform evolves as well as the industry evolves. Hey, let's all evolve and let's all make it a wonderful organic industry. How about that?
I'm with you, 100%. Thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing about
everybody.
that.
Thank you.
Now.
Thank you so much. Fantastic.
To hear about his product is industry changing.
Very much so. The ability
if you're going
to create a pure product and to get that type of yield.
Right. Oh no, it will be industry changing.
And then also the ability to provide protection for the plant. Right. Because that becomes a big issue, especially in the Northeast.
Absolutely. In the Northeast, as Walter Sullivan loves to say. I love that accent, man. It's part of who you are. You are
I didn't go to Harvard.
I know you didn't. You're a special guy, and I so appreciate you coming in today.
Great show, great guests.
Yeah, great guests. And, man, you know, Nigeria has a lot to be proud of. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
They have produced great athletes, great minds, great people. You know, there's an old friend of mine from the Revolution days named Francis Okaro. I used to call him the General. He went to BU, too, and he played professionally for the Revolution, and he, too, was from Nigeria. Okay. So, anyway, it seems to be that. Anyway, for Walter Sullivan, Dan French, Isabel Turner, the whole PCM team, I'm Jimmy Young. Thanks for watching. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. We'll see you Friday afternoon when we do it again live from the PCM studios. Have a good one, everybody. I do want to set up the Lisa Zwerner interview a little bit. The Cleveland School of Cannabis is located in Cleveland and Columbus, Ohio. Certain states like Ohio, Oklahoma, only medical program.
Right.
But very much a part of the fabric now of each state's society.
Right.
They're vibrant in Oklahoma, I think if you show up and you ask for a license, you get a license. I think it's
That's great.
It's that easy, right? They gave out something like 800 licenses in the first year.
Wow.
That's going to cause a problem too,
Right.
you know, but it also is the polar opposite of how Massachusetts started their adult use recreational program, which has moved at a snail's pace.
Right.
And it's been controlled.
Right.
And it's been shut down by the governor during COVID as the only state doing that. But there, oh, look at that. She's got the right background and everything. I'll tell you, that's what you want. Oh, she's smiling, which means I think she can hear me, right? Is that right?
Perfect.
She can hear me. All right, that's great. Let's bring in Lisa Zwerner, the Director of Education for the Cleveland School of Cannabis. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Jimmy.
Oh, no, this is the perfect end to an amazing program because Andrew Elk is with us. He's a Director of Education and Training for a medical dispensary in the greater Boston area. And we've been getting an education on trichomes and terpenes and the grow, but we've kind of left the extraction process to you because you and I talked yesterday or the day before about this. Can you please explain the courses of study at the Cleveland School of Cannabis and your expertise in extraction and why that's so important?
Sure, thank you. The courses of study, we have 6 different majors, which would be anything from horticulture with cultivation, business dispensary, the medical side, as well as processing, post-processing, and industrial hemp. So that is, and we also have an executive major, which is kind of a combination of all of those. So that would kind of be your master's in education of cannabis. And the extraction, do you want me to just kind of review what I review in a class, kind of the basics?
Absolutely. Let's talk curriculum.
We cover everything from the basic method of extractions, which would be your mechanical extractions. And those type of extractions would be anything from like dry sift to bubble hash to rosin pressing. And then we get into more commercialized methods, which would be more of your ethanol and your butane washes, as well as your CO2. And that's where you get a lot of your vape pens and other types of concentrates from, as well as a little bit of infusions for oils and fats that we use for our edibles. So we really give them an overall view in the first course about all the types of extractions. And then we get into a much more in-depth course with processing and post-processing on the commercial level.
There you go. I mean, to me, I'm fascinated by every aspect. You know, they have the horticulture, obviously, history, legal, retail, activism, patient access, the whole 9 yards. This is not your average grow certificate course. This is legit. This is, I don't even want to call it legitimate because everybody has something to teach everybody else. But you're going to college when you go to the Cleveland School of Cannabis, correct, Lisa?
Yes, we are a state accredited institution. So you will be getting a certificate of completion at the end, as well as job placement. We take this seriously. So we take the student from the beginning in education and then try to get them placed into an Ohio facility. And now we're branching out into the U.S. with our online program.
There you go.
That's incredible.
It is. I told you. And this guy, Andrew, he is self-taught through various YouTube videos, and I'm amazed at the depth of his knowledge in this space. So I think what we have here is we have a college accredited program, and then we have the street cred, if you will.
Right.
And there's still so much to be learned at so many different levels. And, you know, again, I'm fascinated with the science behind it, Lisa. Can you walk us through the word decarboxylation? I get to say it. You know, we kind of goofed about that a little bit. But this is the process that you're able to take a flower and then extract the chemicals from the flower, correct?
Yeah, so decarboxylation actually is where you are taking the compounds from the flower, which are THCA, CBDA, CBN, you know, those products from the flower. And what you do through heat, oxidation, light, there's different forms that you can actually decarboxylate the compounds, and it takes off that carboxyl group, that acid group, which is that A on the end, and turns it into a form like THC and CBD. So it drops the A off. Now it is the THC is euphoric, where THCA is not. And that just to think from the layman's terms, when you are physically rolling a joint with flower that has THCA and CBDA in it, you have to light it, you have to heat it for those compounds to accelerate into a form that gives you the euphoria or medicinal properties that you need. And that's what decarboxylation is. So when you take decarboxylation in different forms, let's say for edibles, we're not lighting that up or we're not vaporizing that. So you have to actually heat that yourself. So you would actually grind up that cannabis and you would put it into an oven for, approximately an hour at 250, 240. And then you have activated the flower, and it is now ready to be put into your oils or fats to be delivered into your recipes. So that is what decarboxylation is. It's just activating the compounds that are already in the flower, but they are in an acidic form.
Wow, fantastically explained. I love that. Lisa, how in the world did you end up in the cannabis industry? I ask this a lot to people. I still shake my head and go, I have a talk show about cannabis? How did this happen? So
Sure.
How did you get to be where you are, and what's your story, Lisa?
Sure. Well, I actually started out with some family members that was trying to get off, or not necessarily get off, but back off of some medications that were giving them side effects. And so I first started out growing, and like your other guests there, I watched some YouTube videos, and that's at the time, back then when I started, it was the only available source. You might be able to go buy, a book, but you were definitely worried somebody was following you out and following you home when you bought that book. So we went to the YouTube and we started watching some different growers, show you the beginnings and basics. And the first time you buy seeds for $100 and you try to sprout them, you're so afraid that, all that money is going to go down the drain if you don't do it right. So I watched a lot of videos. Then I moved into, once I got that growing down and was able to provide the medicine for my family, I learned about extractions. And again, I started on a social media platform on YouTube with Hash Church, which some people may be familiar with. It was with Marcus Richardson, and he is also BC Bubble Man, owns bubble bags. And he started an educational show about extraction. And so I started watching that every Sunday, got to meet him, had incredible conversations, became the moderator of the show, started, listening 4 hours every Sunday. So I had probably, I can't even imagine how many thousands of hours of cannabis education that I was receiving from that. And so that is what put me in a place to actually be able to teach extractions. I did it myself, I taught myself, but I also had a lot of mentorship through that. And then I started, with my own product. And I then started out breeding and got into the breeding business. And I have my own cultivar out there called Mama's Chili Bomb. I got that actually on the shelves, and right now LPs in Canada now are dispensing that medication to Canadian patients, and hopefully someday here in the US. And we, basically got probably got out of that and got into Ohio, because at the time I wasn't living in Ohio when all that was going on. And then I started into the education business. And that to me gave me so much joy to be able to give back what I was able to receive.
That is why teachers do what they do. You know, you're definitely, I think you're doing God's work for sure, no doubt about that. And it sounds fascinating on so many levels. I do want to go back to some of the courses of study at the Cleveland School. And one of the things you mentioned, and when I talked to Kevin Green, he brought this up as well. 70% of your graduates get placed into the industry. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. So we tried to develop relationships with all of the cannabis industry within Ohio. And of course, it's very difficult to find employees that have education in cannabis. So that is something that obviously, you know, they're looking for. It's a much smaller training program when you can, actually have someone that's gone through our courses. So we started, within the last couple years developing those relationships, and now we get calls constantly. You know, we need 10 people. So we're trying to churn them out as fast as we can to be able to provide the industry with the needs that they have.
So Andrew, you're at a medical dispensary.
Yes.
What's the process? What do you look for? And I don't know if you're involved in the hiring process. Do you ever...
More than you'd think.
Okay, good. So have you ever seen anyone come across your desk with a Cleveland School of Cannabis diploma or anything like that?
No, I haven't. I remember when I was starting out, pretty much the same situation. YouTube was about the only thing out there. I did a lot of research looking for either certificate programs, degree programs. At the time, there was nothing.
Right.
So my cannabis knowledge really came from a combination of YouTube videos and 3 years in the industry.
Right.
But it's interesting. So at Revolutionary Clinics, we're often first looking for customer service skills as well, because we figure we can teach people cannabis. Is the idea, as it's clear from like educational content that I do, that the Cleveland School is doing, is you can make cannabis education. So for us, it's usually, but you're right, we want to hire people who know cannabis. Like Rev Clinics, we want to have the best customer service, so we're usually looking for hires that either have cannabis industry experience, or we would prefer them have customer service and then train them on cannabis. Because for us, they're going to be starting out as a team member, working with other team members. You know, there are all kinds of different jobs in the cannabis industry. Some that need more cannabis knowledge, some that are very customer facing where you need that knowledge. Others in the kitchen or in extraction where, again, that knowledge is critical. Can't do the job if you don't know how to extract, for example.
And Lisa, you are braver than I am when it comes to the seeds, okay? Because I really do think I have a black thumb. I don't want to be responsible for growing something and then having it die. I'm a very sensitive guy. I just don't think I could handle that. Not to mention the pressure to actually see it sprout and then go to flower, which is why I'm really encouraging people. I want to see the grows. I want you to send me grow footage. I want to see the images of these beautiful flowers that people are growing. Is there any kind of a research component in the curriculum as far as you guys doing any studies or anything like that?
We actually have a course called Cannabis Research Study. So we teach them not only about the research that has taken place, but how to go about researching. So yes, we do offer that. And it's funny when you said you had a black thumb and you couldn't imagine, doing that. I laughed because I felt that way, but wait until you have to take an entire plant and plunge it into water and wash it. That's for the first time. That's scary because you can run an entire plant pretty quickly if you don't know what you're doing. So, the education is absolutely important. And when he was discussing the dispensary side, we have a dispensary operations class, and we just had today what we call a mock dispensary presentation where we have, faculty and or other students come in and pretend to be the the patient. And we have the menu up, and each one of the students has to actually find out about, actually go through the process, get their driver's license, scan their card, and just go through an entire process of what it would be like to work in the dispensary, and then what it's like to find the conditions, their financial situation, and try to match up all of their needs with what medicine is available, and then asking the right questions. So it's just so imperative to be able to teach that to someone, so that when you do go to a dispensary as a patient who doesn't have that background, when you walk in, you feel like you're speaking to an expert. You feel like you will come back time and time again, because what they're recommending is working for you. So it's so important to have those kind of dispensary associates that would be able to, educate not just the patients, but the public. And let's try to get some of this prohibition mentality gone, and make it more of a medicinal type of a plant now.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's always been the most frustrating thing for me too, is, and I do preach it on this show on a regular basis, that you are self-medicating with a plant. Now, God put this plant on the earth for a reason, and it's been used for thousands of years by medicine men, by Harvard-educated doctors, and now we're finally doing the type of research that I believe should have been done for years and years and years. You still fight the stigma, don't you? Because I can kind of hear it in the background of some of your stories. Now you're smiling. How challenging is it in the state of Ohio to be accepted as an educator of people who are learning about cannabis? Do you get the eyes roll up when you talk to other people in the university system?
Sometimes. It depends. I think the stigma is starting to break a little, and I do think that the majority of Ohioans believe in the medication itself. I just don't think there's a lot of education out there. So that's a lot of it, understanding the endocannabinoid system, and how these cannabinoids bind with our receptors. When you explain it in those terms, the standard patient understands, oh, this is actually working within my body and regulating and creating homeostasis. And when they start talking like that, it just gives me such a thrill, because we all need to like you said, take away the old prohibition mentality. And I am giving away my age. I grew up in the times of the black market for many years, and fought that stigma, because I've always believed in this plant, and I always felt as if I was being lied to about Schedule 1 and all of these other things with drug companies, and we won't go into all that, but I always felt betrayed by that. So I just feel like now Ohioans have opened their eyes. They do want to see a good program. They don't want to see it get out of control. They like it being regulated as a medicinal plant. So I do feel like it's going to be a long time before we see recreation in Ohio. But I do feel like what we have set in place is working very well. And I'd like to just continue to see that program grow.
All right, you dated yourself, so I'm not going to harp on that, because I'm 63. I don't need to know your age. But one of the things that I do on this show is I play a song by an old rocker from the 60s and 70s, and the song is Shanty by Jonathan Edwards. Have you ever heard of that song?
If you would play it, I probably would know what it was.
Well, I could sing sing a little bit. I'm going to sit around the shanty and put a good buzz on every night and day. If I can help it, I'm going to lay. Right? Sorry, that's my rendition. I don't normally sing in public, and you can understand why. Lisa, the medical program, you basically said, you're in Ohio. The medical program is established there. You pretty much said you won't see adult use rec, or you don't think there's much backing or advocacy for that. What do you think is causing? Is it the federal issue more than anything else, or is it still the stigma?
Both. I think, I think if the scheduling would change, I think that's going to help people that have always had a different attitude about cannabis, that they would actually maybe change their minds because now they see the federal government moving on that. And sometimes that's what it takes for specific people. But I do think that I'm not going to say it's never going to happen. Of course, it's going to get back on a ballot someday. We tried to do it, but with COVID, we kind of got set back on trying to get a legalized program here in Ohio. And I just feel like it's going to be a tough fight here, but I'm not saying it won't ever happen. I'm not sure they'll ever allow home grow. But they may possibly allow rec down the road. It's
interesting. She said no home grow, and here in Massachusetts,
it was the first thing
and Vermont too. Vermont allowed you to grow it at home,
right,
but not sell it, and now Vermont is moving towards an adult use retail operation regulation. And in Massachusetts, they allow 12 plants if you have 2 adults in 1 dwelling.
Right.
Why do you think it is that they're afraid of the grow? Are they afraid like they're going to drive by fields of weed on the way to Miami U of Ohio or something like that?
I believe there's a couple things in play here. Remember, this was set up by the Board of Pharmacy here in the state of Ohio.
Right.
And these investors that have gotten licenses here have invested millions and millions of dollars to sell the product here in Ohio medicinally. If they would allow patients to do that, then they're taking away the support of the corporate world, right? I mean, it's going to back off a little bit. If you're allowing all your patients to grow, they're not going to spend as much in a dispensary. That's just the bottom line. And I think that's what this is really all about. Not only that, but we have issues with neighbors. We have odor control. We have a lot of things like that I believe would cause some problems here in Ohio. So I just think that right now we tried to get it passed with a home grow back before our medicinal program, and it was voted down. So I just think that's going to be something that they may go recreational, but I don't think they're going to want the home grow to be a part of that.
That's so surprising to me, really.
Yeah, I'm going to go away.
No, because my reaction is that you would think that we have recreational and adult use. We have adult use and we have medical cannabis in Massachusetts. But to your point, we both live in Massachusetts. We both have the right. I mean, if you, to be fair to the law, the law only protects you if you own property in Massachusetts. If you're a renter, you have zero protection under Massachusetts law. But if you own property in Massachusetts, I'm not going out there and growing plants right now. It's like I'm still buying my weed in a shop, even if I have the option to grow it on my own.
It's too much pressure. I mean, how do I know what I'm growing is going to be and granted, I also recognize as a home grower, you can get your stuff tested by a state certified lab, which is great. I think it's a $50 fee to get your stuff tested, which is great. But I mean, I can't imagine spending 14 weeks or 4 months with a plant, seeing it grow, seeing it flower, and then taking it to the testing lab and realize, oh, this is hemp. This isn't even THC based cannabis.
Right, but imagine if the only way you could eat bread was if you had to grow the grain yourself, and you had
I'd go hungry.
Exactly. But to Lisa's point, I think I agree with her very much that we won't see. If we don't see home grow before, it won't in Ohio. It won't come until you have recreational adult use, because it's really hard to swallow a pill like, okay, it's been decriminalized. You can get a medical card. You can buy it in a decriminalized shop, but you can't grow it in your own backyard. I don't see long term. I don't see that being enforceable. Telling someone they can't grow a plant on their own property.
Right. Exactly. And it's a weed for crying out loud. I would be remiss. You're in the Cleveland School of Cannabis. You're in Cleveland, Ohio. There was a brawl in the city last night between 2 political candidates. I'm sure you've heard about this. I just want to make sure you're okay. And Ohio being a swing state and cannabis now becoming a political pawn in this process. It's amazing to me that in Washington, D.C., the Republicans have counted how many times the word cannabis the Democrats have put in their next COVID relief bill, and it's never going to pass. So we're at a stalemate, and yet cannabis is right in the middle of it. Cleveland was right in the middle of it last night. And I'll admit, I was one of the lucky ones. I chose not to watch. I was just dealt with the highlights because I would get too upset. But did the word cannabis ever get uttered in that debate? Does anybody know that? Anybody?
No. I watched it. I actually am not in Cleveland. We have a branch in Columbus as well. We don't.
Okay.
We have more than one school,
That's
so
right.
I didn't get to see the brawl one-on-one. But I did not hear. And I often told myself and others at the school, you know, all one of those candidates has to do is say that they're going to work with removing Schedule 1 cannabis from Schedule 1, and they would see a huge shift in votes. You know, I mean, I just think that is a big winner right now on both sides. So I just don't understand why they're afraid to take that on.
Yeah, because they don't understand it. It goes back to education. It goes back to the stigma. They've been told one thing for 80 years. They can't beat it.
Ridiculous partisanship is also a big part of this. We
Yes,
look at
it is.
John Boehner, used
Right.
to be former
That's right.
chair of the Senate,
Right.
now has his own cannabis company, says, oh, well, some smart people told me some things. Well, I think there were a lot of people telling a lot of folks a lot of things before a certain point, but suddenly you walk away from a particular political party, and now it's okay to jump in bed with cannabis. I think that's pretty two-faced.
And I'm really afraid because getting rid of Schedule 1, Lisa, as you might know, Steve D'Angelo told me this, and you know, Steve is pretty connected, as you might know,
Sure.
with the cannabis community in California.
Mhm.
It's an administrative thing. The President of the United States, and I don't like to use his name, can pick up the phone, call the DOJ, and get it descheduled. And I'm not going to put it by him to do that a week before, even though he's come out as anti and, you know, we don't have anything to do with it and it's left wing and all this stuff that he throws out there. But I'm still fearful that he'll use this as a way to get reelected. Now, granted, I just admitted, okay, I do lean on the other side, okay? Don't know what's going to happen, but Lord knows the Cleveland School of Cannabis will still be there. You'll still be teaching no matter what happens in November, correct?
That's right.
And the future is bright for the cannabis industry. And the fact that you guys place so many candidates, I take my hat off to you. I think it's a great thing you're doing there. And you know that you guys are welcome on this show to talk more anytime.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I believe that, you know, education builds nations, right?
Right.
So this is what we need to do with cannabis. We need to build a cannabis nation.
Absolutely. And Lisa Zwerna, thank you so much for joining us here on Cannabis Chat from the
Thank
Cleveland School of Cannabis on this day, this Professor Weed Wednesday that we like to call it here. And she makes so many good points. And